It's about that time. Hey there, Knicks fans. How you doing? It's your boy Jonathan Macri with you for a free agency live stream. I think this is Angel Claudio. Hello, sir. How are you?
Hello, John. How are you?
How many of these have we done?
This would be year 4, 21, 22, 23, 24.
That first year, that wasn't the Van Fleet year. Van Fleet was the next year. I'm trying to think who was the biggest name we were waiting on the first year.
Van Vliet wasn't last year?
I thought Van Fleet was... No, hold on. Let me get my facts straight. Fournier was 2 years ago.
Fournier was the first year.
Now I'm all mixed.
Rousing start. The first year that we did this, everybody on the team was basically a free agent. So we were waiting on Derrick Rose and Nerlens Noel and
that was
Alec
it.
Burks,
Yes.
and then Evan Fournier also came. And then the next morning, Kemba Walker. That was a fun 24
That was the first year we did this?
Yes. Because the year before that, there was a pandemic, so we did nothing.
24. You're right. That would make that one 4 times ago. Holy shit. Okay.
Yes.
I'm glad we've situated all that.
You're welcome.
My mind is shot.
And so this is the one thing I'm good at.
You're good at many things. More things than I am. So we got Jeremy popping up in a minute. He has apparently a little bit of a special presentation for us, a brief one. No Bradley Beal conspiracies, I promise. I remember that one distinctly. But I mean, things are already kind of happening. So I guess why don't we do this at the top of the show? Just kind of recap for anybody who may just be tuning into us, hasn't been paying attention to Twitter or the different news outlets today,
or Knicks Film School's morning announcements over the past week. Which has been a welcome addition to the Knicks Film School YouTube channel and Twitter account.
How can I forget that? Thanks to everybody, by the way, who's been shouting those out and saying that they dig them. They're going to be here to stay for at least a moment, and we're going to try to keep some version of it going in perpetuity. So first things first, the first big domino, Paul George. There was a report from Chris Haynes about an hour ago, I guess, that Paul George is like, what are the phrasing? What's the phrasing that they use? The Sixers are increasingly optimistic about their chances of signing Paul George. But then I think he not backtracked that, but then did offer that the Clippers would need a Hail Mary to retain Paul George. And then he was like, they'll meet with him here in a little bit. And I was thinking to myself, well, the Clippers could have been meeting with Paul George every day, all day for the last like however many weeks.
Yeah.
Months.
Yeah.
So
that felt like the same way that the day of Jalen Brunson signing here, there was that report from Woj that like as soon as 6 o'clock happened, he's like, oh, the Knicks are now going to go meet with Jalen Brunson.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm covering my bases for tampering is what Daryl Morey's doing.
Well, we'll see what happens with all that. So that's the big one. And as far as the Knicks go, the big domino, the only real domino at this point, honestly, is Isaiah Hartenstein. And let me see if I could quickly So let's actually set the whole scene. So the Knicks trade for Mikal Bridges. Immediately, Woj and Ian Begley are like, it makes Hartenstein re-signing unlikely. A few days after that, I think this was a few days ago, Fred Katz had a report which stated in no uncertain terms that the Knicks were more or less preparing that Isaiah Hartenstein was going to walk in free agency and take somebody's money. Today, we have had reports from various reporters. I'm not going to go through them all, but that the Magic and the Thunder are two teams to keep an eye on. I don't think that we have had a Knicks beat reporter put something out in public specifying a destination team, right? Only Begley kind of doubled down on the he's probably gone. I don't think I forgot anything.
Yeah.
And we'll see. I mean, there's going to be teams interested in signing him away. Does he have a change of heart at the last second? Perhaps being willing to leave money on the table to stay in New York, stay with the team that he developed such a special kinship with last year. I'm going to go ahead and say two things right now. One, I think he's gone. I think he takes the money. And number two, I don't blame him for 1 second. And while I will not sit here and be happy about this, Andrew Claudio, or blame anybody for feeling emotional, as human beings are wont to do, by the way, Andrew, I don't know if you knew that, about Isaiah Hartenstein potentially leaving. Like, I am going to be happy for him. And I'll be bummed. I'll be bummed because the Knicks get worse as a team. I'll be bummed because if he leaves, I love watching him play. I think he's a great fit. I think he's part of the culture, all that stuff. So I'll be bummed. But if he leaves, I will be happy that him and his family get a very nice payday. Hi, Jeremy. Hello, sir. How are you?
Hey, John. Good. To paraphrase Monty Python, Holy Grail, it's not dead yet. Like,
I know.
You don't have to eulogize Isaiah Hartenstein before he allegedly walks out the door.
We'll see what happens.
Sure.
So you're telling me there's a chance, Jeremy? Is that what you're
Of course there's
at?
a chance. There's always a chance. Yes, apologies for me being a few moments late. The NBA decided now would be a great time to update its numbers, which sucked for me because I had to go do that. It would have been lovely if they'd done it, I don't know, like 15 minutes ago, but they didn't. So here we are. Apologies for the fashionably late entrance, but yeah, I don't think, let's not count it out yet. I'm sure other teams will have a good chance. Not saying the Knicks he's staying, not saying that he's gone, but figure we might as well look at various ways and then evaluate. I mean, that's what we do, but I get it. I get it if you're pessimistic, especially because it's easier to feel pessimistic and prepare yourself for what you view as the inevitable. And then it's an easier segue to, oh, well, he was gone. So I'm more at ease now, but I'm not quite there yet. I'm going to let the market play out and see how it goes.
So the only other thing I'll say, and then I'm going to turn, or Andrew, you want to add something?
My 2 cents were that I also think he's gone, but I'm open to Jeremy changing my mind in the next couple minutes. And that was very empathetic of you, John. That was very open to people's emotions and feelings. I appreciate that.
It's the least I could do.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing I will say, and Jeremy, I'm sure we will be in agreement on this, is if he does leave, I just need it to be understood by anyone who's watching this live stream, at least, that nothing the Knicks have done in the last week in terms of the Mikal Bridges trade or the OG Anunoby trade would have given the ability to offer Isaiah Hartenstein, or took away their ability to offer him more than 4 years and $72 million. I want to make sure the phrasing, because yes, the Mikal Bridges trade gave them additional hoop to jump through to be able to offer the 4 for 72. Doesn't mean they wouldn't be able to jump through that hoop. It doesn't mean that they're probably not still going to jump through that hoop and avoid the hard cap. That's my guess at the first open. We'll see. And the only other thing I want to say, and then I want to toss it to Jeremy, is I think something's going to happen today. I don't know what it is, but I think it's going to be more than, the Knicks come to an agreement with Goga Batadze on a, 3-year deal for $15 million. That's my guess. That's a complete and total guess, but we'll see.
Of course, one thing I want to say before I start, Andrew, you said something open to me changing your mind. It's not up to me to change anyone's minds. It's up to Isaiah Hartenstein to decide what's best for him. So I could lay out till kingdom come what I'd recommend, but it's not my money and it's not my contract. So I'm happy to talk about it. But at the end of the day, and this goes for everyone, I'm merely telling you what could work, but he's got to figure out what works best for him and his family. So without further ado, Andrew, we ready to go? All right, perfect. I wanted to do a mini cap or no cap. And yes, John hit on the Bradley Beal last minute thoughts. But if you know, Mike Conley, because that crushed me in the middle of my soliloquy. So I'm going to get started and just move on through it. So the hard cap, right? We know that the Knicks have it. Lots of confusion. Hard caps, what are they? All these things. We know they're hard cap from the Mikal Bridges trade. The question, are they hard capped at the first apron or the second apron? At the first apron, more money coming in than going out. they would be hard capped there. That's, of course, if, as the deal is currently stated, Mikal Bridges at $23.3 million comes in. Bogdanovich with his $19 million salary goes out. The Knicks would be hard capped at the first apron. They could also be hard capped at the second apron. If more money is going out than coming in, and the Knicks aggregate salaries. Of course, if more money were coming in, be a different story. But more money is going out, so they're safe there. It's the aggregating of salaries that hurts them. They're going to be hard capped one way or the other. Of course, if they make this a sign and trade, and with all due respect to Fred's dream, it's a little bit tougher now. The easiest, most viable path here is Bridges with his salary comes in, and the Knicks send out Bogdanovich and Achua signs a contract where the first year is worth $4.3 million. Because if you're looking at the math, 19 plus 4.3, 23.3. That would just basically need to be at least equal to what Mikal Bridges is earning this upcoming year. So
let's just say quickly for anybody who's like, well, wait a minute, didn't they not tender Achua a qualifying offer? That does not preclude them from signing him and trading.
It does not. And if Achua had signed the $6+ million qualifying offer, that would have counted towards the apron, or the qualifying offer itself. So the Knicks are already playing with fire, so it wouldn't make much sense.
Would have also given him a no trade clause.
Exactly, which you don't want to do. So
You don't do it.
Here's what's in the CBA. Article 7, Section 3, subsection I, to be exact. This is regarding early bird players, or in this case, early qualifying veteran free agents. If the player is an early qualifying veteran free agent, the new player contract must cover at least two seasons, not including a season covered by an option year, which means that any opportunity for the Knicks to sign Hartenstein to a 1-1 does not exist. It has to be at least 2 seasons, fully guaranteed, no options, full stop. And that's important because it's not like the Knicks can do, hey, iHeart, we'll give you a 1-1. And then next year, when you've been on the team for 3 years, you are a bird rights player, and we can then give you all the monies in the world. That won't happen here. It's a 2-year deal at minimum, full stop, maximum 4 years, $72 million. So it begs the question, how can the Knicks keep Hartenstein? Well, what we know, right? The maximum the Knicks can pay for this upcoming season with Hartenstein is $16,178,962. And to John's point, there's nothing the Knicks could have done, whether it was OG Anunoby, whether it was trading out at the draft, any of that would have had any impact on Isaiah Hartenstein. They were not going to become a cap space team. This was the max they could offer based on how early bird rights work. Now, we've talked ad nauseum as a collective about 4 years, $72 million, and how teams are going to be lining up from the jump to give Isaiah Hartenstein contracts that are richer than that. And I have no reason to believe that won't be the case. I fully expect teams to come in and say, hey, here's a 4-year blank $1 million deal. It's a lot more than the Knicks. We got him. But what if there were another way? What if the Knicks gave Hartenstein a 3-year deal, which was a 2-year contract with a player option? That would essentially mean that Hartenstein would earn $16.2 million next year, $17.5 the year after, and $18.8 the year after that, which would be a player option. But the thing about this deal is that he would be extension eligible next summer, which is important because it goes through with not quite bird rights, but also, yes, because bird rights would have been achieved, so it's extending off of another number. The team would extend him in 2025. It would be at 140% of the previous year, which would be the 2025-26 number, which, of course, is the $17.5 million.
And this would involve him declining the $18.7 million player option in this scenario.
Correct. And that would mean that if he did this, he'd ink a 4-year, $109.6 million deal, and that would carry him from the ages of 28 to 32. Now, let's add the numbers. First off, we saw the Claxton contract. So I thought, what better way to compare this scenario that Hartenstein could do, where he signs the 3-year deal, but really it's a 2-year deal, and then extends off of the second year and gets another 4 years. So if he were to do that, his starting salary in 2026 would be $24.5 million. Then it would be $26.4. Then it would be $28.4. And then it would be $30.3. which means that this one deal, as we talked about, would earn him $109.6 million over 4 years. But when you add up the 2 years of this next contract before this 4-year deal, it'd be a whopping 6 years, $143.2 million. That's not bad. If you're Isaiah Hartenstein, you're basically saying, I don't have to hit free agency. I get paid a lot. Makes sense. Well, what if he got money starting at $25 million? It would look like this. Of course, if he stays with the Knicks and does the extension with bird rights, he gets 8% raises. On the free agent market, he gets 5% raises. So if he did a deal starting at $25 million in year one, the total would come out to $107.5 million. We don't have a reference for 6 years because we're comparing a 4-year contract 2 years from now, which would be a total of 6 years, with a 4-year contract starting now. So the question, of course, is what's the difference? And the difference in those two is $35.7 million. And you're probably thinking, well, I would imagine that based on the cap and contracts, everything, Hartenstein will make more than $35.7 million. And the answer is probably yes. He'd probably stand to make a bit more. But there's also a level of uncertainty. Whereas if Hartenstein, who, look, we know, he's got the nagging Achilles injury, big men, there's always risk. You don't know what you're getting yourself into in a different situation. You're clearly on a winning team here that just got better. There are unknowns. So he does stand to make more money in the grand scheme of things if he would choose to go about it this way. But then there's the other thought, which is the average annual value of $23 million. That is what Michael Scotto tweeted just today in terms of the value. If you look up what an average annual value of 23 looks like with 5% raises and all that, it's $92 million. So it's a $20 million difference over the next 4 years, which that's something. As someone who is a multi-thousandaire, just 1 million would change my life, let alone 20 million. So we know what the contract looks like from the Knicks perspective. Same thing. $109.6 million for those 4 years, all 6 years, 143.2. If he were to get that 23 average annual value, it'd start at 21.4 million this year.
Okay.
So again, we don't know what that 6-year total would be because it's the next 4 plus the mystery 2 years after that. But the difference would be $51.2 million. So maybe he does indeed, over those 2 years, get an additional $51.2 million. But if I'm Hartenstein and I'm thinking, if I'm getting an average annual value of $23 million, and if the Knicks are comfortable giving me a max contract, or max extension, I should say, after my 2nd year on this new deal, then why wouldn't I stay? Why would I leave? If I can make the same amount, roughly, of money, why am I leaving for mystery, both with a team setting and also how much am I betting on myself to ensure I get to exactly where I could be right now?
So I'll say the obvious, and I'm going to have a follow-up to my own point in a second, so give me a chance. There's risk because anything could happen next year from an injury standpoint, from the Knicks matched up with Boston in a playoff series, and all of a sudden, we don't need to get into whether, there's always, things can happen. Hartenstein was played off the floor because the Knicks needed to pivot more to a small ball more than they thought. Whatever. There are risks. However, this is where I would think the CAA relationship comes into play. And how if there was ever a player in a situation where something like this could be feasible, it would be right here, right now, with Isaiah Hartenstein and with the Knicks. What are your thoughts on that?
I agree wholeheartedly, and I say that as a Knicks fan, so there's clear bias here. But it's laying out all of the terms. It's saying there's risk in 2 ways, right? Isaiah, if you went about it this way, let's say the 23 average annual value was the way to go, or at least that was what was on the table. You're either betting on yourself next year or you're betting on age 30 years old you to get a contract that gets you to the same point that you'd get if you bet on yourself 1 more year. And if there's an under the table agreement, then you feel a lot better about it versus going to another team, perhaps, that how are they going to use you? Like, we could talk about him getting the same contract on the right for with the Oklahoma City Thunder.
That's
great.
The team.
But also, does he want to do that by being on a team where he's a backup 5, where Chet is the guy? It's all about role. It's perhaps about situation. Is Orlando a place where there's no state tax, so you get more money that way potentially? Like, there are so many different angles, and it's all about what's the most important thing to Hartenstein. But when you look at it like this, if that offer that's 23 average annual value is on the table and the Knicks have this offer on the table, the money is basically comparable. And if you're comfortable here, again, speaking as a Knicks fan, I'm not entirely sure why you're leaving. But that's not for me to determine. That's for him to determine.
Yeah, I mean, my instinct when you talk about how am I going to be used in this place, am I going to be playing the same amount, this, that, and the other thing, what is my role going to be? My instinct is to respond by saying money talks and everything else walks. However, and this is where the cap comes in. If you are Oklahoma City, I haven't actually double-checked this, but I am fairly certain this is the last. Well, no, maybe I shouldn't assume that, because what extensions do they have kicking in? Well, they'll have Caruso kicking in next year. I was going to say that this is maybe the last year they're going to have significant cap space, but then I call myself, because that might not be true, because there's going to be a 10% increase. Caruso is maybe not going to get that huge of a raise. Maybe his salary will double or go to 20 or
you're
something.
forgetting about Wiggins and Joe, though. They need to get paid.
Yeah, but what deal? So it'll be interesting to see what deals they get. That obviously could eat in a little bit. I'm just trying to think out, if I'm Oklahoma City and I'm like, look, this is a guy who we'll play. There'll be times where we play him 25, 30 minutes a game, maybe even more in the regular season, but is he going to be someone who's on the floor with us consistently throughout the playoffs? And yet, you know what? What I was going to end up with is, like, even if they ultimately decide that the answer to that question is no, maybe it's still worth it for them to sign him. The other part of me says, like, shit, who's out west? Who do you have to deal with out west? You got to deal with Denver. You got to deal with Minnesota. You got to deal with Dallas and these two monster centers that they have, and they seem like they're going to be rolling forward with. Like, those. And oh, by the way, San Antonio's coming with that guy. Now, I don't know that anyone could guard him, but there is an argument that if you're Oklahoma City, you're looking at the lay of the land and you're saying, shit, whether he's closing games for us against these big time opponents in the playoffs or not, we'd still rather have him than not, because when are we ever going to have an opportunity to get this level of player again?
Maybe. With that said, if they sign him, there's a chance that because he's the backup 5 and they now don't have cap space and they need movable contracts, if they were to acquire anyone of note, he's probably in the deal. Stands to reason he's probably moved as part of a larger trade if he's signed.
It's Dort, which Dort is a little bit more expendable now, but you may need more money than just Dort.
Right.
Dort doesn't make that much. Yeah.
We're talking about a backup 5. Backup 5s historically also aren't drastically outmaking that of the rookie that's in front of them. Like, Adams, who is out and now is back, is making more than Şengün, but Şengün's on his rookie contract. Like, and I know this with Chet, he'd be on a rookie contract. But also there's somebody said of Şengün making a lot less than what Chet, the number 2 overall pick, is making. And other guys need to get paid soon. But let's say with Hartenstein, right?
Sure.
Gone, maybe not. Anyways, I wanted to evaluate just a few names in general using Darko. So this is Isaiah Hartenstein, Mitchell Robinson, Goga Bitadze, and Jalen Smith. Some names that have been floated out there and some names that are currently on or coming off of seasons from the Knicks. If you look at this chart, this is DPM. This is overall DPM. It's a really good way to measure players' historical trajectory. So that line right there is the age of Goga. And that is the age of Jalen Smith. And you can kind of compare
like a great novel. Or
the age of Goga.
The age of Goga.
And you kind of look at where they are and where they compared with other centers. And of course, Goga is hovering around where Isaiah Hartenstein was when the Knicks signed him originally. It's why I truly believe that if the Knicks signed Goga, he would basically be like 2022 Isaiah Hartenstein. It might not be quite that leap, but also we've seen the leaps that players have taken with Tibbs, and then perhaps how they have progressed sometimes without Tibbs. And there's room for growth here because of what Tibbs can do.
And we should note, for anybody who doesn't know the name Goga Batase from Adam, he was the 17th or 18th pick in the draft, and it's not like he got ample playing time and failed. He was drafted by a team that had a pretty set, obviously, starting center, Miles Turner, but like there was never a real great opportunity for him to play, which is why eventually he ended up with Orlando. And then like he was serviceable at both ends for Orlando this year as a starting center in like a role that required him to do like real stuff. And what did you say? He's 24 years old, so
25. Yeah,
whatever. 25.
But so if you look at the offense, right? Just kind of comparing them. If you looked at this based on their age, 24 or so season, you'd say, well, Jalen Smith signed me up, right? He left Indiana. Pretty sure the reason he would have left Indiana was because he would have been buried on the bench. Jarris Walker is going to get precedence. They just paid Obi. Miles Turner's there. They're paying Pascal Siakam. So he's probably leaving because if he opted in, he'd be traded somewhere maybe he doesn't want to be or where he wouldn't get the chance to shine. Now he gets the opportunity to pick his own surroundings. And all of these names, Goga offensively would be categorized as the worst. But let's look at the defense. When you look at these defenders, and we know how important rim protection at the 5 is for Tibbs, Jalen Smith is woefully bad. Whereas Goga, at the age of 25, is actually scoring at a higher rate than Ihart and Mitchell Robinson, which is something of note. It's not everything, of course, but it just goes to show you the type of centers the Knicks like. People will say, oh, well, Goga can shoot. It's really a smaller sample size and not what he would do.
You mean Jalen Smith can shoot? Jalen Smith.
No, I mean Goga. People will look at perhaps at Goga's shooting and be like, oh, perhaps there's room there. Jalen Smith can shoot, but he also had one season where he showed he could shoot. He took about the same shots, or at least the same frequency of threes, for example. He just happened to connect on them last year, whereas the other 3 years of his career, he didn't. So for other teams, do they buy the shot? I don't really know. But defensively, that's where we're at. And of course, I should mention we are now 30 minutes away from free agency beginning, so I will continue. Scenario 1. The Knicks bring back Isaiah Hartenstein on the contract we talked about and keep Mitchell Robinson. Well, if they found a way to do this, they'd have 14 players under contract. They would blow by the first apron, so they'd have to, of course, sign and trade Precious Achiuwa. But the second apron space, they'd now be over the hard cap. And you might be thinking, but Jeremy, you tweeted out a few days ago that the Knicks could do all of these things and they'd have enough space, even if it was by, this much, that they could do it. Well, folks, 35 minutes ago, new numbers came in and changed that. Don't hate me, hate the NBA. Yeah, but so right now, if the Knicks were to do this, they'd actually have to say, hey, OG, we need you to take at least a $200,000 off of your contract in year 1, which is basically like $1 million in total. Or they say to Ihart, hey, you know how you're already not taking all the money you probably could? Take a little bit less just so we can squeeze through. So when you look at the cheapest amount they can give the rookies, and by rookies, I mean the second round picks through the second round exception, and the amount that's listed for OG and Ihart's max, because he's going to, at the very least, if he stays, get the max here. Not going to do any other favors, probably. The Knicks are over the second apron, which means they can't do it. Which means if you're looking for a world with Hartenstein and Robinson, it's unlikely. The only way out of this, the only way would be if the Knicks found a way to dump Jericho Sims. It wouldn't just be cutting him, because that'd be a $651,000 dead cap hit. And then if you brought someone else in, the math is still just wonky. Like, even so, you'd have to basically dump him to another team and then sign another undrafted player to the second round pick exception. So I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying it's so close that something tells me something's got to give. And I also am hard pressed to think that the Knicks, who have done a very good job of telling players, hey, there's not a spot here that's really to the best of your liking, we're going to figure it out. That if Mitchell Robinson were here because Hartenstein re-signed, I'd be a little surprised if Mitchell Robinson were here past this week. Just based on the numbers, based on playing time, based on everything. Any thoughts before I go to scenario 2?
I mean, you lay it out perfectly. And I just want to say, because I'm trying to think of someone not as in the weeds as you are. If you are thinking, well, wait a minute, hold on. You're telling me that we're going to let Ariel fucking, no offense, Huckport get in the way of our ability to like keep both of our starting centers. The NBA requires that you have 14 players on your roster. And you may be thinking, like I did for one late night, I was up this week finishing off a newsletter. Like, well, wait a minute. Don't teams dip below that number at times throughout the year and aren't always around it? Yes, teams do dip below that number throughout the year. And the reason you could do that is if you make a trade after the trade deadline or whatever, you could temporarily have, I think it's actually as low as 12 roster spots for up to 10 days or 2 weeks. I forget what the exact time.
It's 28 days in total and never more than 2 weeks at a time.
At a time, that's what it is. Never more than 2 weeks at a time, 28 days in total. But that's why you see, and Jeremy did a cap or no cap last year where he thought this was the case. You can kick the can down the road and sign some 10 days and whatever. But like every team has to start their year out with 14 players on their roster. So, and the numbers that you've attributed for these three fine gentlemen here are bare bones. This is the least amount of money a player with zero years of experience in the NBA can make. And I have a sneaking suspicion that, like, hey, Tyler Kolek may want a few, like, given his the kind of, I don't say clout, but like he's a good player. The Knicks should want to lock him up on a 4-year deal under the second round rookie exception. That's going to cost them more money than what you have here. Probably. It might not. It could be lower.
It all depends on the second apron next year and if any other plans the Knicks have. I don't think the Knicks are going to kick him a few extra dollars if they feel like it will hurt them to do another move next year.
But to your point, if they have their big whiteboard here with all of the arrows and everything, like they may look at a guy like Kolek and be like, he's not really keen on signing at the bare minimum. But if we throw him a few extra dollars, we could lock him up on a team-friendly deal for 4 years. I'm just throwing it out there. It might be a consideration.
I get it. I can't say it's not going to happen because it very easily could. It's just a question of what leverage does Kolek have? Is Kolek going to go overseas?
Probably not.
Right. So he wants to be here. He wants to get his career started.
Maybe he'll only sign for, I mean, we've seen second-round picks only sign if they're good ones for like less years because they're like they have confidence in themselves and whatever. They may want to get back on the open market sooner rather than later.
That was before the second round exception came into play.
This is true. That's fair.
Jordan Walsh is on a second, and I'm not saying like, whoa, Jordan Walsh, stand up, but like he signed for the bare minimum, and I'm sure the Celtics could have played hardball with them. He didn't. Like there was no hardball. He was out of the rotation. He was a rookie taken in the second round who did not have much of a say.
Anyway, we're getting off track, so let's keep going.
So the next step would be, all right, Hartenstein's gone, and it's Robinson and Goga Bitadze. And the Knicks could do this, right? They would have, in this case, $609,965 by my count of first apron space. So if they were hard capped at the first apron, that's it. Like they're done. I don't think that would be the case. I think they would once again, presumably with Precious Achiuwa, try to become a second apron team, because then that would give them $10.9 million in second apron space. So why hard cap yourself at the first apron if you could do it at the second apron and give yourself all this breathing room? As a side, because the Knicks can't sign and trade Isaiah Hartenstein away if he's earning more than the 4-year, $72 million deal. He just gets to walk. If it were the same amount, the Knicks could sign and trade him, but they can't if it's more than that. So if you've already signed and traded Precious Achiuwa away, you're probably thinking, well, what avenues the Knicks have to get to $10.9 million in space? Like, it's just minimum contracts, and that's it. Seems like a waste. What I would love to see the Knicks do is take Alec Burks and find another team, because he's a free agent, and sign and trade him either into their cap space or into their exception, because you can do that now with exceptions. The only thing that has to happen with a sign and trade, it's a 3-year contract. Only the first year is to be guaranteed. So if you're the Knicks and another team has cap space, you sign and trade Burks into their cap space. Hopefully you get whether it's like, it's called $5 million, right? You get a $5 million TPE. Well, you've got room. That's great. The team that acquires Burks would be hard capped at the first apron, I believe. So for them, why would they do it? Because they're probably not going to reach the first apron anyway, because they were a cap space team. There's too much breathing room.
They're
If
probably
it
getting
were
a second round pick out of it.
right, even a fake second round pick like with the Celtics and the Knicks for Fournier, a team with the exception, same thing. They're using the exception. They're probably fine to do it. They probably enough breathing room. That's what I would do if I were the Knicks and I were trying to just figure out more avenues to bring in money and players this year, because you never know what the deadline brings. That's though what it would look like if Robinson and Bataze were here and Hartenstein just up and left. And then there's the third scenario here. And again, you could say, well, I don't want Bataze. Fine. Use whatever name you want for the tax mid-level exception. Don't really care.
Well, we should, sorry, I'm always just trying to think. Bataze, you're assuming at the full taxpayer MLE, right?
I am.
There's a chance they go into, like, Ian Begley has reported now a few times, most recently about an hour or so ago. Andre Drummond and Nick Richards are two other names who are at least on New York's radar. We don't have to get into the likelihood of either of those, but presumably Drummond, I shouldn't presume this. Maybe Drummond would come for the veteran minimum, which would be save them a few bucks.
I mean, he's been getting the veteran minimum in Chicago.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think he turned his career around. He's older. He's a bit slower.
He had a good year.
He was fine, but I mean, like, if you look at Darko as well, I don't believe he matched up with what the Knicks have liked. But for Hartenstein and Bataze, let's say they bring Hartenstein back and they're able to then have Bataze, and you're probably thinking, well, what happens to Mitchell Robinson? The answer is they'd use Mitchell Robinson as matching salary and get something back, or trade him into another team's cap space. Wouldn't be an exception. It wouldn't be a mid-level exception because Robinson's salary is too large for that. But in this case, of course, if the Knicks just did it for a TPE for simplicity's sake, they'd have $9 million in second apron space, which means that they could use, $9 million of that $14+ million TPE. They can't use the full TPE because, again, hard capped at second apron. But if they use $9 million of it, they could then bring in talent at the deadline to supplement this team, even if it's just bringing in salary to be used as continuous soup. There are ways for them to go about it. So I'll wrap here, and then we'll move on. There could be an under the table wink wink nudge nudge type of deal that could keep Hartenstein in New York for the foreseeable future. It would get him paid for 6 years, and he never has to test the free agent market again through that time. He would just extend and doesn't have to go through the whole process of being wined and dined. Maybe he likes it, but also security is nice sometimes too. The question that I want to ask here is, will the Knicks really pay $30 million for Hartenstein if he comes back, and Robinson, as the team ranks dead last in usage rate among centers? We can talk about how important they are. We could talk about how they're redundant in a good way, but the question is, do they necessarily need that? As we see, Chris Paul is being waived and will become an unrestricted free agent. So the Warriors are in saving money mode now. But
they probably moved that date in with the thought that Paul would be the biggest part of the salary for Paul George, and obviously
correct.
That turned out. Oh, by the way, regarding Paul George, we should say that Orlando seems to have been ruled out. Shams just had a report. It's coming down to the Sixers and the Clippers.
Exactly. So, what about the limited flexibility of the second apron from the hard cap? As we talked through, there is none. If everything stayed put as is, there actually is no flexibility. They're inflexible. That is their team. But also they're over the second apron, so something has to happen. And they can't trim the margins in other places. So it's kind of a disaster if they keep both, unless something else happens that we just don't expect. So I'll give my prediction. If iHeart stays, that Robinson's traded and Bataze fits into the full taxpayer mid-level exception. Not something that's super surprising. We've talked about Orlando as a team, and I understand why they'd be a suitor. I think they are a suitor. I got to tell you, I'm really curious if a team like Utah is a suitor for Isaiah Hartenstein. There's several reasons, right? Number one, he's very white.
Yeah, but they just drafted the kid that's banging that older chick.
No, I know. But look, here's the thing. They do have a lot of money. But
John.
when you look through, when you
Is
look
that
at
not appropriate?
probably not. When you look at Filipowski, I don't think that they're going to be like, well, we can't spend money because we drafted Filipowski, who might not even be a 5. He's a 4. Also, with Utah, they had John Collins playing the 5 when they were tanking. They didn't even elevate Walker Kessler to the starting lineup, which is why I wonder, especially with rumors that they are offering Kessler, they're trying to gauge his market. I'm of the mindset that they don't believe in Walker Kessler, because if they did, they would have at least tried it. But, so here's my thought. If Hartenstein stays, is there an angle from the Knicks, because they'd have $9 million in second apron space we talked about to do this thing, if they moved Mitchell Robinson to Utah, if there was an interest on their part of, hey, this, and it's just purely speculation, if they took Robinson and a few seconds and traded him to Utah to get a protected first and a TPE, because the Jazz have 13 first-round picks over the next 7 years. You might be wondering again, why would they want Mitchell Robinson? They're a losing team right now. But okay, well, why might they be interested in Isaiah Hartenstein? They have money to spend, but it's also, the Jazz are very similar at the center position in terms of what they like as the Knicks are. This has been the way for a very long time, even before Danny Ainge got there. The Jazz have liked rim protection at the 5. Look at Walt Perrin. And then Danny Ainge came, and that seemed to be largely the case even still, because the Jazz were second in offensive rebounding percentage in the NBA last year. John, you know who was first?
The Knicks.
The Knicks. But the problem is the Knicks were 10th in defense according to Cleaning the Glass, and the Jazz were not. They were 28th in defensive effective field goal percentage. They were 29th in defensive turnover percentage, and they were dead last, 30th in defensive points per possession. Additional reasoning, this move would help get Utah closer to the cap floor. For those who don't know, you have to hit 90% of the salary cap by the start of the regular season. This is the type of move where if I'm Utah, I want to take on more money. I'm not a free agent destination. I want to probably get a little better as a team. But even if they move Markkanen, they're still going to want to have, presumably, a starting center that isn't Walker Kessler, because if they believed in Kessler, they probably would have tried it last year, and they just didn't. So, again, just a theory. It's all a domino effect. It all depends on what Hartenstein does.
So
Andrew,
what's your
we're
prediction?
done with the cap or no caps. You're free to take us off of screen share. And my prediction, again, I'll screw it. What do I have to lose by being optimistic as a fan? I'll say that Hartenstein comes back on a 2-year deal. They extend him. He gets his bread. And then the Knicks say, well, this is why we were gauging the market for Mitchell Robinson, because there's simply not enough room here. We need to do something. We need to move him the same way Immanuel Quickley did not have room to play with Jalen Brunson, that Quentin Grimes lost his job, Dante DiVincenzo. Making it work and trying to get some sort of asset out of it. Because right now, if you're thinking also, why do the Knicks need to attach seconds to Mitchell Robinson to try to get a first? Rim runners, traditionally speaking, do not have a great market in a vacuum.
No.
It's a lot less than people think. So my goal here is, if you were to trade Mitchell Robinson and you're getting 2 good second-round picks, and he's a really talented player, but we know all about the injuries, and we know that even if it was that he might say, as he tweets out or puts on social media, I'm really not hurt that much. It's hard to depend on him a lot. I'm sorry, Mitch, it is. And especially if Isaiah Hartenstein's here, there's not really much of a role for you. A backup center, especially like Goga, who played, I believe, 15 minutes per game. If Ihart's here and playing 28 or even 30, you only need 18 minutes out of Goga. Mitch is going to want more than 18 minutes. And when you have 2 players who can't even play together, it's just 48 minus Ihart's minutes equals Mitch's minutes. So it can't functionally work very well. But those types of players, like Mitch, are typically worth a couple good seconds. So the appeal on my end is, if you tossed in a few more seconds, that it basically, you're saying multiple seconds and Mitch is the equivalent of a future first in some capacity. It's a protected one. It might even be one of the Lakers ones. I don't really know, but it's trying to take Mitchell Robinson and turn him into a future asset, and Goga, and also continuous soup that you could get at the deadline. And you could use that continuous soup next summer, and you don't have to deal with the logjam issue, which I understand people would say, well, it's good to have the best team on paper. Like, that's great. It is. if you get Goga, you're also still going to be really good, and you're probably not going to skip much of a beat. But all of this is dependent on what Isaiah Hartenstein does. And if he doesn't return, everything we said, it's moot.
And as Andrew Schlecht, who recent podcast tweeted out, I see 8 minutes ago, wouldn't surprise me to see OKC get Hartenstein on a 3-year deal with a team option at the end. 2 years. I don't know anything, so just a guess. Hartenstein to OKC for a 2+1 for I don't know what, but whatever, mid-20s a year. I love your logic, Jeremy. I hope I'm wrong, because what you lay out makes all the sense in the world, and I just keep coming back to this. Like, he just had a baby, like young family. The notion of just if ever there was a time in your life where perhaps you are thinking about getting every last cent, I just wonder if this is it for Hartenstein. That's all.
Yes, I agree. This is also why you have CAA in your back pocket.
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
Like this is the reason why you have those close ties. It's to say, we're going to take care of you. We're going to build the best team. We're not going to trade Isaiah Hartenstein because, number one, if we bring him back, can't trade him for six months, and we wouldn't do that because we're just not going to do that. And then next year he gets, effectively a no trade clause. Yes, Andrew.
Andrew Schlecht has deleted said tweet.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Interesting. I wonder.
Shout out my fellow namesake.
All right, we got some super chats that we want to get to in the next 10 minutes before free agency opens. First up, Jessica. What's going on, Jessica? How are you? And I want to let you know that I have started reading.
James Harden signing a 2-year deal with the Clippers.
$70 million.
70. Okay, but it's 2 years.
It's 2 years, but here's the interesting thing.
Yeah.
And apologies to Jessica for interrupting here.
No,
but if I'm the Clippers, I'm saying, hey, Paul, Kawhi took less money and fewer years. James Harden just did the same thing.
2 years,
like, fit in, don't fit out.
So, we'll see.
And he'll
say, I want a 4th year.
Fit out his way to Philadelphia.
I had thought. I mean, the talk was of $30 million a year, but 3 years. I'd rather have Harden on 2 for 70 than 3 for 90. Okay, Jessica. Big love to John, GMAC, Ben, Jeremy, Kev, and the casuals, Discord regulars, and the Substack crew. We have a great community, no matter what happens today / this week. Let's go Knicks. Very, very, very true. Good way to start us off. DJ MKC, what's going on, DJ? I just want to say shout out to Jonathan Ramel Blackery and GMAC. There was a tweet I saw involving Keanu Reeves and the Bomboclat, something or other.
Yes, the
Did
last
Bomboclat.
Yes.
I think it was fake, that he's not actually taking that role that was in the tweet. Does you guys not know what I'm talking about?
I was scrolling so much for NBA news today that when I saw it, I was like, "Oh, that's funny." And I just
do me a favor and check Twitter for Keanu Reeves Bomboclat. And I was like, man, I was gonna put it with the Leonardo like pointing at the screen thing, but yeah,
just saw yourself up on screen, Mr. Blackery. Yes,
I did. Thank you so much for that. Dom Cappuccini, what's going on, Dom? Is your pessimism on iHeart based off a gut or from a little birdie who knows more than that? There is a lot of money out there. I just think there's a lot. No, you know what it's based on? It's based on two things. It's based on Ian Begley and Woj's reports as soon as the McCall trade happened. There was the language that was used in those reports has stuck with me. And then Fred's report from several days ago, in which he was like, I don't have it handy, but whatever wording he used made me think like, oh, okay, this is probably not going to happen. So
yeah. Depends. Is Leon Rose able to put up a chair and lock in Isaiah Hartenstein? Turn off, create a dead zone. Oh, Isaiah, you have no other offers. Weird. Well, you might as well come back.
Thank you, Dom. Robert W. Cross, one more time. I love New York.
iHeart loves New York.
Oh, see, I didn't get that. I really am slow on the uptick with the memes or all the things, the emojis.
I speak Robert. It's that's all it is. You're good.
Okay. iHeart loves New York. Let's freaking go. Knicks, hashtag the chip. I'm sure he does love New York, and I'm sure if he leaves, he will have very conflicting feelings over it. But it's tough when you have a family, the things that you consider. Thank you, Robert. I hope he stays. Trevor Boom, Hope Sims has been working on a floater. You know what? I'll say this. I thought it was a little vote of confidence in Sims that they picked up the option or guaranteed his contract.
Oh, never mind.
No, they have 600.
No, not as a rotation player, but like they could have just waived him.
No, I'm telling you, they have 651,000 plus reasons why not to. They're not. If they waived Jericho Sims and took on that dead cap hit and replaced him with someone earning a minimum contract, they would be overpaying more. What?
Why would he be? His guarantee date was yesterday. They would have had dead money on the books.
He has a partial guarantee. It's not fully non-guaranteed.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, okay. Yeah. So then forget about that. I didn't realize
I think it's a vote of confidence in
no. I did not realize there was a partial guarantee. That's my bad. I didn't see that. Hans Frederick Lovold. Hartenstein replacement. Who you choose? Richards, Goga, or Drummond? I choose Goga.
Goga.
More upside.
You already know my answer. It's Goga.
Yeah. I wouldn't hate Drummond though. Like I know that's gonna be LOL stuff, but
how would that be LOL stuff?
Because he's Andre Drummond. Like he's the guy that when his teammate goes and tries to throw an alley-oop to himself off the glass.
Well, that was LOL stuff.
If you want to make an argument, that was he saved Torrey Craig from himself because Torrey Craig was going to miss that dunk. So maybe he's just being a great teammate.
Listen, Andre Drummond is still might be the best pound for pound. Still might be the best rebounder in the sport. He doesn't do much else well, but he gets rebounds, so it's got to be worth something. Husu, are the Knicks going to finish this McCall deal first before spending on free agency? They can't announce it until July 6th. Although we could hear things about amendments to the deal in the next couple of minutes, or are they going to sign and then finish the trade? So I think we answered that. Alan, if iHeart takes a big deal elsewhere, do you think we have enough ammo for a Walker Kessler trade? And do you think he'd be a good fit? Enough ammo?
I'll answer this.
Sure.
What have the Knicks done over the last 4 years to think that prioritizing a center who doesn't shoot is their MO? My hot take, by the way, my bold take, I'll say. My bold take is that the Jazz get shut out of a lot of different moves and they pivot. And it would not surprise me if they moved Lauri Markkanen. It wouldn't at all. But here's the thing. If we keep circling, we as in the general, very easy to circle the Thunder as a location for Lauri Markkanen. Let's say they are a Lauri Markkanen destination. Wouldn't you just pay a little bit more to get Walker Kessler to be your backup 5? You get your rebounding. You're already making the deal with Lauri Markkanen. He's cheap. You don't have to pay him for a few years. Like, why go out and shell all that money for Hartenstein if you're making a blockbuster deal and then you get Kessler as a throw-in that you even get to pay a small premium for?
I mean, Kessler, it's weird because not that he regressed, but he finished third in the Rookie of the Year voting his first year, and then last year he wasn't starting, and there were some games where he wasn't playing a ton of minutes. So that part of it is strange. Even so, I would not expect the Jazz to sell cheap on him, unless perhaps it was a sort of deal where Jeremy's talking about where there's other stuff going on. That just doesn't smell like something the Knicks would do.
I have to reemphasize, they were 30th in defense, and they were playing John Collins at the 5 instead of Walker Kessler. And I like Walker Kessler, don't get me wrong. But when you're tanking, why wouldn't you elevate him to the starting lineup? Why is it that they may not have faith in him? I have no idea whatsoever. Just seemed weird to me.
Thanks, Alan. Johnny Caps. Fred Katz said the Knicks would be an attractive destination for solid vets who will sign for the minimum. Anyone realistic you would want? I have my eyes on Lowry, who I hate, but would love on this team. I mean, shit, I'd love Kyle Lowry, but so all of these conversations are tough because as of right now, if we assume that the Knicks are going to have two centers, it doesn't matter who they are, just two centers that are going to play the majority of 48 minutes of every basketball game, then you can make an argument based on the minutes that like guys will want to play, that there aren't enough minutes right now for Deuce McBride as an eighth man, let alone insert veteran ring chaser here as a ninth man. So like Lowry is, it's going to sound weird because I know he's like past his prime. He might be too good to accept a role where he's coming and not being guaranteed like playing time on a nightly basis. That's my read.
Yeah, I've been saying it from the jump when we first started talking about it. Like, it doesn't make sense to me for Lowry. He feels like a much better fit in Philly where he'd get time, be able to even start. You're talking about realistic veteran minimum guys. Ryan Arcidiacono.
I love it.
They have 14 players on the roster, assuming one of Hartenstein and Robbins, or even both, right? Even if you took away Goga, any of these guys, that's 14. They need one more. We really think Ryan Arcidiacono is not going to be here? Like, I don't think they're going to shift any of the 3 second-round picks into a two-way to create it. Like, I think their roster is pretty set from a back-end perspective. I just don't see many vets coming here this year.
Dog. I heard trading Mitch has no real effect in keeping iHeart since we are capped at how much we can offer him regardless. And how much is the penalty? I'm not sure what he means by penalty.
Well, the penalty is that we talked about as it hits 6 o'clock. The Knicks would get hard capped to the second apron and they'd go over it unless they make another move. So I just don't see them keeping both. I think it's one or the other.
And it doesn't, in the sense that there was no world, other than becoming a cap space team, there was no world where the Knicks were ever going to be able to offer Isaiah Hartenstein more than 4 years and $72 million. And to emphasize to folks, without getting the cap sheet back up here, just how far away they were from being a cap space team, OG Anunoby could have walked to another team's cap space and for nothing. And that's $35 million off the books. And the Knicks still effectively would not have been a cap space team because they would have,
Want to get one more in before the official start of free agency, which is just now. Let's get one more in, and then we'll get to the super chats after we read this.
Oh, it's a big one, though. Hold on. Luke Cornett, 1-year deal, returned to Boston.
Once a Nick, always a Nick.
CAA, he was a backup option. CAA offers many perks to iHeart's wife, who works as a model. We know how influential the wife can be in these decisions. Let's hope he stays.
That's from Free Scotty, by the way. Thank you, Free Scotty.
Thank you, Free Scotty. I was rushing that one.
Gentlemen, as the non-married one of the group, I take it happy wife, happy life.
You were right the first time. Your happy life. If you have a happy wife, indeed, believe me. Okay. What news do we have so far? Chris Paul.
Clay is gone, but we knew that.
Shams tweeted out that Clay is probably gone. Okay.
No, yeah.
Is gone.
And again, I'm sure people are wondering about Chris Paul. A, he doesn't really make sense on the Knicks to play behind Jalen Brunson and alongside Deuce McBride. And B, Chris Paul, I don't think at this point in his career even, he's coming somewhere where it's like, oh, sorry, Chris, there's no minutes for you tonight. You know,
my best guess is he goes to the Lakers, but that's just operating off of nothing. Truly.
What do you think is the first big thing that we get?
We already did it. It was Luke Cornett. It's done.
Yeah.
Like, why are we even recording for another 2 hours?
Wouldn't be shocked if James Harden. I wouldn't be shocked if Paul George happens while we're here.
But he's got to have the meetings.
Yes. Here's the thing. I think Paul George, it's one of two things. Number one, he's gone and he wants these meetings. Or number two, the man just wants to be wined and dined. He has never hit unrestricted free agency. Take meetings. Like, feel flattered. Make your decision. Also, I feel like all of this is really just one step away from pressuring the Clippers to finally cave and to see if they do it.
He didn't hit free agency when he re-signed with OKC. I know he went back to OKC, but they did like a whole documentary about him going back to OKC. I think he extended
before he would have hit unrestricted free agency.
I remember it much differently. I remember the documentary he shot with ESPN about. I might go to the Lakers, where I've always wanted to be, which is why I'm going to the Clippers was hilarious.
I could be wrong in that I was basing off something that I had heard on ESPN, and I thought
No.
that was the case, but it's also very possible it's not. Kevin Love is returning to Miami, 2 years, $8 million.
That's so funny. He opted out of a $4 million player option. Where'd you get that from?
Shams.
Yeah.
Must be. I must be delayed.
He blocked you? Jeez.
Oh no, now I see it. Okay. Because that came up. Okay. Juanon, Robert Randolph is saying the deal is done. Any idea what it is? The prophet has never been wrong, so the clock is a ticking, fellas. Matter of time before the boom. Hashtag fire tips. I think the Knicks are active right now. And I don't. I don't.
I hope so.
No, but like
free agency started
again.
Leon's asleep, guys.
I can't shake the feeling that there is a potential. I don't even want to say like I just think there's a potential for a significant move of some kind. That's all. It just, yeah. Jessica with another one. With the historic pickup of Bronny, will this be the first ever free agency period, where one Lakers player says to another, if you don't claim your room, you're getting traded to the Pistons?
It's worse than any punishment you've ever heard of. Yeah.
Can I just say regarding the whole Bronny thing, I like the whole nepotism discourse. I find a little unpalatable. Like, who gives a shit? The Lakers used the 55th pick to go sign a kid who draft experts seem to think was he's a decent enough prospect to probably get drafted, like to go play and try to hope there's like, am I missing something here?
No, I don't have any issue with Bronny getting drafted by the Lakers. I honestly, though, walked away from the second day of the draft almost resenting the kid for the commentary that other people had that was out of his control. Like,
oh yeah, that's fair.
Continuously tell me, like, oh wow, this is history. Like, it is historic. We can see it's historic, but you don't then have to be. And another thing, nepotism happens. Okay, cool, that's fine. Like, I don't.
The whole thing was dumb. Jessica with another one. Bronny DMP didn't finish vegetables at dinner. It's good though. That's good. Listen, it'll be cool to me the first time that they're on the court together. It's like we've never seen it in basketball before. And I certainly don't remember. I think I was alive when Barry and Bobby played together. But
and the Griffey.
The Griffey is the one I remember.
Griffey.
Yeah. The Raines kids, Tim Raines and his son played together. Yeah, this happens a lot.
Oh wait, we didn't go to Annie Goganeni. Hope I got that right. How does PG going to the Sixers potentially affect your view of the Eastern Conference hierarchy? I was waiting for this question. Thank you guys for all you do. Thank you for tuning in and helping us do what we do. Hashtag Nova Knicks. My 2 cents is if Paul George goes to the Sixers, they should be assuming they could fill out the rest of the roster with competent NBA role players, which is not a given, by the way, if they sign Paul George, because they will have to relinquish several cap holds to do so. Assuming they can have a half competent, maybe more than a half competent 4 through 7 in the rotation, I think they should be considered no worse than co-favorites with the Knicks to finish second in the East behind Boston. That's my take.
I would say great starting 5, highly questionable. Probably after 7, I think 6, depending on how you count Oubre, assuming he comes off the bench. The main question I have for them is how healthy are they going to be? Because we can talk about their ceiling and how great they are on paper. Joel Embiid misses a lot of time. Paul George had his first healthy season in 5 years, I want to say. Like, there are lingering question marks, and it's very easy to point to a 34-year-old George as like, be the guy that saves us, and there's not a whole lot of depth there. So as far as I'm concerned, there's still time in free agency. At this moment, one of the biggest flaws that the Sixers had was the backup 5, and they need to find a way to solve that.
I know they drafted a kid, but I don't know anything about it.
And I get it, but also he is a rookie. So maybe they think he can step in right away, but it's hard to find rookies that can give you winning minutes from the jump.
And to your point, my stance is splitting the baby. If you tell me that the Sixers are going to be healthy for mostly healthy for most of 4 rounds, if it gets that far, you could tell, like, I would believe that they would beat any team in basketball. But by the same token, to your point, Jeremy, what are the odds that they are going to be healthy, like mostly healthy for 1 round, let alone 2 rounds, let alone 3 rounds, let alone 4 rounds, which is why, like, is there a possibility the Sixers are a first round out again? Sure. If one of those guys gets majorly hurt, like 2 of those guys gets majorly hurt, misses a lot of time, like, who knows? Maybe they're a 5 seed. Like, nothing would surprise me. I'm trying to split the baby. I'm trying to pay respect to 3 great basketball players who may now be playing together on the same team. And that's where I come out.
I totally hear you. To me, depth is going to be the most underrated thing. Either you have it and you're doing really well. Obviously, this counts towards the teams that have top end talent, not just, more bottom feeders. But when you have it, great. And when you don't, you're screwed in so many ways. Like, it's really hard to. How did Indiana win against the Knicks? The Knicks lost their depth, and Indiana, there was always another guy that was right there. Yeah. And I look at the Knicks and I see a team that, all being well, depending on how it works out, deeper, hopefully healthier. But we could talk about the Sixers, be like, well, when healthy, they're great. And I'm sure they'd be very good. Not doubting it. I also know that the Knicks beat them. And in this place, like, the Sixers had a deeper team. They're going to be exchanging depth for top end talent. No disrespect there. I think that's a valid argument to make. But the Knicks also would presumably be a healthier, deeper team themselves. And this isn't you. This is just in general. For those that, in this hypothetical world where Paul George goes to the Sixers and they're crowned champions or, favorites on paper, that's fine. To quote, GMAC, Knicks in 5. So
you beat me to it. As soon as you got done with your long thought out soliloquy, I was going to say
apologies.
Knicks in 5. Well done, Jeremy.
Thank you.
I'll save my other thought on Paul George for if he signs. Debo, appreciate Jeremy's in-depth breakdown of the iHeart and Cap situation. How good or bad a fit would Mo Wagner be as a backup center? I am not considering Mo Wagner as a possibility because I just don't think they'll be able to afford him. I think if somebody doesn't give Mo Wagner more than the tax pyramid level, I think that's a missed opportunity. I think that guy's good. I think he's more than just an instigator, like shit talker, like rabble rouser on the court. I can't believe I just said rabble rouser on live internet. I think he's a good, like, I think he's an argument now that Isaiah Hartenstein starting and whatever. I think there's an argument maybe he's the best backup center in basketball. I just think I really, really like Mo Wagner.
I just don't think he's going anywhere. And maybe he does, right? But his brother's on the team. If I am the Magic, I'm saying to him, stay close. We're going to try to do the best that we can, but we have no issues with bringing you back, and we'd love to do it, but we just have other priorities.
Yeah. Yeah, totally. Matt G, can Tibbs make... I couldn't even get through the super chat before laughing, which should give you your answer. Could Tibbs make Wiseman a solid defensive center? I mean, look, I don't know. Maybe James Wiseman turns around his career. What indication do you have that there's anything there other than the fact that he was the second pick in the draft? How many years? Is it 4 years ago now?
2020, wasn't it?
Yeah. I mean,
he's a free agent now. So 2020 would have been the year.
The Warriors had an up close and personal view.
21. When was Melo? When was LaMelo? Excuse
2020.
me. That's right. We were on Zoom for that one.
Yeah, it's
right.
4 years. So
he's also a free agent now.
The Warriors got an up close and personal view of that experience for 2 years. And granted, there were real legitimate financial concerns, and Wiseman was going to be due a lot of money over the final 2 years of that contract. But they got out of the number 2 pick in the draft after 2 years for a bucket full of second round picks. And I know we always talk about the value of second round picks, but like that should tell you something about the guy that they passed on LaMelo for. And then Detroit, who is the worst team in basketball, was like, we've just seen enough of James Wiseman. We're good. I don't know what else. he's going to come and play #meaningful minutes for the Knicks?
I gotta say, Jeremy, I am just sick and tired of Jonathan Macri doubting Tom Thibodeau. As this question asks, can Tibbs make James Wiseman a solid defensive center? We've seen him work magic with Nerlens Noel and Precious Achiuwa. Isaiah Hartenstein is about to get a big payday because of future Hall of Fame head coach Tom Thibodeau. Maybe one day he'll get his extension and they'll report it, and you'll start to respect the gift that has been Tom Thibodeau to the Knicks organization.
How funny would that be if they announced the Tibbs extension right after Hartenstein leaves as like a way to win the that's their way to win the back page?
Because they've never done that before. Announce an extension after someone leaves or they don't get
That
someone that they thought they wanted.
That was still the funniest shit. And nothing will beat it. Okay. We got anything else? Hasu, just your prediction is Mitch and Nick this year.
Yes.
I mean, this is pretty obvious. If you don't think that Isaiah Hartenstein is going to be on the Knicks, then the answer is probably yes. And if you do think Isaiah Hartenstein is going to be on the Knicks, then the answer is probably no.
That's me.
Yeah.
I think there's a non-zero chance that they're both gone.
As in, like, if one leaves, like as if one leaves,
Hartenstein leaves a free agency, Mitch gets traded.
I would be shocked. I would be absolutely shocked.
I would be surprised.
Surprised?
I would not be shocked.
Where? Okay.
I don't know. I can't. I'm not sure.
So it's just a gut feeling.
No, obviously.
Okay. All right. Because I'm just thinking, like, what are you getting back from Mitch? Because it's probably not a 5 that the Knicks like.
Yeah. Logically, it does not make sense.
Okay.
I have heard nothing on this. I'm just saying there's something about. Again, I just put all I do is try to read the tea leaves. But I don't know. There's been this little bit of smoke out there about Mitch, and it's very easy to turn around and say, "Well, that's all in the event that Hartenstein stays." That's why that's the only reason that smoke is out there. If Hartenstein goes, that smoke disappears immediately, and that's logical. So,
well, but who is it? Because who's starting at the 5 if you're moving Mitch?
There's a lot of centers out there.
Tell me. I'm curious.
I don't know. I don't know who the hell.
I just don't think there's anyone that you can get at that amount that is a starting caliber 5 who fits exactly what the Knicks like and who's good enough to be better than Mitchell Robinson. Assuming
no one's going to be
right.
No one's going to be better than Mitchell Robinson. I completely agree with that. Mitchell Robinson at his peak is better than anyone else that they could feasibly get using Mitchell Robinson, or honestly, probably anyone that they could get, period. If you just look at teams who have centers, like Mitchell Robinson at his peak is a borderline top 10 center in the league. I don't want to argue about that. I think it's a fact. I wonder how much internal concern the Knicks have about Mitchell Robinson's ability to stay on the floor. That is purely where this comes from. And I don't know the answer to that question.
So I did some, I don't know if it's really cherry picking, but I was just curious playing around with stats. I went to EPM and I was curious about who are centers who last season had elite defensive performances, phenomenal offensive rebounders, and had high block percentages, right?
Okay.
And basically what I did was a DEPM over 1. Offensive rebounding percentage was over 8, or at least 8, and the block percentage at least 4, which isn't shockingly high, but it's a high bar. And of those, there were 8 players, I believe. 9, excuse me. There were 9 players who showed up. Do you want me to name them? Or would you like to guess them? Okay.
I'm not gonna guess.
I'll rank them by EPM descending. Number 1 shouldn't surprise you. Joel Embiid. Number 2, Isaiah Hartenstein. Number 3, Anthony Davis. Number 4, Victor Wembanyama. Number 5, Rudy Gobert. Number 6, Daniel Gafford. Number 7, Isaiah Jackson. Number 8, Goga Bitadze. Number 9, rounding out the order, Mitchell Robinson. There's a clear theme of what the Knicks like. Yep. And now maybe you could say, like, the Knicks go out and get Isaiah Jackson. And maybe that's the answer. Maybe that's the only guy that makes viable sense.
I was wondering why Jalen Smith was the center that you had in that before. Isaiah Jackson, CAA client, in the exact same situation Obi was last summer, coming up on his 4th year, extension eligible. He is completely jammed in terms of his ability to get into the rotation in Indiana.
there are two reasons why. Number one,
Sure.
he's a free agent and Isaiah Jackson isn't. Right? The players we're talking about were free agents, except for Mitchell Robinson, who's already
Fair.
in.
True. Yep.
Number two, I'm blanking on the second reason.
Well, whatever.
So,
Yeah,
it's just
reason
one.
number one
But
was a good
that's-
one.
Oh no, it was. There were talks on social media of Jalen Smith. As you can imagine, John, I'm sure the case for you too. My notifications are a little chaotic right now, so it's hard to respond to people. But I did happen to see a lot of comments about, hey, what about Jalen Smith? What about Jalen Smith? Wanted to really more put it to bed.
Okay. Let's keep going. We have any more super chats? Okay.
Yeah,
Harry Donor.
several, John.
Okay, we'll get through them because I don't want to be in a situation where we're responding to stuff that's no longer relevant. Harry Donor, a little confused. If we can't complete the Bridges trade until mid-July, well, it's July 6th. How do we even know what we can offer anyone? They have the framework agreed upon, some level of framework agreed upon right now. Now, that level of framework could be an implicit agreement with Brooklyn, like, hey, you're going to get at least this. Are you comfortable with that? And Brooklyn's saying yes. But until the deal is finalized, they could continue to amend it, presuming Brooklyn is okay with however amends it. And I would, or however they amend it, and I would assume that any of the potential scenarios that they have to amend it to get under the first apron, they have already cleared with Brooklyn, and Brooklyn is comfortable with. That would be my guess.
I'm gonna go off topic tangentially. Woj just tweeted that the Jazz are planning to waive Omer Yurtseven, and you might be thinking, why does that matter? The Jazz have one center on their roster now. Two, if you really want to call Flip a center, but the jury is also out on that. Cheap, incredibly, like $2 million. And maybe they felt talent-wise not worth it. But one would presume that if they're sending one of their few centers out by just letting him hit free agency, they may have interest in acquiring a different center.
Potentially.
So
We'll see.
Just want to raise,
That's a good catch.
not an alarm, but why are they doing one move? What does it mean for the others? Does it have something to do with the center that was employed by the Knicks last year? Don't really know, but it's worth noting.
Thank you, Harry. I hope that answered your question. Next up, Andrew.
My screen is frozen.
Hooray.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Yeah, you look
All
so
right, so-
pensive.
I thought
He looks like the thinker.
I legit can't move anything on my screen.
Is
I
that
know,
Rodan?
It is Rodan. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Please talk about literally anything. My mouse doesn't move or anything at the moment.
Wow, this is pretty brutal.
This is not anxiety inducing at all.
No.
So we'll say the one thing we haven't said that's come across the old airwaves. Woj had tweeted about 15 minutes ago that Klay Thompson plans to have discussions with the Mavs, the Lakers, the Clippers, and the Sixers in the opening hours of free agency, sources tell ESPN. And then Bobby Marks just piggybacked off of that, saying the Mavs have a $16.1 million trade exception created from the Tim Hardaway Jr. trade. We should also note that I think no, actually I'm not sure about that. I was going to say I think that would still allow them to give the non-taxpayer mid-level to Derrick Jones Jr., but don't quote me on that. That might not be the case. The Lakers and Clippers would be a $12.8 million non-taxpayer MLE threat to sign Klay. And then obviously the Sixers, even if Paul George signs with them, per Bobby Marks, the Sixers could have $14 million in room still left to sign a player, which would not be nearly. I kept from just thinking about this now. Why have they been like, oh, maybe the Sixers are going to get Paul George and KCP? KCP's not taking $14 million.
I think it would have to do with moving Paul Reed's salary.
Oh, which is $7 million, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That
Just
makes sense.
Napkin math is my guess.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No. That makes perfect sense. I wonder what it would cost to unload Paul Reed.
Batum will not be returning to the 76ers. According to Kelly Iko.
Kelly Iko. How'd you get that?
Keith Smith. It's that time of year where I have his notifications.
No, that's a bad job by me. I should have put Keith on.
I did it this morning,
notifications.
so don't feel too bad.
Shout out to Keith Smith. Nobody is better at the combination of the cap stuff, the occasional news break, because he's on a lot of the little transactions and aggregation like Keith is. So strongly recommend
100%.
putting him on notifications if you're a crazy person like us. Okay. We're 23 minutes into free agency. I kind of expected there to be a little bit more action.
A lot of meetings that have to happen. I have all the intents of the world. Like, remember last year when we wrapped it? We're like, all right, it's not going to happen. And then it was like, and we got to go back. Great.
What happened last year again? I completely
Wasn't
forget.
it the DiVincenzo? We were waiting and waiting. And I was like, well, it didn't happen. And then we had to do a whole other one.
It was late.
As I've tried to explain to people, we're essentially on call. Like, we're like doctors, but more important, because instead of saving lives, we care about the Knicks. And I think people need to understand that Knicks fandom is an incurable disease.
It's a disease.
So if we don't treat it, we're actually, running the risk of a lot of people becoming seriously ill. So I don't want to say we're better than doctors, but I don't want to say we aren't, because then that would be putting it at a disservice.
Definitely. I mean, we're first responders of a sort.
Yeah, we respond to the news first, right away.
Responding to something.
You know what, everyone? In 36 minutes, I want you to go outside with your phones or your laptops and take a pan and just start hitting the pan for us. 7 p.m. COVID times. Just
jeez,
it's fantastic.
Yeah.
Next one.
I'm back, by the way. Thank you,
Yes,
everybody,
back.
for your patience.
Hello.
Also, the DiVincenzo signing was the next day
Was it?
last year.
That's
So
true, it was.
let me give you a firsthand experience about how I know, because I was en route to a catering hall the next day when Obi was traded, and I had to produce an emergency live stream from the Crescent Beach Club in Long Island. And then I edited that thing when I got to my mother-in-law's, and I was like, okay, crisis averted. Then they signed DiVincenzo. So believe me, I remember that day.
Was there something big happening that you were just like at that Crescent Beach Club?
In 1 week, yes, we will be celebrating a year since that big thing
indeed.
that happened. So
Some Ingram trade
yeah.
goes to the Kings, perhaps. Sean Cunningham. Kevin Danishevsky. Hello, friends. Thoughts on trading for Cat?
he's kidding, right?
No, he's not.
I
No,
can
he's not.
never tell with Kevin.
I can tell you he's not, because Kevin reached out to me yesterday asking my thoughts on a 3-team deal that would have sent Randall to Minnesota and Cat to New York. So this is not kidding.
I don't think that is listen. I don't think it's crazy. I don't think it might be crazy. I don't think the notion of like exploring it is complete and total insanity. Let's say that. I don't think it's the direction that they're going.
I would agree.
Maple Maxo checking in from the Mets rain delay, calling a Nemo walk-off. I'm so proud of myself that I pronounced his name correctly.
You didn't.
You didn't. It's
Isn't it
Nimmo.
Brandon
Yeah.
Nimmo?
It's
Nimmo.
Nimmo.
Yes.
What did I
Brandon
say?
Nimmo.
Nemo?
It
You
is quite
said
literally phonetically Nimmo. Nimmo.
But
Maybe that's
congratulations.
why
you didn't do it.
I didn't do it.
Yeah. Also,
really
it's Kelly
unfortunate.
Eco, by the way. You said that name wrong as
Okay.
well.
Well, I didn't congratulate
Who?
myself. So
The reporter.
Oh,
that
reporter. Okay.
did the thing. It's Kelly
Nemo,
Eco.
Nemo. How did I forget that? How do we?
I did it wrong.
Yeah.
I said Ico.
No, I know, but never mind.
Yeah, you said.
How do we feel about the pick differential for Bridges versus Murray to New Orleans Pelicans? Understanding the intricacy and Nova overpay. I don't think it had anything to do with the Nova part of it. I think Mikal Bridges is a player that 29 teams in the league, other teams in the league would have killed to have, or 28 other teams, because I guess we're excluding the Nets and the Knicks in this scenario, because he fits on any team anywhere. And DeJounte Murray is a much, get one more in there, much trickier fit than anyone wants to give him credit for, because he's a guy that wants to start and wants to have the ball in his hands. And the fact is, he's not that great of a starting point guard when you start ranking the starting point guards throughout the league. Is he a top 20 guy? Low teens, somewhere around there? Okay, fine. Now, granted, he's paid appropriately for that. He's on a very fair contract. But I just never thought there was a market for Murray, because we just saw the 2-point guard thing. So And then you're like, all right, well, maybe throw in a few more teams that have a jumbo playmaker. Maybe they want Murray alongside him. I just don't think there's a lot of teams out there who were jumping up and down to get on the DeJounte Murray business. I think it's not an accident that the Lakers, a team who was more desperate, arguably, than any team in the NBA, have been the one that have consistently been mentioned with Murray, who, by the way, there's the Clutch Sports connection there as well. Like, he's good. He's a really nice player. I just like fit matters so much.
If you want to look purely at the raw numbers, then yeah, DeJounte Murray is a much better player than Mikal Bridges. But if you also want to look at more than that, it's a completely different story. You also, I think, John, you tweeted about this, or it was like, the cat's been out of the bag about Murray when he signed that contract extension. There was a time where I thought there's no way DeJounte Murray is going to sign an extension because he can't sign a max. He'd have to wait till the contract's over, and then he signed an extension because everyone came to the table was like, this is what you're worth.
This is your
This
market.
is what the market's like. That's not great. And for someone like Bridges, he is among the best at his archetype. You cannot say that about DeJounte Murray to the point where you're making of when you stack up point guards and look and all of that. Not really something that works there. So I get the lopsidedness. If you want to cling to the DeJounte Murray all-star when he was an injury replacement, go for it. But also I think his lack of market tells us just enough into what his value is.
The market tells you what you are. And they got a interesting young player who has some significant questions about his offensive game in Dyson Daniels. They got a very nice role player in Larry Nance Jr., but a true role player nonetheless, like a guy you probably don't want to be your starting center. And 2 picks that, like, yeah, I mean, sure, shit could go really bad in LA next year, and that could be awful. I don't think that pick's going to be a great pick. And then the worst of 2 picks for 2 teams that are probably going to be decent in whatever it is in 2027.
100%. One announcement to make, because Shams just tweeted about this.
Yeah.
Sorry, were you going to say this, Andrew?
Yes.
No, I wasn't going to say anything.
This is what I was going to read. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Shams said with cap space teams, Orlando focused on wing free agents and Utah focused on current roster decisions, which it's kind of interesting that they would say current roster decisions. I wonder if they'll blow it up. And Knicks working to unhard cap. Sources say the OKC Thunder are in Eugene, Oregon, set to meet with Isaiah Hartenstein. I want to point out, Shams saying unhard cap, that's not a thing. The Knicks can't unhard cap themselves. The question
at the first apron
is if they can try to move from the first apron hard cap to the second apron.
Yeah.
That's the question. But again, my bold prediction of the day is that the Jazz blow it up. Like, I think they're going to move Markkanen. The move that they like, that phrasing focused on current roster decisions. That seems like such an odd thing to say. They have very few players on the roster who have significant value. And they also, their pick is owed to OKC for the next 2 years, and then the protections die. They could just tank their way out of the protections. Or rather, they could just tank the next 2 years and keep their picks. They could also include that if they were to trade Markkanen into the Thunder. That's part of what they could do to be like, hey, we're just going to tank, so you might as well unprotect our pick anyway, because it's not coming to you.
I got to tell you, if it wasn't for this report about Oklahoma, I mean, if not this report, if the smoke hadn't been billowing for a little while now about Oklahoma City with Hartenstein, I would have felt a lot more. Well, I would have felt comfortable, period, predicting them as a possible Markkanen team. Now it doesn't seem like that's going to be the case, but we'll see. I completely agree with you. I see the Jazz. I think the Jazz want to, not that they want to trade Markkanen, but I would think they would love to get the Godfather offer for Markkanen. I just don't know where the Godfather offer is coming from.
I still think it's probably OKC, but here's the thing. I think that the Jazz are legitimately trying to build around Markkanen. They were very much reportedly in on Bridges, and they didn't get him. I think they're going to exhaust various avenues that fit with what they're going for. But one thing I've also been wondering, and I don't know if this is a serious thing to consider or more just like, well, that's a factor, but maybe not a big factor. Ryan Smith, the owner or governor of the Jazz, just purchased a hockey team. That's a lot of money. Like, you now have a lot more money. It's very easy to just skate by and tank for a couple of years if you're the Jazz. And chances are also, if you're the Jazz, you want picks for Markkanen, but you have 13 picks. You don't need more picks. Get really good young talent in the door. It's why, and we're debating this in the KFS faculty chat, and I was kind of against everyone else, and that's fine. I'm happy for that to be the case. Like, Jalen Williams, if he were traded, I would totally understand it, because the idea of the Thunder, even with the rising cap, paying for 4 max salaries in a couple of years doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense. And there's a part of me that's wondering, if you're the Jazz and you've just drafted Cody Williams, be kind of nice to pair him with his brother. And that's like fills a need, which is, we just traded our 4. We could get a 4. And oh yeah, our defense is crap. Like, if the Knicks bring back Hartenstein, still feels like a Mitchell Robinson location for them.
Sure.
That's my soapbox.
Busy. Sixers end up with Clay and PG. Calling it now. I think Clay wants to stay on the West. No, I think Clay's going to Dallas. That's my prediction.
I'll say Clay goes to LA.
I'll say the Lakers.
Which LA team?
Lakers
too.
Okay.
Yeah.
The reason also, his dad played for the Lakers, and if I were spurred by bitterness for the Warriors, because like, damn, you couldn't keep the core together. You brought Draymond back and he's punching people right and left. What about me? I'd probably join the arch rival that my dad also played for in the Lakers.
That's fair. It's a good call. Thanks, Busy. Jonathan Lesh, how does the iHeart Mitch bromance play into this? Do they want to share minutes or not? Would iHeart say he'd only sign if they promise to keep Mitch? I just don't think any of this. I think this is a man making a potentially once in a lifetime decision, which has, like, we all have friends, right? I'm sure they're good friends. I don't think Mitchell Robinson is factoring into Isaiah Hartenstein's decision making one iota right now. That's would be my guess.
Agreed.
Jonathan, another one. Why wouldn't we want to pay both Isaiah Hartenstein and Mitch? We would very much want to. I'm sure we'd like to pay many, many people. But as Jeremy laid out, it's just not really feasible. Again, like, and we should read the rest of the comment. Are they injured? They are injury insurance for each other. Both have been injured at times the last 2 years. Has nothing to do with want. Want has very little to do with any of this. This is about allocation of resources. That is what the NBA has become at this point.
Isaiah Hartenstein also has missed 7 games in the last 2 years. He's not someone that has really missed time or been injured that much.
Yeah.
Minutes restriction aside.
Jonathan Francois, the French version of me. What are your favorite Knicks sliding door moments these past 4 years? Ooh, that's a really good one. Kind of surreal we are in this great a situation after being so bad for so long.
So many Macri versions, Jeremy. There's a black one. There's a French one.
Could be a black French one.
Very true. The multiverse.
It's tough because, like, what a sliding door moment is a moment where could very easily have gone either way. So, like, I could say, for instance, Kemba not getting. I mean, we could all go all the way back to Kemba not even getting traded to OKC, let alone not getting waived by OKC, and then he doesn't come here for the minimum, and then are the Knicks signing someone that is like, are they pivoting? Are they saying, hey, Emmanuel Quickley, it's your job? What does that future look like for the Knicks? Like, that's an interesting one. I guess maybe the one that I'll go back to, because I think they had, I don't know, man, Charlotte just so vastly overpaid. I really do believe they wanted Gordon Hayward in the second summer. So I guess the summer of 2021. Yeah. Right? No.
20.
It was 20. You're right. Yeah. Summer of 2020. I think they really wanted him, but again, Charlotte blew everybody else out of the water. So I don't know if I have a great one, to be honest with you.
By sliding door, we're saying basically a domino effect that inadvertently caused one thing to lead to the other.
Yeah.
Right? Well, if the Knicks keep Hartenstein, then I would say John Wall signing for the Clippers tax mid-level. If they don't, then it's kind of moot. If we go back further, it's Jalen Brunson getting signed to an absurd second round contract, but that's not in the last 4 years.
Hold on, I got a crazy one. This is truly insane. Obi Toppin's first game as a Knick, or I forget if it was in the first game or sometime between the first game, maybe at practice or something. He got hurt for.
It was his first game. Yeah.
His first game. But in that first game, he played 23 or 24 minutes. And it looked like, oh, okay. The Knicks just took the 8th pick of the draft. Like, they're clearly going to play a lot of minutes, and including some minutes with Julius Randle. I guess this is what we're going to have to look forward to all year. And then over the course of the time that he was out, which was only a couple of weeks, whatever it was, it became very clear that, like, oh, the Knicks have like a thing here going. We don't know what it is, but they have something going with Julius Randle. This does not look like the Julius Randle they signed last year. And then by the time Obi came back, he was relegated to the role that we came to know and maybe not love so much, if you're some people. That's an interesting sliding doors moment. What if Obi doesn't get hurt?
Another one might be, what if the Bucks had paid DiVincenzo or not traded him to the Kings?
That's a good one. That's a good one.
You know, injury impacted it. Then he went to the Warriors. So.
Whoa. Jake.
Okay.
Jake, I mean, maybe it's a little thing. It caught me by surprise. Jake Fisher, with Russell Westbrook opting into his $4 million, the Clippers are now working to find a trade for Westbrook, league sources told Yahoo.
Damn. Huh. Wonder if, I mean, I'm sure they're trying to cut money around the margins where they could.
Chris Paul?
It could be Chris Paul. I mean, there's another possibility of like second apron stuff. Because I guess Paul George, I know the question is the 4th year, but the salary wise, I don't know.
Yeah. Trade him to OKC. My sliding doors moment is that Cavs game in 2022-23, the December 4th game, where Tibbs switched the rotation. They lose that game. I wonder if some big changes aren't made, which, in my opinion, would have been for the worse. Them sticking it out with Tibbs, I think is part of, like, not trying to placate John. I'm literally just thinking, like, they found an identity after that, which I liked. So,
but perhaps that sliding door moment was the night before or the day before when they got blown out by the Mavs. Because that caused changes to be made.
Changes, yeah. I still wonder if they lose that game, like if they get blown out anyway, and it's like, oh, they've put on their coach. Like, that's more my thought, you know?
I was at that game. I was fully expecting a loss and checking my phone, and it was Tom Thibodeau fired.
Yeah.
We all did.
That was
I remember going into
straw,
it. John, you were like, Mitchell's going to go off for 40 plus and it's going to be a blowout, and I'm glad.
I've never had less confidence about a Knicks game than I did going into that Cavs game 100%. On Sunday. And it was the ugliest game that we've ever seen.
It was the 14 travel game.
It was the NBA record most of a certain type of turnover game in the history of the league.
Yeah.
Okay. Josh, aka Uncle Fulio, I hope I got that right. Mo Bamba as a backup 5 at the taxpayer mid-level league. Why not? First of all, Mo Bamba better not be getting more than the veterans minimum from any team. And I don't think I want to. I think I'm good on the Mo Bamba thing.
Agreed.
He's just ship sailed. Jesus Christ. Fred Katz, John, it's pronounced Kelly Eco. I didn't say it.
I did, but I'm glad that John's getting crap for it. So thank you, Fred.
Also, Isaiah Hartenstein once called me a poor man's Kelly Eco. Well, Isaiah Hartenstein is a wise man, Fred. So that's all I have to say about that.
He might be a rich man.
Yeah.
So maybe he could
lend
you
lead
$1.
To wealth? I don't know.
Definitely not.
No.
I'm still broke.
The black
cap stuff too.
The black S550. Is that like a car?
I think so. Is that the car in the picture right there?
I would gather.
No problem. Oh, I'm like, my thing's moved over. I can't see the picture. DeAndre Jordan is a free agent. Not anymore. Isn't? Didn't he resign?
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
We could use another solid scoring option. Can't trust Burks, and Josh can be hot and cold. Josh can be hot and cold, and we can't trust Alec Burks. I'm not sure that has anything to do with what they're going to do with the backup center spot. I think at this point, if we're like zooming out for a second, I just think the Knicks want a center that they can depend on, and that's what Isaiah Hartenstein was so good at and is so good at, and why whether it's from the Knicks or whether it's from another team, he's going to get paid a shit ton of money because he's dependable. Because you know exactly what you're going to get from him at both ends of the floor, night after night after night for 30-ish minutes a game. So whatever direction they're going to go, whether it's starting center, backup center, maybe they try to figure out a way to get 3 centers. I have no idea what they're going to do. The dependability factor is going to be huge.
Agreed.
Kevin Danishevsky, what do we got cooking up in the old hopper this time, Kev? Couldn't trading Jericho for the rights to a future Petteri Kopkin, a player to be named later, and signing Rokas get them under the second apron if they keep Isaiah Hartenstein and Mitchell? Jeremy, I think so, but I'll let you answer.
It might just squeak by, but that's why I had said it doesn't have to be like he would be an undrafted free agent. I guess for Rokas, why is he coming over? To basically be the 14th man. Because you've got Tyler Kolek ahead of him. I don't think the Knicks would.
Interesting. I wonder which one of those guys would be. I don't know. I think they would let them battle it out for the right to be the 11th man or whatever.
But then you're burning 1/3 of their rookie exceptions to do what? For both of them to fit on the bench?
Oh, they only get 3?
It's 4 years, but the 4th year is a team option. And that team option, if you accept the team option, the player hits unrestricted free agency. If you decline it, they hit restricted free agency. So you don't want to align them 2 guards at the same exact time.
Fair. Yeah, that's a good call. Josh Hart tweeting that 6 p.m. was anticlimactic. Yes, it was, Josh. Thanks, Kevin. Appreciate you as always. Good seeing you the night. Kevin with another one, or telling Paco.
Pacome.
As in Pacome Daddy.
Oh, Pacome. To play in the EU and signing a minimum guy. They definitely are costing themselves a little bit of money by paying a first-round pick here. But again, here's the other thing to remember, and Fred Katz pointed this out to me recently, where it's like the Knicks are A, a team trying to win a championship next season, and B, a team that knows very well just how much impact it could have to not have enough real NBA players on your bench. So the notion that they are going to have the bench stocked with guys who are just not NBA players, I think is a fraught concept. And I think that's why the question that we got earlier about who are some vet minimum guys that the Knicks might be after, I think it's a great question. I can't sit here right now and have a great answer for you. I feel bad about that, but I fully believe that to Jeremy's point, they're going to get to a position where they're able to sign guys to more than just the bargain basement 0 years of experience NBA minimum salary, and B, that they're going to get someone pretty decent, or probably maybe a couple of someones that are decent, like that. If you need them to play, they will be there.
The thing about the draft and stash as well is it's not just as easy as we'll pick this up in a year. What level of development is Daddy getting by going elsewhere? Wouldn't you want him in the building? You know that the Knicks have done a great job with development. Why wouldn't they want that in-house? That's worth the year of burning through his contract. And the reason, again, taking him the first round versus the second round, is that extra year. Now you have 4 years of guaranteed contract, and then he hits restricted free agency versus 3 years, and then he hits it. So with him, if he is a true project, the reason you want 4 years versus 3 is if this whole year is basically a mulligan, so to speak, or forget about it, 33% of his contract gone already. Yeah. It's a lot better than 25%. Or it's a lot worse, than 25%.
All right. Thanks, Kev. Next up, Free Scotty. If iHeart walks, could you see them still trading Mitch and then re-upping Precious and signing Goga to save money at low usage position, open up cap flexibility? So, couple things. I don't think that and this is why Jeremy was right to look at me with a raised eyebrow where I was like, possibility that they lose both guys. Because, okay, this is a team trying to win a championship. Mitchell Robinson's a good player. You are not trading him for future assets. They're going to trade Mitchell Robinson if they think the trade that Mitchell Robinson, that they could put him in, makes them a better team today. Any disagreement about that, Jeremy or Andrew?
No.
Yeah. Okay. So and then if you're going to be like, all right, well, it's cheaper to have Goga and Precious, like, yes. And I do think the finances could play a role in this stuff. I also do think that there is a baseline I call it a baseline of competence, that they are going to do everything in their power to be above that baseline. And I don't know, there's a part of me that thinks like if they were that convinced that Precious Achiuwa could be one of the two guys that's going to play real minutes at center for them, maybe I'm wrong about this. Maybe they wouldn't have not extended the qualifying offer. I understand the danger that could have done, but like, if you think he's that big of a part of your future, do you risk that? Maybe they still do risk it because of all the other stuff at play, but like, I'm asking the question. That's all.
I think anyone offering multiple guaranteed years to Precious Achiuwa probably has Precious Achiuwa's signature at the end of the day. For around that amount. Again, I don't
around that amount,
see a ton of teams being like, "Hey, Precious, let's give you 13 million over 3 or even more than that." Now, maybe he gets that as part of a sign and trade that helps them get to the second apron. But like having Goga and Precious, and again, I say this as someone who is very intrigued by Goga. Those are two players, neither of whom is starting caliber.
No.
And if you make the trade for Mikal Bridges to be in that upper echelon, you need a durable starting caliber center. And that's the question, of course, with Mitch from the durable factor. But at least he's starting caliber. He is a starter. The Knicks had a luxury last year when they had iHeart and Mitch back to back, and iHeart usurped him because Mitch got hurt. So, like, yes, maybe one of them can pop, but you're putting a lot of eggs in the can these guys be great or even just really good basket. And it's too far for me.
Yeah, no pun intended. I've been at the top of they're building this team to beat Boston. It's going to require them playing a different style, maybe with some different personnel. I've been screaming that from the rooftops. There are still 82 games to play, and there are still other playoff rounds to get through. And you need, when we say versatility, that just doesn't. That's not a short code for just small ball or like just we switch everything. Like versatility means we can legitimately throw look number one at you, and we could throw a completely different look at you or something different enough. So they need all, like, it's tough. It's just why it's like teams don't like go, run through the regular season and just have nothing but success. Boston did a really nice job building their team. Give them credit. But yeah. Ian Rieger is to talk about trading Deuce realistic. No, what else does Ian need to say? He has said in as many words as he's going to say at this point that like they don't want to trade Deuce. Like it would take. It is not worth it for them to clear space. It's not clearing space for iHeart. It's the first apron issue. You're eliminating that. It doesn't clear any additional space to give him more than 4 years and $72 million.
But in case you missed it, Ian Bagley, your namesake, has been reporting that it's very unlikely that the Knicks have no interest in trading Deuce McBride. It could have very easily have just been like, well, a way to avoid the first apron cap is to include Deuce. Do you want to? And the Knicks said no. And that's the Deuce conversation. But it's been very much stressed from the Knicks that they have no interest in trading Deuce McBride.
And this is why aggregation sucks. That report from Fred got twisted and turned and boiled down to, it wasn't even the lowest comment that I made because it misrepresented the report, which is that at one point in time when they were talking to the net, surely there was a lot of things that came up, including, I'm sure, Deuce McBride's name. And by the way, they should have brought his name up because if it took meaningful cost off the table or knock some of the cost off of that trade, hey, you consider it. Is Deuce McBride worth more or less than a 20 29 unprotected first round. Like, these are conversations you should be having. And I think the Knicks had those conversations. Because I believe Fred's report, it does not mean that they were ever going to be like, oh shit, we need another $4.3 million. Oh, let's toss Deuce. No, that's not ever what happened. That's not ever what happened.
I think that, and this is by the ruling of the CBA, aggregators online should be hard capped in terms of how many tweets they send out, because it just gets too much. It's just too much.
By the way,
that's good.
Fred Katz has sent in a super
I didn't
chat.
even report that they were trading Deuce. I reported they did not want to trade Deuce in the Bridges trade, and everyone just ran with the first sentence and not the second.
Fred, your caps lock is on. I don't know if you realize that.
That's, by the way, for those listening, this is all caps that Fred Katz has sent in a super chat clarifying that he never said that they were, or didn't report it, I should say, that they were trading Deuce.
Jeremy, you should have yelled the whole super chat.
This is like Les Grossman in Tropic Thunder when he's yelling into the phone with the hostage negotiators. That's how I imagine Fred.
You want me to take it again?
No.
I haven't seen that movie in a while, and I need to watch it.
It's amazing.
On,
Speaking of Jeremy voices, Jeremy, you're good.
Will be. Can Jeremy do the rest of the show with a British accent? Oh God, so many dialects. I mean, I could say, if you wanted me to do this type of accent, I could. I mean, it's just pretty offensive to a bunch of people out there. I could
Jeremy,
do.
that's amazing.
Offended by that.
I mean, there are British people who are out there who are listening to this. Who are like, that is a blatantly stereotypical. It is more of a Cockney accent, say. Please, sir, can I have Isaiah Hartenstein sign on the dotted line, please? I mean, I could do it. I could do it probably more proper. This is. I could do it. I don't want to be hated by an entire island of people. I'm already hated by some people on this island.
It's not even the whole island, or does everybody in Great Britain is
no,
an,
I mean,
is
Scotland
an English
is to the
accent?
north.
Yeah, but is like an English accent different than like a Wales accent, different than
yes.
Oh, okay.
Yep, that was amazing.
I've just pissed off the whole country of Wales.
It's okay.
It's too bad. Matthew Stein. Is this a comment? I was just thinking, is this a comment?
You okay?
No, because I'm thinking
Matthew Stein. You malfunctioned. You like me before.
Because I was thinking it's Fred's real first name, Matthew, and then is like combining with like Mark Stein. Like, is this like an amalgamation of multiple NBA reporters? I don't.
So this is the Chat GPT Knicks beat reporters.
There it is. That's exactly. Thank you for
got it.
Digging me out of that grave. Jonas Valanciunas question mark. I gotta tell you, famous last words. I don't hate it. That dude is a beast. He is very good at the things he's very good at. Now, would the things that he is very good at endear himself to the heart of Tom Thibodeau? No, they would not.
Not a chance.
No, they would not. I mean, but listen, as a second unit guy, if he was willing to come off the bench,
to do what? Like, so Tom Thibodeau is going to tear out the remaining hair that he has watching Valanciunas defend pick and roll? I think not. He defensively speaking is pretty much the antithesis. But if he were great defensively, do you think that the Pelicans would be trying to get rid of him?
He's awful defensively, Jeremy.
Right.
No one's disputing that. Right. I'm just, again, I meant what I said a minute ago. Not about the versatility. Jonas Valanciunas does not help you from a versatility standpoint in the playoffs because you're just never dumping it down to him. But again, to get through 82 regular season games, he's a big body. He's pretty durable. He's a guy that can obviously give you points and not much else.
How many
I don't
times?
think it's the craziest idea.
How many times do we have to see exactly the mold of center the Knicks like for us to then be like, oh, well, what if they completely shied away from everything they liked at that position on the defensive end?
I completely agree with you.
Right.
They are potentially not operating, not even potentially, like it seems pretty clear that they may not be operating from a position of strength. And when the archetypes that you're talking about, the preferred archetypes that you're talking about are the level of player that are this level of player. And then you have a guy who is, again, we're not disagreeing here. A guy who is like I don't know if he's like completely not the archetype. Like, he gets rebounds. Like he's a big body, but like not their archetype. No disagreement, not their archetype. But he is this level of player, a higher level of player. I just wonder if they would have the conversation. That's all.
I think they would, and the conversation would be like, no.
No, that's the conversation.
When it's game 7 and we're like, wow, Valanciunas can't defend in space. Knicks need a backup center. It's going to be the same thing, but they're committed to him.
Yeah.
By game 7, I'm hoping he's already out of the playoff rotation.
Oh, I'm sorry. Game 7 of the regular
of the season. Oh, okay.
He wouldn't sniff the court for game 7 of a playoffs.
Gotcha.
I mean, shit, he didn't sniff the court for the Pelicans at one point in this playoffs. I mean, that's
and that went 4, let alone 7.
Yeah. Rich Velodas, just a word of appreciation for the great work you guys do.
Thank you, Rich.
On behalf of Jeremy and Andrew and everybody here at Knicks Film School, thank you. We love doing it. We're the luckiest guys in the world to get to sit here and yammer like idiots. And people seem to enjoy that. We got a big report from Keith Pompey. Jazz, Mavs, Pistons, and Spurs are interested in Tobias Harris. Knicks not on that list, unsurprisingly. Nope.
Crazy Kev idea. Warning.
You want to read this one? I don't think you've gotten the pleasure of reading the Crazy Kev idea.
Kevin Danishevsky, thank you for the super chat. Crazy Kev idea. Thanks for humoring. I will get ready to humor. Lauri Markkanen to the Knicks. Julius Randle to OKC. Rest of Knicks picks plus Jazz picks plus Mitch to Utah. You know what the worst part? Hold on. You know what the worst part about Mikal Bridges going to the Knicks? There's like very little bad parts in my opinion, but like maybe that 1.1% of bad part of him coming to the Knicks is we have to be like, you know what, Kev? You were right once.
Yeah.
All the crazy ideas you come at us with, we can't be like Kevin. Now it's like, oh, you know what? It could happen because that one thing you said once did happen.
I'll give Kev this. I think the notion that the Knicks, faced with the prospect of losing Isaiah Hartenstein and replacing him with the options that are available to them, as things stand on the center market, the notion that they would not at least explore the market for Julius and attempt to see if any team out there values Julius Randle to a degree where you can get real stuff back either in a directly or more likely it would be some kind of a 3-team trade. I don't think OKC has any interest whatsoever in acquiring Julius Randle. But that's my 2 cents.
I think that's fair. I also just don't think the Knicks want to send out $45 million in money to get back 18 and then pay Markkanen. Like, I get it. You could find a way to argue it this year, but I also don't. It just feels like doing the most here. You know what I mean? Also, I just don't think Markkanen fits the Knicks archetype really at the 4. There's like a positionless thing here. Everyone kind of knows their roles. I just don't see it. I also think that, the Jazz are going to get a much better offer than that.
That's where I'm at, Jared.
That's
like,
the big.
I should have just led with that. I buried the lead.
We buried the lead. Listen, that's the reason why I think all the Sixers people who think that they're going to get Markkanen are. I mean, listen, I'll eat crow. I mean, God knows I've done it before. I just don't think that their assets are enough. Like, really, we think Ainger's going to settle for whatever the first round picks are that they have? I don't see it.
What do they have outstanding?
They have some future unprotected firsts. I think they have one fully future unprotected first from the Clippers, I believe, and I think they have one of their own future fully unprotected first, maybe 2. I could be wrong about that. Or maybe one of them is a swap. Like, they have stuff, but it's not. I don't know. It's not the sort of Godfather offer you'd expect.
Yeah.
Thanks, Kev. That was
By
a
the
crazy
way,
Kev idea.
to that super chatter we had earlier, that's at the Mets game. The Mets game has resumed, and they're in the bottom of the 10th. And guess who just got a very big base hit to tie the game?
Brandon Nimmo.
Brandon Nimmo, indeed. He's actually he's been like really hot since June 14th, which coincidentally was Flag Day. I'll let you do the math on what else happened that day. Maybe a former president's birthday. Next up,
Johnny BK. How do we feel about a Jonas Mitch pairing? Also Tice as the backup 4.
ooh,
I
no.
don't want Daniel Tice playing the 4. We talked about the Jonas thing. Jeremy's right. I just wonder how much they're trying to think outside the box right now with the prospect of losing Hartenstein.
Can I quote Pocahontas here?
Please.
These white men are dangerous.
Nah.
Well, that clearly doesn't refer to me because I have a tan.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, I meant
These
the
white
talent
men
on the
are
court.
Yes,
Not, yeah.
Jonas and Theis. There you go. Next up,
Miguel Bustos. Calmness in free agency for us. Good feeling.
Oh, we have news. Go ahead. Someone read it.
Andre Drummond staying with
2
Philadelphia.
year.
Well, going back to Philadelphia.
Sorry, going back. I forgot he was there before, and then
He was there
Chicago.
briefly. I don't think it went great if you ask a Sixer fan. 2 years, $10+ million deal with the Philadelphia 76ers. So seems like the equivalent of the taxpayer mid-level, so more than the minimum. That's a nice deal for Drummond. Obviously, this does well to solve their backup center issues better than they have solved it with Paul Reed.
Mm-hmm.
The interesting thing about this,
Mm-hmm.
and doesn't take much to connect the dots here, is I do not think the Sixers do this unless they have a trade lined up for Paul Reed and his $7 million salary. But I could be wrong.
But also, they're a cap space team, so every amount factors into this financially. The question, of course, is there a way that they could? Was this reported, and then there's an exception that they're able to sign him to later? Is this going into the cap space?
The room exception isn't more than $5 a year, right? Yeah.
Which, yeah.
So
but this goes to our earlier point of the Sixers not having a center they can trust, and they clearly feel that they can do a better job with Drummond.
Yeah, I mean, look, Drummond's a pain in the ass. He's a big body. He's going to get offensive rebounds, and he's going to be large around the rim. Like, obviously, he's not a guy that's probably going to be playing very many minutes in a series against the Celtics, but like, he can still play and be effective.
More than anything, and this was largely the conversations I had during the playoffs and then during the season when I speak to Sixer people, like, he's Embiid insurance to an extent. When Embiid went down for as long as he did, it was Paul Reed, and they just did not have good backup center options. And Drummond, while you probably want him to be your backup center, if he becomes your starting center or your Embiid load management day center, like, you could do worse at this point in his career. And as we saw during the playoffs, the Embiid list minutes are something that you want to capitalize. And now they just got a bit harder. So I heard it too. Next up.
What?
Now they just got a bit harder.
Robert W. Cross, Legend of GMAC. I'm going to let you read this.
Legend of GMAC. Do you see any other roster additions for KFS as we look forward to October? I mean, we were trying to get Isaiah Hartenstein, but he went and took the bag. So unfortunately, he's out of our price range. But thank you, Robert, for asking. You'll find out in October. Next up.
Thank you, Robert. JMEXIV. I hope I got that right. As a Brit, can I please request that Jeremy never attempt an English accent ever again? Thank you, and go Knicks.
May I respond?
Yes.
Oi, thank you for the £5, bruv. Pretty great, innit? Got some lunch money for me pockets.
Those pockets.
Get what you pay for.
There you go. There's but wait, there's more.
See Kirby.
CC Kirby,
Jeremy-
Jeremy Cohen, you are a gentleman and a scholar. Yeah.
Depends who you ask and on which hemisphere.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Oi. The oi is the best part. The oi. Oi. Thanks for the $5, bruv. I love that. All right, next up.
OG team. I remember iHeart said he was willing to take a pay cut and come off the bench to remain with the Clippers on Josh Hart's podcast. Yeah, he did. Jeremy talked about this recently.
Mhm.
His market is, I don't know. His market seems a lot different now. We're assuming here. We don't know what the numbers are going to be if he signs with another team. I would guess that they will be high. But we don't know. Thanks, OG team. Todd Rahulik. Your logistics of possibly trading for Westbrook. It seems like Westbrook is.
I think he said
Jonathan.
chair.
What?
He said chairs and chairs.
I said Jeremy because he's trying to fit it within a $2,
Oh,
which is fine. But you saw
Isn't there
this
another-
J. Yes, but they
Isn't
usually
this-
go Y-R and then several R's. That's your
Oh,
okay.
Just chomping at the bit to say you're now.
To say
Well,
things.
that's my new nickname.
To say things. Jonathan Blackery strikes again. Jeremy, logistics
Can I
of,
get a cocktail?
of possibly trading Westbrook for Westbrook. Excuse me, for Westbrook.
I mean, I believe I have to double check, but he's in talks with the Nuggets. It makes a lot more sense just from a team's perspective. He's the non-shooting point guard, attack the rim, downhill type, not exactly the direction I see the Knicks going. So I'd be very surprised if Westbrook were a Knick, really ever, but especially this offseason.
Jeremy Cohen.
I got
Jessica
nothing.
has a request, by the way. Jeremy.
What is the request?
Now say bottle of water.
A bottle of water.
There you go. He understood the assignment.
I did.
Very well done.
Thank you.
John, this is for you.
Hold on. I'm sending a Disney Plus passcode to my wife.
Oh, okay.
But no, I'm good now. Okay.
Also from Todd Rahulik. John, side note to save John, say your.
You're.
Ah, there you go.
Was that good?
That was good.
It's got better over the years. I think.
Sure. That was good. We're caught up on Super Chats officially.
Oh, great. Okay.
Yes.
Cool.
And now we wait.
So
And
do
now
you
we
think
wait.
that the NBA, with their crackdown on tampering, that this is why? Like this dead period? Because remember, a couple years ago, it was boom, boom, boom. Isaiah Hartenstein tweet came out like 7 minutes into free agency. The board was done. So I feel like how many of these decisions have been made, but teams and agents and players are keeping them under wraps so as not to kickstart a whole investigation. Like, it's around, players just aren't getting caught, or entities aren't getting caught doing it.
Sorry, I misspoke before. The room exception is 7.9 million. So this could very well be a room exception signing for Drummond. Thank you to Keith Smith, who we just praised before, for retweeting something to that effect. But it would be tricky with the order of operations. So what have we had so far? We've had freaking Cornette, Kevin Love,
Everyone has stayed
Drummond,
except for Drummond, and we know Batum is not returning.
Yes.
and Batum is not
And
returning.
Clay, technically.
Clay's gone. Russ is gone. So we have
James
a bunch
Harden,
of players.
saying.
What?
Yeah,
James
Harden's
Harden
staying.
re-signing, yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
James Harden reset. So we have a bunch of old guys who used to be really good, that did stuff. And of course, I'm including Luke Cornette in that conversation. All right, we got a new one. This is from JM. Can the Knicks even announce a Hartenstein re-signing before a Precious Burke sign and trade is announced, or do we need to wait for that shoe to drop? My understanding is that since the Bridges, obviously the Bridges trade isn't official, they could announce a Hartenstein re-signing as long as they amended the Bridges trade before it was finalized. Right?
Well, it's the aggregation part of it. If we're talking about purely sign and trade of one of those players, not including anyone else, then, well, that would hard cap by sending out a player that would hard cap the Knicks to the second apron. By aggregating salary, that would hard cap the Knicks to the second apron. It's really the Bridges trade just can't happen if that's it. If there's no other aggregation whatsoever. So it's not really like completely stopping the Knicks from doing it, but the easiest thing to do, in my opinion, is from an official standpoint, line up all of your signings and then do the Bridges trade, and then you're done.
The New York basketball Twitter account just retweeted some old Woj tweets that are very interesting. Fred Katz, tell Jeremy it's 100% because of the crackdown on tampering. Oh.
Yeah, it's.
I've already received various texts about how no one wants to get penalized for tampering. So does that mean like 7:30? I don't know. I'm curious.
It means for the second year in a row, we might be locking off early. Is what it might mean.
I mean, shit. Grinding for good. Thoughts on signing Kyle Lowry? I'd be in favor of it if he wanted to come here for the minimum. I think he'd be a great signing on the minimum. I think someone will offer him a more significant role than that. But like, I mean, I don't I'm not breaking any news. Tibbs would love Kyle Lowry. He would find time for him. I think maybe to the detriment of everybody, of like the betterment of all. I just don't think he's. I don't know, man. There are games where he wouldn't play here. I don't think.
I just don't see the fit. And I mean that isn't physically carving out those minutes where he could just get them in Philly and still play with a really good team, presumably.
Yeah, his cap hold would be tiny in Philly, right? Or is tiny in Philly. So yeah,
it's a veteran
that's the whole thing with Philly right now. Is you have to look at what they got going on from the perspective of what cap holds do they need to relinquish in order to be able to create the space to sign Paul George, assuming Paul George is the way that they're going to go. And if they have it, that's the whole reason why I've suspected that Kelly Oubre Jr. would be back, because Kelly Oubre Jr. has a tiny cap hold for what he gave them from a production standpoint. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to bring him back, but I don't know. Checks out to me.
And it should be noted that Keith Smith tweeted about how this would likely not be cutting into cap space with Drummond, so it's more of a room exception. So they still have all of their cap space to do whatever they want.
Kevin Porter Jr. 2-year deal with the Clippers, including a player option. That comes after 6 weeks of strong play in Greece in April and May. He had multiple NBA suitors and chose the Clippers. Okay. There we go. Gad Candelario. Own it, Macri. Or actually, Marcy. The people could hear. I'm staying at I'm not at home. There are other people in the house that I am at who are probably hearing the noises that are coming out of here and wondering what is happening. Well, the answer is not much, because nobody's doing anything.
Quite literally, not much. Yeah. Also,
this
was from Robert.
God, I don't want fat butt Kyle Lowry here. Who do you want here? Do you want anyone who has ever played a game against the Knicks on the Knicks?
No, of course not.
Robert wants everyone who's here to be here. That's it.
Basically.
Yes.
Oh, man. Busy. I am the addition to KFS in October. I just want to make sure I was reading that correctly. My job, irrationally disagree with all other members, tell them that they don't know ball, and give GMAC gray hair.
Busy. I'm happy to report you already do that for free. I mean, technically, you're a patron, and that's the way that you do that, sir. So
I feel like, Andrew, you're going to back pockets. So you agree? It's irrationally disagreeing with me.
Yeah, and not for nothing. At least you recognize the role that you play here, sir.
Do you guys have any gray hairs yet?
No, actually.
Mm-mm.
My wife hates that because she has a couple. So
Well, I'm sure.
I
Congrats on telling
thanks.
the world that your wife has gray hairs.
She's never gonna watch this. I can guarantee that. She's not gonna go to hour 3, or I guess in the middle of hour 3 of the free agency Knicks Film School live stream that nothing happened and be like, why did you say that? So
I gotta tell you, I'm a little surprised that we haven't gotten the George news now.
I thought so too. Yeah, I thought that was gonna be quick.
Well,
But
it said Sunday night and Monday morning.
Which I missed that. What was that?
I believe a tweet went out saying he'd be taking meetings Sunday night and Monday morning.
Man, if George doesn't happen tonight, I that's good job by you. I didn't see that. Then nothing's gonna happen because everything's waiting on Paul George.
Well, no, some teams can still continue.
Well,
Like
Hartenstein can
I was
continue.
to say, what's stopping the Thunder from going after Hartenstein, for example?
Yeah. No. I don't know. There must be a lot up in the air because, like, yeah, it's the tampering thing, as Fred has confirmed. But just there's just not a lot out there. Corso 117. What did y'all make of the Grimes trade to Dallas? Oh, that's a good question. I'll give my quick thoughts on that. I was a little not puzzled, but slightly miffed, I'll say, as to what Detroit was doing there. I get taking on Tim Hardaway Jr. as a cap dump, and I get that cap. And we talked about this recently, me and Jeremy, I think, that like cap space isn't worth what it used to in terms of being a dumping ground. So they got 3 seconds. Like if you told me they got 3 seconds for taking on $16 million of Tim Hardaway Jr. for 1 year from a team that absolutely was desperate to unload Tim Hardaway Jr. and like really didn't have any other options, because you look at all these other cap space teams, it seems like most of them are in the business of trying to sign like good players and not tank. So it was like Detroit, maybe San Antonio, but we'll see. Maybe Utah. That's really it. But that's not the whole trade. They also gave them Quentin Grimes. So it's like, I looked at that and I'm like, did they just like not value Quentin Grimes at all in this trade? I'm talking about Detroit. And I think he'll play for Dallas. I think he'll be obviously he'll be a rotation player. I think he's a great fit with Luka. He could guard point guards. I'm rooting for him. I mean, I don't know what else there is to say.
Well, looking at how Charlotte got 3 seconds to take on Reggie Jackson, I was surprised that Detroit paid the same amount, or received the same amount for Tim Hardaway Jr., but then they also gave up Quentin Grimes.
It's a great call.
And maybe Charlotte doesn't set the market, right? Maybe that's just a great stroke of luck. But even still, it feels like if I'm Detroit and I'm looking at that deal, I'm like, guys, like I'm taking on 3 times the salary pretty much that Reggie Jackson just got. And you want me to give up Quentin Grimes. I need a little bit more to grease the palms here. So I was surprised.
I forgot Charlotte existed, frankly. And sorry to any Hornets. Sorry to Richie Randall, who I know is a Hornets fan. But yes, they are doing something. But you're absolutely right. Maybe the seconds were like a lot better for the Timmy thing. I honestly forget what they were. But shit, man, that's a great call.
Strictly from a basketball standpoint, the way that Dallas feasted in their run to the finals was corner threes. And one thing we know very much here at Knicks Film School and as Knicks fans is that Quentin Grimes is elite at corner three, specifically the top left corner, or is it the bottom right corner? One of the corner threes he's very elite from. So he is going to feast there. And one thing I noticed in the finals was Dallas's point of attack defense was very rough. And that's something Quentin Grimes will most likely help with. So
it also gives them comfortability of moving Josh Green and replacing him with Quentin Grimes, which means they could do even more to upgrade their roster. I mean, the Derrick Jones Jr. money of it, part of it will come into focus too. But yeah, no, I thought it was a great trade for Dallas and a bit puzzling for Detroit. Don't hate them for it, but it's like there was more juice. There's more juice that could have been squeezed there.
but that's Detroit. There's many moves they make. I'm like, why'd you do that? You know,
But this is a new front office.
fair.
True.
You're right. Fair.
I mean, the Pelicans operate.
They have a clean
smartly.
slate. You're right.
Langdon's respected. So,
you know what? Like, was there a legit fear in Detroit that they weren't going to be able to hit the salary floor?
it's very possible.
That's I don't know. I don't know what's going on there. Maybe we'll hear from Detroit today. I don't know.
Could be.
All right. Well, free Scotty. Duop Reith. Do we think he's an attainable trade option if they lose Hart? Small sample size, but he seems to have many of the skills the Knicks would seek. I mean, he killed it for Portland last year. I'm assuming he's on a very tiny contract. I'll look it up right now.
At one point, he was on a two-way. He might have been signed to a new contract. For me, it's kind of like, is it a good stats, bad team type of situation? Do you really trust him to be a durable backup 5? He's 28 years old, I think. I mean, how much bloom is on the rose? That's my question.
Yeah, he signed to $2 million this year and $2.2 million next year. The last year is guaranteed. The last year is non-guaranteed. This upcoming year is fully guaranteed. But it is interesting. You're right that he's 28 years old. That like they have Ayton, who I don't think they're going to be able to get off. They have Robert Williams, who has value, but like, what's anybody going to give up for a guy that hasn't been able? I mean, you want to talk about a guy who hasn't been able to stay healthy. And then they just drafted the Klingon kid, and I know Billups is out there talking a big game about how he's going to play, multiple centers at once. Like, come on. And they have Reith. So, like, when is Reith going to play? Like, he would seem to be a trade candidate. I don't know. Again, but are they going to this? It goes back to the question of reliability. Are the Knicks going to rely on Duop Reith? And they already have Jericho Sims on the roster. Like, how at some point it becomes like, how many spots are you using on centers? And I guess we'll see by the end of when all this shakes out.
I also wonder, because, and I've been thinking about this the last few days, after drafting Klingon, they have so many centers. They don't probably need that many. I've been wondering if OKC loses out on Hartenstein, do the Thunder go after Time Lord? Like, talking about a backup 5, someone who does the offensive rebounding, cheaper. Like, other than that, though, I know I mentioned Walker Kessler is another option, but
see, that to me makes more. I mean, but then again, if you get, but this is the same is true of anyone. Like, anyone who trades for Time Lord is like, well, what if he gets hurt? It's like
Jeff Zilgit. This is a reporter for USA Today. Is reporting Kentavious Caldwell-Pope is leaving the Nuggets to go to the Magic.
I'll take if that's true, I'll take a tiny victory lap. I did have KCP to Orlando as one of my predictions in the Substack chat this morning. So, but they always, to me, seem like the most likely team, unless he was going to Philly. And my read on Philly was always, even if they missed out on Paul George, it was more likely that they were going to take a swing for a big name. And KCP's a really good player, but he's not a name. And so who else was in the running? I don't know. We'll see if it turns out to be true.
I'm Philly for one.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. If Philly missed out on Paul George, I thought they might go trade for like Brandon Ingram. Now that leaves you a little bit more cap room than it would have cost for Paul George. And maybe you throw all that at KCP. I guess maybe that could have been a scenario, but I don't know. Orlando always made sense. What team is more desperate for shooting than any other team in the league? It's Orlando. And KCP doesn't. If you're Orlando, you don't have to sacrifice any of what makes them special, which is that they're a freaking hell to play, because it's all just arms and bodies.
Woj and Shams are now also reporting it.
22 a year on average.
3 years, 66.
3 for 66. That is
In Florida,
a nice number.
Mm-hmm.
no state tax, sales tax. Yeah, state tax.
I gotta tell you, like, I think that's a nice deal for both sides.
I don't have any faults with it. I feel like we're going to talk about this season.
He's
but
31.
I'll get a jump on it. The lack of spending. I get aprons and everything, but the lack of spending done by Stan Kroenke and the Nuggets to just let KCP leave. You have the best player in the NBA, and you've just slow dripped your way to a very much more flawed. Like, I'll due respect to Christian Brown. Like, it's tough. And this is the biggest thing for me. It comes down to that Michael Porter Jr. max, because at the time it was harmful, and it was kind of like, well, if they win a title, it's fine because it's valid. Yeah, great. But now, like, that was your title. That really was your window. It's rapidly closing, and you're depending on a lot of unproven talent to elevate you in a way that worked. And they're still gonna be a really good team, but man, to just let KCP walk out the door, it's gotta hurt.
Yeah, it meaningfully hurts their team. Like, they were already thin, and now they lost a guy who was he an instrumental piece for them? No, he wasn't an instrumental piece for them, which is why you could listen to the comments of their GM, Calvin Booth, and say that, no, he's not completely nuts for feeling like, hey, we feel like we could weather the storm of losing a fourth or fifth starter. But, like, the trickle down effect of that is like, and clearly they have, this is all planned out. There's a reason why they went out and did all of the transactions they've done over the last few years with trading for draft picks and trying to restock the cupboard with young, cheap talent. But, like, thus far, they haven't really nailed any of those picks to the extent that you need to nail if you're going to say we're going to be the best team in the league, and maybe that's holding them to an unfair standard. But, like, also, like, Zeke Naji, $8 million a year is not looking so great right now either.
Mm-hmm.
To say no, I mean, you already brought up the MPJ contract.
There's one more wrinkle to this. Sorry, Andrew. There's one more thing.
No, I'm curious if this takes them out of the running for Hartenstein.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, well, for Hartenstein, I mean,
they had 51.
They still have room.
So they still could theoretically sign this. Orlando still play, if you're wondering, everybody.
Yes,
100%. Yeah.
And the third year is a player option for Caldwell Pope. So the other thing too is you talk about picks and how they support your roster. It hurts when you don't even have rights to your picks. The Nuggets don't have their draft pick this year, and they're going to presumably be a worse team, so their pick accrues in value. John, do you know who owns their pick?
Is it like the Magic?
Mm-hmm.
Is that
from
the Aaron Gordon trade? That's great.
So the Magic just poached KCP, and they are increasing the likelihood that the pick they get from the Nuggets in the regular season, increases.
I'm going to say something insane. Like, I don't know what odds you need to give me to bet that the Magic finish with a better record than the Nuggets this year. The Magic are going to be good. Like, how many games did they win last season? They're in the East. The East is easy. There's more bottom feeders in the East. It's easier to come across those, couple of handfuls of automatic wins a year. And the Magic, we'll see what else they do. I'm very curious what else they do. The one thing I will say though, again, I like the move for them because they just needed more shooting, but, like, this is, I'm assuming, because they tout him as part of their core, and I imagine they're probably going to give him a lot of money in restricted free agency pretty soon. But this essentially relegates Jalen Suggs as their starting point guard, which is, maybe that's fine. It's something to consider.
Mm-hmm. Unless, depending on how much money, if they were to say, is there something with D'Angelo Russell? Like, is there an avenue for them to get someone better? Like,
I thought about that as a 3-team. You know what the 3-team thing I thought of is? I'm not even sure this would be legal or whatever. DeRozan to Lakers, D'Lo to Orlando, and then the Bulls get, I guess picks from the Lakers probably.
Well, it's a sign and trade, so they probably wouldn't get a ton.
So they would probably get that much.
It's more wondering if there were other moves that had to be made, that whether it was a TPE or however it would go about. Because Lakers are presumably going to be hard capped at the first apron anyway, because if they use the mid-level exception, that would hard cap them there.
And obviously there's the whole LeBron part of it. How much
pay cut?
How much is taking? Well, at least we got something. So I would say that KCP was. We didn't do like a ranking, so it's retroactively. Paul George number 1, DeMar DeRozan number 2. Who's our number 2 free agent? Isaiah Hartenstein number 2.
I think at this point,
technically,
LeBron
James is a free agent.
Oh, put LeBron aside. I'm not
I said technically. I said technically.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I mean, look, he still hasn't signed, so whatever. Paul George and LeBron in some order, and then I would say Group B would be DeRozan, Hartenstein, KCP,
Klay Thompson,
Harden. What?
Klay Thompson.
He's in Group C for me.
He's in Group C for you. Wow.
Yeah.
I don't even disagree. I saw
the defensive. I thought the defensive. I saw somebody was going around with a tweet with his defensive VPM, or I don't even know if it was defensive VPM. It was some defensive grading system. Like it hasn't been good for a while. I know Jeremy knows this.
Yeah.
So, but there's just not a lot of. So now, I mean, again, it's just Paul George, Hartenstein. I mean, the Klay thing is interesting, but there's just not a lot that we're waiting on. I'm waiting on to see. You know what else we haven't gotten yet? And like, I felt like a lot of NBA reporters were dropping tidbits that it was going to come soon. We haven't gotten the Donovan Mitchell extension yet.
Yeah.
And the way people have been reporting on that over the last few weeks is like, oh, it's like he's going to be back, but we haven't gotten it yet. So,
and we don't have an answer to the Goga sweepstakes. I won't rest until we know where Goga Batadze goes.
Or Goga, higher or lower on your free agent big board than Tobias Harris?
If I speak.
All right, we have some more super chats. Let's get to them. Chetnik, didn't Randall play center on the Pelicans?
I have his basketball reference page up now. That season, he played 72% of his minutes at power forward.
Yes, and the Pelicans also employed Anthony Davis, which is why I feel that's not. No, we're not.
And honestly,
tells me that's what.
Not for nothing. That season was the year that AD made his trade request, and then like the entire second half of the year, he wasn't playing fourth quarters. I don't know if you remember that. That was 2019. So that was like Randall absolutely was awesome, but it was largely like, all right, AD's quite literally on a minutes restriction where he doesn't play the second half.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Let's keep going. Thanks, Chetnik. Frank Corona Jr., what's going on, Frank? I don't think Brunson is a big ego guy at all, but do you think the OG deal has any effect on Brunson extending this year since he would be getting less? I don't think it has any effect on Brunson extending. I think, and the theory has been floated out there by some, maybe the Macau trade will nudge Brunson in that direction. I'm wondering about the other guy on the roster who is a notable personage and is extension eligible as well this summer, and what impact OG Anunoby signing for a whole bunch of money has on his thinking.
I totally agree with you, John. We're in lockstep 100% on the way. I know that the Jericho Sims question mark here, will he get that max money as an extension eligible player, will come into focus. And I'm with you. I mean, Jericho's really got to take one on the chin here.
He does. Okay. Thanks, Frank. Sam McFadden, how big would the JB extending early be for long-term cap?
Huge. I mean, it'd be huge. The ability for the Knicks to presumably, I gotta keep using that word, I'm sorry. The ability for them to just continuously slide under the second apron when they need to is going to be a major factor. And there might be one time where they go above it and then eventually dip back below it. But having anyone who is a top 10, whatever, top fill in your number here player, signing for below his market value, it's a gift. It's incredible. So him to do that for the gift of friendship, the power of friendship, incredible.
Thanks for the shout out by New York Basketball, by the way.
Yeah.
Appreciate
New York basketball free agent live streams end with a whimper, but our guys are still going. And he has half the screen us, half the screen Knicks Fan TV. So shout out to you, New York basketball.
And shout out to Knicks Fan TV. You guys are always killing it. JMEXIV. We got something from this before. Jeremy, your fish and chips are on me. Now Drummond is gone, and assuming iHeart does leave, who would be your guy's ideal backup, Goga or someone else? I think we both said Goga. You want to toss out some additional? Hold on. We just praised Keith Smith before. I'm going to pull up. He does a great free agent preview article by position. So I'm going to pull that up right now. But anyone come to your top of your mind?
Well, one thing I should mention, Bobby Marks tweeted about this. You can use exceptions as now as TPEs, but he clarified yesterday that you can't use the tax mid-level as a TPE. It has to be a free agent signing. So if we wanted to talk about someone like Isaiah Jackson, the Knicks would have to give something up to get him. They can't just absorb his salary in a way that they might using any other exception.
That's a good call. Isaiah Jackson is a name that I'll just say again. I think the writing is on the wall for him to be traded, especially now with the OB extension, because I understand he played in the series against the Knicks, but like they have the kid that they just drafted last year, not Wallace, Walker, confusing players that were drafted last year, Jarris Walker. And they got Obi, and Siakam plays backup 5, and obviously they have Miles Turner. It's a lot of bodies, and like, what are you? Do you want to try to get something for Isaiah Jackson now? I don't know. We'll see. We talked about Mo Wagner. I don't think they'd be able to afford him, but we'll see. What do you think about? I'll give you. You want to. The most uninspiring name ever?
Perhaps.
Mason Plumlee.
It was so uninspiring, Jeremy froze. That's amazing. That is amazing.
Perfect. That is really perfect. Andrew, what do you think of Mason Plumlee?
I'm with Jeremy. Get me out of here.
You want to get out of here? I think for a guy you could get for definitely below the taxpayer mid-level, again, as a backup. So, but like, again, like, we're talking about theoretical backups to Mitch.
Can I give you my most honest backup favorite? Like, if I had my dream here, my backup center is OG Anunoby.
I don't think you want that as your full-time 82 games.
I agree. I that's why though the center option that we're looking at with Goga, it's like that would be my play, but I'm also assuming Mitch is going to miss time. Then you get Jericho Sims minutes, and it's fine. It's a weapon I'd like to see deployed a ton, is more where I'm going with this. And it's why investing significant capital, which maybe where we're looking at for a backup center, isn't significant. That's the day the trade was made, and honestly, the day OG was re-signed is when I started getting illusions of like, oh my gosh, they could actually, what I was actually doing, what got me there to the switchable lineup. I don't know how I got down the rabbit hole. I think I was watching Clipped, that the Hulu version of what happened with Donald Sterling. I was watching that show, and they play the Warriors in that series, in the infamous Donald Sterling series. And it led me down a Warriors rabbit hole, and I was looking at their box scores from the playoffs, their first championship run. And when Kerr eventually made the change, to get rid of Bogut and put Iguodala in the starting 5. And it's like, all right, so this created the Warriors' death lineup. And I'm like, all right, well, Draymond's the center, Iggy's basically the 4. And I'm like, that's OG's the center, Randall's the 4, Mikhail's the then you got Klay Thompson and Dante DiVincenzo. And then if you want, you can throw Josh Hart out there. It's like a baby death lineup. I'm very excited about it. And it's like really comforting that we heard that Tibbs was pulling plays out of the Warriors playbook last year. So I have to imagine that's a card he's willing to play.
I completely agree that part of why you pay OG Anunoby 42 and a half $1 million a year. Yeah, I got it right. $42.5 million a year is so you can have that ability moving forward. I wonder what else they feel is necessary to make that feasible. We'll see. But yeah, I mean, so let me just throw a couple names, other names out there. Drew Eubanks declined his player option with the Suns. He wasn't any great shakes last year, but like, again, solid, uninspiring, totally. And then the other guy, Xavier Tillman, who we saw memorably hit a corner 3 in the finals, but like Celtics went out and traded for him. He's an unrestricted free agent. I'll be curious what he gets. He could do some things on both ends, interesting player. All right. JMEXI. Oh, was that
That's the guy? That was just the one we did. Yeah.
Josh so focused. Fat butt Kyle Lowry. Just wanted Mac to say it twice. I'll say it a third time. Fat butt Kyle Lowry. How about that?
That's fat with a PH, by the way.
What's the difference? If you're referring to somebody's butt, obviously the implication is that it is large.
See, this is where you need to lean into Jonathan Blackry and understand there is a difference between FAT and PHAT.
I know the difference between. Let's move on. Thank you, Ja. Alex, original Alex, KFS, please sign Courtney Keller for around $20 million. Thanks.
I don't think we need to say original Alex anymore, by the way.
Jeremy's back.
Hey. Other Alex is not coming back.
Oh, he's not?
You mentioned
you don't remember it. And you froze and you went into the shadow realm.
Yeah. So
that tells us everything we need to know about your thoughts on Plumlee.
It worked. There you go. Can we afford Courtney Keller? Not for $20 million. I'll tell you that much. If it helped, we could add her for not that. I'll tell you that much. But I think Isaiah would be able. I think they would be able to do better with the Knicks, let alone in a different NBA city. So,
Robert W. Cross, are you pro or con the new NBA CBA structure to date? So basically, the harsher penalties at the aprons and whatnot. I'll go pro purely because I think the Knicks have one of the best in the business, and Brock Aller kind of directing their shop in terms of what they do and are set up for. And I think salary-wise, I understand this may seem silly to say this at this exact moment with the prospect of Isaiah Hartenstein leaving, but Isaiah Hartenstein leaving, I'm not going to say it has nothing to do with the more stringent salary structure, but like the reason why they are going to lose him in this instance is going to be because of rules that existed before the new CBA took hold. Like it's early bird rules. They've been this way for a long time, and it's because the Knicks signed him to such a good contract the first time around. So they are getting penalized by their own foresight, I guess you'd say. So I'll go pro.
I'll say con.
Okay.
But also from a Knicks fan perspective, the benefit of having James Dolan when your team is good is that you could spend all the way to the moon and it wouldn't matter. And now there are harsh penalties for doing that. And to your point, it's great that the Knicks have some of the best in the business, arguably maybe the best in the business with Brock Aller and his team at the front office. But it's going to make life harder for them. They'll get around it. They'll be creative. But for the fans, it's a lot more challenging. I mean, I already stood on my soapbox to talk about how it's harder to fan because of this, but it truly is. It's harder to just be like, yeah, let's do this, because then so many people don't think of, well, if I do this, that triggers the first apron, and then you're cut off here, and it's just harder for fans to enjoy the game that they love.
Jeremy, your last point is why I hate it. Like, I agree with both of your points about the Knicks are probably going to be fine, especially with Brock Aller at the helm navigating everything. Just from our perspective, like I was at the Mets game yesterday talking to somebody about Hartenstein and why they might leave and why they're capped at what number. And I had to like go into this thing about, well, we have to worry about the Bridges trade because they're hard capped at the first apron if more money's going out. And then if they get more money going out, then they are hard capped at the second apron. And I just like, this is not a conversation I ever had to have in the past. And it was also, I think, telling that one of the more prominent insiders, Brian Windhorst on the Hoop Collective the other day, was like, I didn't know the Knicks were hard capped until someone told me after the Mikal Bridges trade. So if he doesn't know it and he's around the league on a daily basis and I'm on YouTube, like it makes life harder for us. It's what did I say in the group chat the other day, Jeremy? I basically go, if Jeremy says it works, then I'm good. Like everything that happens is like, Jeremy, does this work? Okay, good. That's how I know, is if Jeremy says so. It's rather annoying. So I'm pro.
Well, but we have
Robert,
Jeremy.
to answer your question, I'm pro. Like, give Jeremy more credit for being smart, but I'm anti, I guess, the experience of having to jump through hoops in order to understand basketball, which I'm guessing is a sentiment for a lot of casual basketball fans.
Sean with a W. Hello, Sean. I'm ready for the Goga Batase era. C'est la vie.
I'm in.
I just, I know. I'll save it for. We'll see what happens. I'll just say this. I'm very calm right now for a reason, and it's because I don't think anything that happens in the next little bit of hour, day. I think the Knicks are going to be able to put themselves into as good a position as they would be whether Hartenstein comes back or not. And that's going to sound like I'm disparaging the importance of Isaiah Hartenstein, and I'm not. Like, you don't have to search very hard for times when I've sung his praises. I will sing the hell out of his praises if he resigns, and I will tout how big of a deal it is and how important it is for the franchise. But like, it has nothing to do with him. It's a vote of faith in the creativity of this front office and this coaching staff, and like also the team that they have. Like they have a lot of talent there. Now, the center is a unique position, so I don't want to bury that part of it, but I think they're going to be all right. Greg Dusek, what's going on, Greg? If they lose Ihart, is there a possibility that Mitch is still traded? I mean, I kind of gave my thoughts on that. I think absolutely it's a possibility. Jeremy already gave you what he thought, which is that like it's really, 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 really hard to find a trade that makes sense from all parameters. And then he says, are there under the radar trade options that might be an upgrade over Mitch? That's probably worth at least spitballing. So I'm just going to throw some names out there that have whose names have been in the rumor mill, and we could maybe shoot some down. Brook Lopez makes too much money. Unless you're talking about getting Julius Randle involved. That seems very complicated.
36 years old.
Also 36 years old. Thank you. Jared Allen, doesn't seem like they want to move him anymore. Also
would probably be for someone better than Jared Allen. Or someone who is a different position at the very least.
Yes, exactly. It would be a fundamental. So then you're talking about a 3-team trade, and like, what does that do? I'm just going through. So I don't think this is likely, the Hawks are desperate to move Clint Capella.
Mm.
He does all the things that the Knicks ask their centers to do. Stays on the court for the most part. He's an expiring salary. Makes a lot of money.
Do you want me to cut you off of the knees?
Sure.
How are the Knicks bringing in Capella and not getting hard capped at the first apron?
It would be a Julius trade, which again, it's like, okay, so now we're upending our entire front court because presumably we're losing Hartenstein and now we're going to lose Julius too and potentially Mitch also. Like, I don't, what else would be like, how complicated would that deal get? So yeah, it's very unlikely. And then just going through the rest of Kevin brought up Karl-Anthony Towns. I don't think that's likely.
What about Wendell Carter?
Jeremy, what were you going to say before we talk?
I was going to say, from a Karl-Anthony Towns standpoint, like the expectation wouldn't be that he plays the 5, because that's just not who he is. There's a reason they brought in Gobert to flank him. It's because it's the reason why Tibbs brought in Taj Gibson to be the 5. Like, that's just not what Cat does. Now, if we want to talk about Wendell Carter Jr., I think the same concerns that you have for Mitch can apply to Wendell. He gets hurt a lot.
He's been hurt a lot. He like the shot is I don't know how it's real-ish. I don't know his 3-point shot I'm talking about, because he makes them. Doesn't take a ton. I don't know. There's something about that doesn't pass the smell test for me, even though I agree with you, Andrew. Like, you could fudge an argument for it. The last team that two guys. Kevon Looney is a guy that I was like super interested in, and then the Warriors picked up his option, or not picked up his option. They guaranteed the full amount because they would have had to not guarantee him for most of his salary. I don't know. I don't know what that trade would look like, but I like Kevon Looney. I don't know that I like him better than Mitch. He might be he's really good at a lot of stuff. What? You're laughing.
No, I'm laughing at so I retweeted Bondi's tweet where he said, I will say, I can't believe I'm reading this out loud. Not the Bondi tweet, which I will say after covering the NBA for a long time, if you're meeting with the team, it means you're not sure yet. Something needs to be sold. Money doesn't need to be negotiated in person. And he's referring to Hartenstein having to meet, which is like a fair point. And someone replied to our retweet with low bar, but this is your best tweet. I just thought it was funny. That's literally all it was. Shout out Steph Bondi for what is apparently your best tweet.
I think he's right, by the way.
Oh, he's 100% right. Yeah.
Added to it, though, if you were to try to get past any sort of tampering issues, you take meetings.
Yeah, you wait a day.
You have to sell it as. But I think he's right. The thing with Wendell Carter Jr. as well, he shoots threes, but when has that really ever been a focal point for the Knicks at the center position? So it's a nice thing that he does it, but he's not playing to the strengths of what the Knicks necessarily do, which is that focus on the offensive rebounding. Looney, fine talent, but how are you getting him here?
Yeah, you're trading Mitch, which do you want to trade Mitch for Looney? Probably not. And then the last name I'm going to mention, just because someone's going to ask about him. I cannot express enough how many players are there in the league? I would rather craft arguments for drafting 400 some odd players than trading for DeAndre Ayton. I know he was the number 1 pick in the draft. I know he makes a lot of money. Just absolutely not, for a million reasons, one of which is his salary. So yeah.
Again, the only reason you're getting Ayton is moving Julius Randle.
Yes.
Because you're not moving DiVincenzo with Mitch.
No, you're not
moving Hart.
Not a ton of great options. Not a ton of great options. So we'll see what happens. Ed Flood, didn't Mark say OKC's space is going to extensions? Eventually, not this year, not this summer, and next summer, the only extension that they're going to have that starts next summer is the Caruso extension. So they have 2 years of wiggle room to play with, which is why if Hartenstein goes there, my full and complete expectation is that you will hear a report, and Andrew Schlecht already kind of intimated this, that it will be a 2-year deal with the third year being a team option.
The question, though, so how much are Wiggins and Joe going to make?
We'll see.
Because that will also, that plus the Caruso contract will dictate how much money the Thunder have to spend. And it won't be a ton, which is why I do wonder if this is their last cap space year.
It's entirely possible. Thanks, Ed. Johnny BK, what's going on, Johnny? Yeah. Oh, Jer.
Again, I think it's just Jer, but pronounced like year. But go ahead.
They did it on purpose this time
Yes.
to get John to do it. Yeah.
Oh, I love this one. Do you like Chris Dunn, and do you think he's attainable? I don't know why there isn't more buzz about Chris Dunn. Chris Dunn had a really, 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 really nice year for the Utah Jazz last year. What?
Yes, Jeremy. Yes, Jeremy.
It's okay.
Oh,
John can
sorry.
No,
take
it's
it.
okay. You're good.
I just
Yeah.
think Chris Dunn's really good. I'll let Jeremy take it.
Yeah, I mean, sure he's attainable, but he strikes me more as like the not quite the level of shooter that the Knicks need. Very good defender. I don't know exactly where the time comes in for him. I'd rather see Deuce soak up those minutes, especially on the offensive end. To John's point, he's a good player. He should get some sort of exception as opposed to just the minimum. But in New York, doesn't make the most sense to me.
Yeah, especially now. Again, the fact that they drafted Kolek, that shows me that maybe they're comfortable riding out the quote unquote backup point guard position. Because again, and I say quote unquote because it's not necessarily a backup point guard, especially when you already have a player that's a big part of your team, Deuce McBride, who is the size of a point guard. It is figuring out ways to generate offense when Jalen Brunson is not in the game. That's what you're looking for. And they just traded for Mikal Bridges. So from that now, Chris Dunn is an insane defender. And he's making threes a little bit now. And he's a good player again. But to Jeremy's point, I don't know if he makes most sense for the Knicks. I am curious why there's not more buzz, though, about him. Alpha, is KFS going to have a presence at Summer League this year to see the Pac-Man? If so, where's the meetup? So we're not prepared to announce anything officially yet. We are going to be at Summer League, the three of us. I am definitely going to be present for the Knicks' first game in some capacity in the arena, and we're going to do some sort of a meetup. Am I at liberty to say anything else? I don't think so.
Yes, actually.
Oh,
we could see a couple things.
go for it.
Well, so we are linking up with CP the franchise and whoever is going to be there for Knicks Fan TV as well. I actually wonder if we could say the day. We just don't know where and what time yet. But the first game is Friday, right? Friday the 12th?
Yeah, no, the
John?
first game is the 13th.
So Saturday the 13th is the first game.
I don't know what the day of the week is, but the first game is the 13th.
Friday's the 12th, Sunday the 14th, I believe. That night, there will be some sort of Knicks Fan TV, Knicks Film School meetup that we will put together, and a bunch of Knicks fans can hang out. And, we'll obviously be John said he'd be at the first game. I'll try to be at game 1 and game 2, and then I think I leave Wednesday. Jeremy, do you want to disclose your plans for Summer League?
I get there Sunday and I leave Wednesday. Yeah,
there you go. Oh, so we leave the same day. So we're both probably going to the same. We'll both go to the Monday game, which thank you, NBA, for putting on your schedule that Summer League was the 12th to the 14th and then scheduling one game between the 12th and the 14th. Great for all of us making travel plans, especially those of us like you two with jobs or like me with wife.
Wife?
Yeah, I almost said wives, but I was like, no, just
you said
one
with
wife.
wife.
Yeah, I said with wife. I left that.
Me with
out.
wife. Very nice.
Me with wife. Very nice. Yes. I'm going there for my anniversary, the week of, which is good because they're playing the U.S. versus Canada exhibition on Wednesday. So
very cool.
We'll be in attendance for that. So yes, Alpha, there will be a Knicks Film School presence at Summer League.
Matt Levine, I think they should trade Mitch if iHeart resigns. In the playoffs, huge liability on the offensive end. Goga as Mitch replacement. Who else? Yeah, I mean, Jeremy opened with that, and it is after 8 o'clock, so I'm going to allow Jeremy to have the floor for about a minute so I could go pee. How's that sound, Andrew?
You got it.
Thank you.
Sounds
You
great.
took yourself off, not me.
Now
No,
you
I
took me
just put
off.
you on screen.
Now it's
Oh.
just me. So I can't- what the hell are you trying to do to me?
There you go, Jerry. You got this.
All right, just me.
No.
There goes John. What are you doing? All right.
I have to move things around to get
It's
people
fair.
off screen. That's all.
All right.
Go ahead.
Yeah, as we talked about before, having Mitch and iHeart, if iHeart returns financially, not really much of a can do. You can barely squeeze by it with a little trickery, but then the Knicks are locked into their team. They've never really done that before. Of course, they've never made an all-in move quite like this, so it's kind of unprecedented at this point. But defensively though, Mitch was phenomenal against Embiid. Of course, he got hurt. That was a bummer. But yes, if one of them were to be moved, I would love to see Goga as a replacement in some capacity, at least brought onto the team. John and I have talked, and Andrew talked through other players to expect. There aren't really a lot of centers that are on the market that make a ton of sense. So I would gather the Knicks are, no matter what, they'll wind up with one of iHeart and Mitch and maybe Goga. Hayden Fried. GMs got tired of fans being smarter than them. I guess so. Yeah.
I think this is in response to Robert's question about the new CBA.
That would check out. Yes. Yeah, I'm sure they did. It's probably very easy for a fan to be like, trade for this player. And the front office is like, literally can't. Like, it's not.
Yeah.
Don't blame me. Blame the CBA. Blame CJ McCollum. Like, what do you want from me?
Do you put that on the players union that they agreed to a thing like this?
Trade-offs, pros and cons. Every deal has to come with give and get somewhere. So, like, we could talk about how the player association maybe got hosed on some of these things, but I'd gather there's the flip side on the financial angle off the court, where the NBPA would be like, we're supporting our players the best that we can. And the tricky part about this is the NBA, it's not a players league, it's a stars league. So the stars are going to get the highest concentration, but it's also up to the teams to tell stars no. And if they choose not to do that, then that's their prerogative. But something has to give. You can't be a max caliber player, you can't be a non-max caliber player and say, I'm worth a max. And then if a team says, well, you're not, then there are consequences at some point. I like the fact that teams aren't just going to be saying, well, we feel like we have to give you this. Like, if we saw those rules come into play, do the Wolves still give Karl-Anthony Towns a supermax? I don't know. But at least it's a question, as opposed to, we're a small market team. Oh my God, if we don't give it to him, we're going to lose him, and we don't want to lose him.
Speaking of CJ McCollum, I had to tell you guys, I saw him in the Central Park Zoo last week.
Really?
Yeah, we talked for a few minutes. He's a really nice guy.
And
that's awesome. Yeah, this was mentioned at all.
Did you tell him you have a Knicks podcast and would love to bring you on to talk NBA sometime this summer?
He was there with a stroller. I wasn't going to bother him with that.
We already lost out on JJ Redick, your former neighbor. Okay. Now CJ McCollum is now out of play. Favorite exhibit at the zoo, by the way?
At the Central Park Zoo?
Yeah.
The jungle rainforest.
Oh, okay. What's your favorite part about it?
My favorite part about the
what else are we going to talk about? There's nothing happening. I want to know about your trip to the zoo.
That zoo is tiny, but it's a very nice zoo. The jungle exhibit is very nice. The upstairs portion and the way that there's birds flying all around, they come and they'll like perch, right nearby you. Well, that's very nice. My wife just asked me if I needed a drink. No, I got one myself. Thank you.
Oh, nice. Next up. OG team, thoughts on Alex Klein's departure? Is it a big hit for us? You would know better than I would, guys.
I remember there was a bit of fanfare when Alex Klein signed, because specifically he was like seen as this young wonderkin who was very connected in the world of recruiting and everything. And it was like, oh, Leon Rose, spreading his tentacles, getting the next, the next future 35-year-old GM whiz kid or whatever. Since that day, I've not heard Alex Klein's name once. I have no idea. Maybe he's been the most instrumental figure in the Knicks organization. I have no idea. But the fact that he left to take the Syracuse men's basketball GM job, which apparently college basketball teams have GMs, does not scream to me that this was a massive loss. That is me talking about things of which I know not, so is perhaps an unfair assumption.
I know nothing about it, so I'm happy for him. I believe that's his alma mater, so congratulations to him going to spread his wings there, and wish him the best. I don't know what the impact it has on the Knicks, candidly.
Same.
I think they have a lot of talented people. But Kevin Danishevsky, what about Olynyk as a Mitch Ihart replacement? He just re-signed in Toronto not that long ago.
What if Kevin is suggesting trade for Olynyk?
Well, but there's a 6-month extension. Like
then tell Kevin how
I did.
long he is.
I've told Kevin this.
Oh, okay.
I've told Kevin talked about Olynyk before, and I mentioned that he just signed a new contract, so he's off the market. Okay. And then Kevin was like, "Well, what about in August?" And I was like, "I just don't see it."
There you go.
Juanon. I'm pretty sure it's impossible to get him here, but Jonathan Isaac would work at the 5. I actually want to raise a point, and then we could talk about why there are some other off-court reasons, perhaps, why Jonathan Isaac would not be a great fit in New York City. I can't think of a better fit for a switchable lineup. A couple things. Well, actually, first things first, Jeremy, you may not know this offhand because this is Knicks Film School and not Magic Film School. Do they need to get rid of Jonathan Isaac to make the room that they made, or is Isaac still on their payroll, or do you not?
He's still on their payroll, but it's a non-guaranteed contract. If they really needed to go further, they could. But I don't
so he's on
Isaac will be hitting the free agent market. I think they basically cleared off everyone else that they would need, like Markelle Fultz, Wagner.
Yeah, he's on a $17.4 million expiring non-guaranteed deal that they could pretty much waive at any time. Look at this. They already have the freaking KCP number up. And yes, Isaac is counted against their salary as of right now. Yeah, there's no feasible way to get him again, unless you're trading Julius. There's no way to make it happen. Injury concern. Again, if you're already rolling with Mitch, tough to imagine that Jonathan Isaac is the tree that they would bark up, even if they could put together a deal, which I guess you could if you did like combine Mitch with a signed and traded Precious or signed and traded Burks, like anything's possible. But what was that?
Whoever that
was me.
Okay.
Blame Bernard.
I can't blame John.
Messaging me during a live stream.
Don't blame me. How dare you? And also just Jonathan Isaac in New York City, his off-court views. I'm not sure how that would go.
I think the sentiment of protect the culture at all costs would lead me to say that Jonathan Isaac wouldn't be a good fit in the Knicks locker room. That's my 2 cents on it. Thank you, Juanon.
Michael Parker, can the Knicks offer Hartenstein $35 million for 2 years? Well, Jeremy laid out how they could do that. Is it allowed under the CBA?
Michael, if you'd like, rewind this live stream to the very beginning and spend the first hour with us and watch Jeremy lay out what they could do. And it's a 2+1. It'd be to around $34 million. And then he becomes a free agent. And this is where CAA would come into place, where they say, like, we'll take care of you in 2 years, and then give him the full 4 years then.
1 year. Well, the extension would come next year, and then the contract would come.
Okay, yeah. But the point is that he'd then end up with like 6 years. Jeremy goes into detail very brilliantly. Please go back to the beginning of this live stream if you'd like to check that out. Thank you for the contribution, Michael.
Busy. John is showing his narcissism today. Not everyone is here for your opinion, John. Let Jeremy cook.
John, let me cook.
I'm the host of a podcast. Any podcast host that tells you that they are not a little bit narcissistic is lying to you.
Yeah. Tell CJ McCollum that next time.
I don't want to bother people. I just feel bad.
That's where your narcissism doesn't come into play. You know, have you ever
So you
introduced
think I should
yourself
be
as
like-
Jonathan Macri from Knicks Film School? Have you ever done that to anybody?
No.
Okay.
Should I start doing that?
I just, if you meet certain people, like, hey, John, I'm from Knicks Film School. He might actually like know you. This is the worst name drop ever. I went to a Mets thing yesterday, and I introduced myself as like, hey, Knicks Film School, and he's like, oh, I love your pod. The pod's great. And yeah,
Andrew, when people ask me what I do, I tell them I'm a teacher.
that's fair. You are a teacher. That is what you are.
You need a hype man. You
I
need
try.
someone to or a hype
I try.
No, but you need someone to walk with you every step of the way and like, oh, what do you do? And then someone else be like, yeah, he's got this great pod. He's got this newsletter. You should check him out. So if you can't do it yourself,
I'll be the version of the Key and Peele anger translator. I'll be the pod hype man for you. The
We got
Obama
news.
anger translator. Oh, we got news. Oh
We
no.
do.
What
From
is it?
Woj, he said Paul George's agent, Aaron Mintz of CAA, and Clippers president Lawrence Frank had a conversation a short time ago, resulted in no new movement on a deal and an acknowledgement by both that George is unlikely to return to the Clippers.
So that's it.
And he said the Clippers exit leaves the 76ers as strong frontrunners to land Paul George. Free agent deal. Sixers contingent is set to meet with George in California tonight. Yes, I can't imagine any other team throwing their hat into the ring. Probably it.
Wait, did Shams also give something?
I don't have anything from Shams.
I only have Woj.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I'm sorry. Yep. Okay.
Extended thoughts on Paul George to the Sixers, it looks like.
Jeremy, why don't you go first?
Of course. Really good starting five. Again, questions on the depth there. High ceiling,
So what you said earlier, yeah.
lower floor.
Yeah.
Just based on health. It's hard to trust them. But on paper, very strong team.
What about this from the Clippers standpoint?
Well, can we hold on? I want to stay on the Sixers.
You want to stay on this with okay, let's do that then.
I know the biggest thing that helps our podcast numbers and downloads and all that is where I actively praise other people that Knicks fans hate. So I'll try to keep this short. Daryl Morey should take a fucking victory lap because he made a bet that the gap year thing would work. And he also made a bet that pissing off, and maybe he didn't know he was pissing him off at the time, but like whatever, the Harden stuff happened and Harden said what he said and everybody heard it around the world. He clearly did not feel that would hamper his ability to, run a successful basketball team moving forward and sign big time free agents. And like, we could sit here and we could pick apart all the obvious reasons why a Paul George 4-year deal at the age of 34 is a perhaps perilous notion, but like this is as good as an outcome as the Sixers could have possibly hoped for, right? Given all of the things that have happened over the last few years. So it's a massive win for him. It's a massive win for the Sixers organization. Paul George is like, we've talked about it in relation to the Knicks. He's like the best third star in the league. Will he stay on the floor? Will Embiid stay on the floor? We don't know. How are they going to fill out the roster? Like, we don't know answers to any of these questions, but like, they're a freaking beast on paper. We'll see how the rest of the paper gets filled out. The part of the paper that's filled out right now, which is like 4 names deep or 5 names, I guess, because Drummond is here, is there. It's short, but man, they're just like, they're really freaking good. And I'm at the same time, and I don't know that one of these has anything to do with the other. It makes me even more happy that the Knicks have done the things that they've done to go out and get OG Anunoby and to trade for Mikal Bridges, because that's the thing about that trade. Doesn't matter what team you're going up against. I know we've talked a lot about Boston. Any team you're talking about matching up with, like, that helps you. You're like, okay, now we have someone to throw against Paul George, while not compromising another aspect of our, like, it's just, so yeah, I man, if these two teams face again in the playoffs, that would be something.
Knicks in 5.
Andrew, you asked about the Clippers, though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
the
let's talk
Clippers
about
side of
Clippers.
this. Yeah.
So I would gather the Clippers are going to try for a sign and trade here.
What's the Sixers incentive?
Sixers incentive is there's really nothing that it hurts them for. Maybe it'd have to be sending something back.
The Clippers would have to be sending something.
Well, no, the Clippers would be sending Paul George. The Sixers could send like a fake second round pick, for example.
Yeah, but
'Cause the Clippers
I'm asking, why would the
Right.
Sixers do that?
Because there are times where it's like kind of teams just doing other teams small favors like that. Like in the same reason of, but also another way that could happen is one team could send back a fake second and the other could send back a real second.
Well,
There's no
sign and
reason-
trade.
Mhm.
Sorry, no, keep going.
I just because there's no reason, like they're not in the same conference. There's nothing that really makes it where the Sixers like, oh, we're not going to do that for you. It's if they get an added incentive, it's a way for everyone to save face. There's nothing stopping the Sixers from just using cap space. Don't get me wrong.
How about this? Well, one, I don't expect this to happen, but a sign and trade would allow a little bit of extra money to go to Paul George.
No, because of the percentage of the raises. It's still 5% raises.
Why then I'm in the dark on this. It can't be 8% if it's a sign and trade.
Mm-mm.
Okay, so forget that. You could get Paul George off your books Paul Reed off your books
Could do that.
this way, and then the Clippers would maybe feel like the Sixers send Paul Reed and a pick. You know,
It wouldn't even have to probably be a pick. Like it's basically sign and trade Paul George into Philly. It creates a 48 or whatever, 45, whatever it is, $1 million TPE, and then subtract Paul Reed's salary. To your point. So now the Clippers are left with a, 30, high 30 some odd TPE, which works for them. They'll be below the second apron, but they can have another avenue to add talent. Like perhaps they do something again
into a trade exception.
Yes. Like, is there another player they take in with that traded player exception?
If you take in a player into a
DeMar.
trade exception, that hard caps you at the second apron.
Well, no, because it's a new traded player exception that's created. So the CBA actually lets you create kind of these new TPEs, but it's also a bit of a nightmare for that too.
But it definitely wouldn't hard cap them at the first apron, right?
Correct.
Okay. This is fascinating to me from a Clippers perspective, and with all due respect to certain members of the media who have attempted in the last several days to paint this as something other than an utter disaster for LA. As of right now, this is an utter disaster for LA. It's the same conversation that we just had about OG Anunoby before OG Anunoby resigned. It's the exact same conversation. Like, don't talk to me about like the fact like whatever you paid in the past doesn't have anything to do. Like when you are making decisions that leave you in a materially, it's one thing if the thing is done and there's no possibility of like the ship has sailed, like what the Bulls are doing. That's one thing. The Clippers are not the Bulls. Like the Clippers can they win a championship as currently constituted with Paul George? Maybe, maybe not. But they're still fucking great. And there was a period of time last season where we thought they might be the best team in the league. So save me the nonsense about like, what's done is done. They can't just let this talent walk out the door. There has to be something else that they're thinking. Sorry.
Well, Bomber's probably the richest owner in the sport, and they're opening up that brand new arena. Like these are reasons that you want to have it for whatever it's worth. So Bobby Marks with the assist on this one. Well, first of all, Cade Cunningham just signed a new contract, 5 years, $226 million. Yes. Bobby Marks tweeted out this graphic before that I bookmarked. So for whatever it's worth, when you send a player out via sign and trade, that hard caps you at the second apron. So the Clippers are going to be a second apron cap team if they do that. However, if you
Which is fine.
right,
Probably.
but you create, in this case, you're creating a brand new trade player exception. If you're using a traded player exception created from a new trade, this being a new trade, it does not hard cap you. So the only thing that would be an issue for the Sixers is the second apron hard cap from trading Paul George out to Philly. So they'd have enough money left over because, right, it's James Harden, it's Kawhi Leonard. They'll have some wiggle room to add talent into that amount, and that would make it worth their while.
I think we have to analyze, because you just said it. Steve Ballmer is richer than probably most of the other owners combined. This is not because he cares one single shit about paying money. This is not why this was done. The only reason the Sixers did this is because they believe it is fundamentally not in the best interest of their team to sign Paul George to
Clippers.
Excuse me. Sorry, I'm sorry about that. The Clippers to sign this Paul George contract. Now, can you give me some argument that this was maybe a little bit of a standing on principle thing? Because, hey, Kawhi Leonard was once upon a time the best player in the league. Not long ago, he was still considered, like, if I had one game to win with one guy, I want that guy. He signed for 3 years, so you should sign for 3 years too. Maybe that had a little bit to do with it, but man, I would be really surprised if the Clippers stood on principle, and that's the reason they let Paul George walk. I think they believe this is a fundamentally necessary thing for them to do from a team building perspective. So the question then becomes why. And you could talk to me about patience. They just gave James Harden a 2-year deal with a player option for the second year. Like, the time is now. And the time being now, it gets less likely for them to win a championship every passing year. So I do not believe that they are going to punt on the season. So what is it that they have in the works? We don't know the answer to that question right now, but I have to think that there is some answer to that question. You're not going to be able to convince me otherwise.
How many picks do they have available to them right now?
They have picks. I'll look it up.
Everything got outstanding from the.
I'll look it up. Hang on.
Well, it's tough because of the Harden trade.
Well, they just traded to Philly, so theoretically, Morey could have just traded James Harden for 2 picks and Paul George.
All right, the Clippers have no picks incoming. They owe their they don't control, because some of the language around the swaps and whatnot. They do not control their pick in 2025. They do not control their pick in 2026. They do not control their pick in 2027. They do not control their pick in 2028. And they do not control their pick. They have swap rights with Philly in 2029. So if they have swap rights with Philly in 2029, they could trade.
Yes.
You could trade a pick that you have swap rights on, right?
But that's irrelevant because it's Stepien, because the year before that, the Sixers owned their pick. So the earliest pick they could trade is 2030.
Oh, yes, you're right. So they could trade.
It's the only pick they could trade, right?
They could trade 2030,
or they could trade 31.
Or they could trade one of 2030 and 2031.
One of 2030.
And they can offer swaps for the other.
One first and one swap, basically, is what they could trade.
Mm.
But it is distant future.
And it's a pick and a swap. I was gonna say if they had picks available, then you could put yourselves in the marketing game. But no, you're out now.
No, that's not on the table. A pick and a swap 6 and 7 years out, respectively, I think has a hell of a lot more value than like stuff that's sooner. You're looking at your phone, Jeremy. What is it?
It's not
Cade Cunningham have had discussions on a contract extension, but no deal is imminent, according to Bobby Marks.
Oh, this is fun. Shams reports something. Bobby Marks is saying it's not no deal is imminent yet.
But I agree, John. The value of those Clippers picks way down the line, it's quite good. But who are you using it for? That's of value.
So Kevin O'Connor just tweeted, DeMar DeRozan to the Clippers seems like a logical plan B. The only way they'd be able to do that is if they created a trade exception, correct?
That or he signs for the mid-level exception.
Which he ain't going to do.
Right. Yes. Correct.
and that would need to.
Oh,
And they need to be under the first apron. What?
The Clippers released a statement on Paul George parting ways.
We negotiated for months with Paul and his representative on a contract that would make sense for both sides, and we were left far apart. The gap was significant. We understand and respect Paul's decision to look elsewhere for his next contract. We explored an opt-in and trade scenario, but it would have left us in a similar position under the new CBA. With very little asset value to justify the restrictions. We will miss Paul. At the same time, we're excited by the opportunities we've now been afforded, including greater flexibility under the new CBA. Kawhi is an all-NBA player and believe Ty Lue is the best coach in the league. We will field a highly competitive team this season, and moving forward, use our organizational advantages to bring top talent to Intuit Dome.
Andrew, you missed
We
the first
will
page.
not go quietly into
Yeah.
the night.
There's
You
a whole
mi-
first page.
Can I? I'm going to read the
Excuse me,
first
there's
page.
even more. John, go ahead.
Paul has informed us that he is signing his next contract with another team. Paul is a tremendous talent and an elite two-way player. We feel fortunate for the 5 years we spent with him. Over that time, he went to 3 All-Star games, made the most three-pointers in franchise history, and helped lead the team to a place it has never been. His performances in Game 5 and 6 versus Utah in 2021, never forget, hashtag, won't be forgotten by anyone associated with the Clippers. We traded a lot to pair Paul and Kawhi.
You think?
And in exchange, we had 5 seasons of contention. And you won in that time. How many playoff series? You went to 1 conference finals?
Yeah.
Even
And
though we fell
Kawhi-
short of our... What?
Kawhi even sorry, I thought you were done. Kawhi was
Yeah,
injured.
no. I'm just going to
For
read
the
the
one
rest
they
of
went
it.
to the conference finals for.
Yeah. Even though we fell short of our ultimate objective, we appreciate the chances we had with Paul. Heading into the offseason, our roster was constructed 3 great players, 33 and over, 2 of whom could become free agents. We wanted to retain them on contracts that would allow us, under the constraints of the new CBA, to continue building a team.
So
And then
speaking
what I
of
said.
Philly, Eric Gordon signed with the Sixers. So all signs are pointing to the Sixers adding talent all over the margins. And
That's a nice little signing for the Sixers. Great minimum guy, assuming he's getting the minimum.
I would gather. I mean, but look, I mean, kudos to Eric Gordon also for reading the writing on the wall in Philly. Be like, I'm getting out of Dodge. I got to go somewhere else where I can actually be successful.
You mean Phoenix?
Yeah, sorry, Phoenix, not Philly.
Yeah.
Leaving Phoenix. No, as Jake Fisher just tweeted, can't recall a statement like this in the early hours of free agency from a team president on losing an all-star to the open market. It's embarrassing. Like that level of
the
saving
most
face.
embarrassing
And
thing.
if you thought that it was this concerning, you should have found a way to, I mean, if you're not going to trade him last season, somehow incentivizing him to opt in, but he stands to make more money by taking a full max if that's what he wants. So it's just bad all the way around. Like, and I'm sorry, I get what they're saying from a financial standpoint, but at the same time, I don't. Because just like, what are we talking about with the biggest issues? Granted, the second apron, if you go above that multiple times, that is incredibly harsh. It's a real problem. But
I'm just looking to see, because the Clippers payroll now.
Chris Paul intends to sign with the Spurs.
That, you know what?
Whoa!
That
is
actually makes
great.
sense.
Wow. Okay.
That makes sense.
Is he going to
That's
teach
a-
Wemby how to be an asshole? Oh, sometimes you need to be a little. I mean, you know.
I love that for Paul. I love that for the Spurs.
I wonder how much money they're going to give him, because I bet the Spurs said, we got to hit the cap floor. Let's bring in someone. Because again, nothing could have stopped Chris Paul from signing with the Lakers or some other team, some team that he felt would have more victory.
I'm looking at the Sixers active cap. They have $1 million in dead cap. Hold on one sec. Active roster plus dead 154. So they're, if they're at 154.7, the first apron is at 178.
Yeah,
something
right.
like
178 and change. So if they're hard capped at the first apron, which let me make sure this includes Harden. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Unless they could, maybe that's why they're trying to unload Westbrook, because Westbrook would give them that much more wiggle room under the first apron to do a DeMar DeRozan, acquire DeMar DeRozan via sign and trade. But again, this only works unless they get the Sixers to agree to do a sign and trade.
But also, what is DeMar DeRozan's market? Have we gotten to the point where
You're
perhaps
telling
DeMar
me you
DeRozan? I'm not saying that I think his value might be more than that, but if the market closes up, you are what the market tells you you're worth.
I mean, unless he goes back to Chicago with his tail between his legs.
But then he gets traded to a team perhaps that's out of his control.
Man, DeMar DeRozan is going to sign for the non-taxpayer mid-level. I would be.
I'm just saying, if there's no, if he gets to go home,
I was going to say, finally gets to go to play in LA.
It doesn't mean that that's what his value should be. It's just, if cap space dries up and the teams that have the money don't necessarily want him, what's he going to do? Chicago also, if they want to go in a different direction, if they have every intention of trying to tank, DeRozan doesn't help them do that.
We have no idea what Chicago wants.
No, I don't. But I'm just to that point.
Chris Paul and Wemby, man, that's something about that. It's poetic.
They needed a.
I can't believe the statement. What?
They needed a point guard. Just that is my only thought. They spent last year point guard list, and now they have the point guard.
Well, they got one now,
and with Wemby.
I got another one for you. Is there another team that Paul George could have gone to and started a point guard?
Chris Paul, you mean?
Chris Paul. What did I just say?
Paul George.
All over the place.
Long night.
Chris Paul.
And started a point guard?
Just started, period.
I mean, he technically could have gone to the Clippers, but James Harden. James Harden's there now. You're right.
The Brooklyn Nets.
Realistically, probably not.
Yeah.
Realistically, probably not. You're right.
The Pistons.
The Nets, Cade. Ivy,
but
whatever.
But they have right. But it depends. Are they going to start Ivy? Like that's you're asking for
the Wizards who had Chris Paul
for a hot second. Yes,
for a hot second. That's it. Like it's
they Nets did have Chris Paul. That's right.
Yeah,
I forgot about
it's the Nets and the Spurs. Those are the two teams that Chris Paul could have started for, and he went to one of them, and it's the one that has Victor Wembanyama on it. So that's a great job by him.
Who's the Lakers point guard?
Right now, it's probably
D'Angelo Russell as of right now. And they also have Gabe Vincent still on their payroll. This statement is like, that statement is bonkers.
Yep.
As
several Knicks beat reporters have pointed out, screams of Knicks 2019.
Someone super chatted that. Hold on. Yeah, Jesse M. Here you go.
The Clippers statement feels like something the Knicks would have released in the Mills days. Just sad all around. Completely. Totally. Now, look. The Clippers are going to get raked through over the coals. They still have a good team. They still have Kawhi Leonard. They still have James Harden. They still have Norm Powell. They still have Terrence Mann. They still have Ivica Zubac. They're going to get, I have to think they're going to get someone else, even if it's through, as Jeremy is kind of poking at, the non-taxpayer mid-level. Like they could be a playoff team again next year. But I mean,
they scream play-in to me now. And the 10 seed had won 46 games. Like, I'm sorry, the West is just gonna get better. Like Wemby's coming. Like, I'm sorry. I don't see it.
Would it shock you if they blew it up within the next year?
I was about to say day
to try to recoup.
I was wondering where Jerry was going with that. Like, if we're getting a Kawhi trade, and Harden just announced he signed. Yeah,
so right. So it's sort of like, what is the free agent market looking like, and is Harden opting in next year to then be dealt to a team of his choosing kind of thing. Is Kawhi moved? But it was a failure. And it's not dead, but it's working its way there.
No, it's
This has been a failure of an exercise. I mean, injury or not, you don't mortgage your entire future for one conference finals appearance in 5 years and then lose one of the guys that you gave all of those picks for nothing.
well,
Practically nothing.
it's not. It's the picks and the guy who finished second in MVP voting last year.
Right.
And you did
But
it for 5 seasons. Sorry, finish.
No, I was just saying with SGA, it's like, yes, that's what you gave up, but that also wasn't what he was when you acquired him. Kudos to the Thunder on their development.
For sure.
To
But
get
that's
him to that
part
point.
of
But it's
bringing up the
yeah.
result. If you're bringing up that they only went to one conference finals, it also has to be brought up. You traded an MVP candidate,
Agreed.
and you could have at least extended the contention window by just giving Paul George what he wanted, but they went to a negotiation. It's why we said for weeks about Anunoby, don't fuck around. Like, he has you. What's Fred Katz's line? He has you by the balls. Like, I hate to say it, but the Knicks understood what was at stake with letting Anunoby walk, and the Clippers are trying to spin this into a positive when it's nothing short of a disaster.
This team won with Paul George in 5 years, won 3 playoff series. 3.
It's not 100% Paul George's fault, but that is what happened.
No, I'm not saying it's Paul George's fault at all. I'm just saying, like, if we are talking about the most disappointing all-in experiments in NBA, here the book. Here's the book that should be written on this. 2018, 2 teams went all in: the Nets and the Clippers.
Yeah.
And what happened to both of those teams? Like,
Oh wow, yeah.
That's what this is. That's the referendum. Is maybe you can't just pop it in the microwave and wait a couple minutes and boom, you got a meal. That's wild.
Well, the other thing just to keep in mind with that, because you're right, but also the Nets and the Clippers both had wings with injury concerns, like serious ones.
Sure.
And they didn't quite have the youth. Well, I mean, the Nets did ironically have youth that
they had
then
some youth, and they traded away for James Harden.
And of course, COVID and Kyrie and all that didn't exactly help them, and they were quite fantastic with that trio before it all kind of went downhill for them. But yeah, if you're going to, first of all, we're not probably going to see something quite like that because free agency is largely dead. With that said, the Sixers just are about to successfully use free agency to leverage Paul George. But also it's Paul George at 34. It's not Paul George at 28. It's hard to get these players to hit the market and be in their late 20s. That's why Hartenstein so in demand. There are not going to be a lot of really talented players who are unrestricted free agents in their mid to late 20s. It doesn't happen anymore. And if it does, you pounce on that opportunity because that's your best shot at upgrading your roster.
Want to do some super chats? By the way, the other starting point guard option was Orlando.
Oh, yeah, but so that means move Suggs to the bench?
Suggs can play off ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they just signed KCP.
Oh, so then, move Suggs to the bench.
I don't think they're doing that.
Which they're probably not doing.
Not for Chris Paul.
Well, maybe the question was going into free agency, the point guard options.
Fair.
But, yeah.
Okay. Huzu, can y'all message Katz to message Woj to hurry this up?
I believe Fred would message Shams, his colleague at the Athletic, and maybe it worked because the stuff is now happening.
I mean, who was left on? It's Isaiah Hartenstein, right? I mean, Paul George is done, right? Before George to Philly. So it's just Isaiah.
Chris Paul for 1 year, $11 million plus deal.
Damn,
Klay Thompson
that's a nice
too.
payday. Okay, it's fine.
Hey, you hate Klay Thompson. Now I know.
I just that's we're not. I'll put it this way: if Hartenstein signs right now, we're not extending the live stream to wait on Klay Thompson.
Fair. Yes. So you're saying he was Mo Cheeks, Klay Thompson. Speaking of, Rich McLeod, biggest offseason addition was clearly Mo Cheeks. Shout out to Foreplay, which I will no longer a sponsor. So
Well,
I don't know what you're referring to, Foreplay. Is that a reference of some kind, Rich McLeod?
Our long national nightmare is over as Jonas Valanciunas has signed a 3-year, $30 million contract with the Wizards.
You're
Ooh,
shitting me.
wow.
With the Wizards?
So he went to a bad team.
Yes, he did.
My guess is they said Sarr's going to be at the 4. Let's get as much spacing at the 5 as we can, and Rashawn Holmes comes off the bench.
I think it's also a potential trade chip for them at some point. Someone might be interested in inheriting that deal.
Sure, depending on a year or two from now. But he's off.
Yeah, I'm not talking about this year. Maybe like
a
year and a half or something. That's so interesting, and that really does speak to like Hartenstein is not signed yet. Hartenstein is going to get what he's going to get. It's going to be a lot of money. It's going to be a hell of a lot more in 3 years and $30 million. Jonas Valanciunas, like not long ago, was looked at as like one of not the best centers in the league, but like a significant center because he could put up points and you could dump it into him and he's good for a bucket. And he started dabbling into threes and the whole thing. And if you ever needed proof of where the league is and where it's going and what's important and what matters and what doesn't, this contract, again, with the worst team in the league, it's just says all you need to know.
Can I read off the top 50 free agents that Keith Smith talked about and just show where we're at in terms of their standing?
Oh, do we have any more super chats?
We have 9, but
okay.
Are you reading all 50?
No, just the best ones. And so like LeBron not going anywhere. Paul George gone. Tyrese Maxey not going anywhere. Siakam re-signed. DeRozan still out there. OG Anunoby re-signed. Harden re-signed. Quickly off the market. KCP going to Orlando. Miles Bridges still on the market. Hartenstein still on the market. Monk off the market. Claxton re-signed. Russell opted in. Oubre on the market. Thompson on the market. Tobias Harris as well. Same with Tyus Jones. Valanciunas just signed. Patrick Williams just signed. Bruce Brown, team option picked up. Buddy Hield still on the market. Gary Trent Jr. remains unsigned. Batum not going to be with Philly. Gary Harris to be determined. Caleb Martin unlikely to be back, but still on the market. Russell Westbrook opted in, potentially going to Denver. Fultz on the market. Okoro on the market. Beasley as well. Lowry not re-signed. And Sadiq Bey still on the market. Not a lot of great talent, but some good talent that's still available for other teams.
I just want to point out that the 2 top guys that are switching teams, Paul George, extraordinarily unique situation where his team during the year, at one point during this year, people were talking about the Clippers as perhaps the best threat to the Nuggets to win the West and potentially the title. So it's not like they were ever going to trade Paul George amidst ongoing contract negotiations that may be going sideways. And they clearly told you the reasons why they were letting him go now. And DeMar DeRozan, just total and classic asset mismanagement by a Bulls team that continues to chase their tails and more precisely chase the A seed. So like under normal circumstances, actually, I can't even call that. I was going to say, under normal circumstances, the best free agent to change teams potentially might be Isaiah Hartenstein. And even that's not normal circumstances because the Knicks signed him to such a good deal 2 years ago that he's so like that never happens. How often does someone so massively improve their market value over the course of 2 years where an incumbent team is left without the financial resources to sign them? So the old ways, right? Where a guy just like leaves under like again normal circumstances. That's not happening here. Everything's changed.
I'll go through some
All right,
super
some
chats.
super chats. Yeah, Hutsu PG to the Sixers. Don't move me one bit against us. Well,
Yeah.
I love the confidence, Hush. Feel free to chime in at some point when these two teams play. Knicks in 5. There you go. Listen, that Sixers team's gonna be fucking good if they're healthy at all. Drew P. We have the perfect matchups for Philly's big 3. They have a
He's gonna make me do it.
what?
No, keep talking. Go ahead, keep talking.
Well, Mikal Bridges on Maxey. We're underwater for a second, I think.
Oh, Jeremy's muted. You're muted for a second, Jeremy. Go ahead.
You're underwater, but now you're better.
Now you're
Okay,
better.
good.
Mikal Bridges on Tyrese Maxey. OG, I guess on Paul George. Before, because you're not going to have him defending Embiid full time. I mean, but they do have a lot of switchability. They do have a lot of different looks that they could throw. But that team's going to be, I don't know, they're just going to be really good. They got Paul George to throw on somebody now defensively.
John, you know who else can be really good?
Tell me.
The New York Knicks. New York Knicks are going to be really good.
Yes, they are. These are two really good teams, but it's entirely possible. How about this? It's entirely possible that 3 of the 5 best teams in basketball all play in the same division. And I would go so far as to say it's probably likely at this point that 3 of the 5 best teams in basketball all play in the same division. Man.
Knicks in
Okay.
5. Got it. Next up.
Thank you. Hutsu with another one. If that Warriors package for PG is true, wow, what a way to drop the ball. And as a fan, I'd be fuming, missing out on that. Kevin Porter Jr., Primo, like what?
Yeah.
I mean, we saw that Jonathan Kuminga's name was tossed around as potentially being in some side and trade agreements. How much of that has to do with just the fact that the Warriors are in their division and their conference? I don't know.
I think the second part of this is also worth acknowledging.
We've been live throughout this entire, obviously throughout free agency for the past couple hours. Apparently, the Clippers have just been getting raked over the coals for multiple reasons over the last 3 hours, and it culminated with Paul George, but it began when they signed Kevin Porter Jr. after having Josh Primo on their roster this season. So an extra couple years for an all-star is not okay, but you've made it very clear what you are okay with
That's
your
fair.
roster decisions tonight. So,
Yep.
Kevin
Danishevsky, Kawhi for Randall and Mitch plus salary and draft picks.
Close out a fan spoke, Kev.
It happened once. It can happen again. Next up.
Ray Marcano, great job, team. I'll be John's hype man. You already are my hype man, Ray. Thank you for that. I owe you. I'm not worried about iHeart because I believe in the Knicks front office and it will find a way. Yeah,
Great.
for sure. Armand Bernajaj, is the PG trade the worst year in sports history?
Maybe
I think he means the worst
trade.
in worst trade in sports history.
No, because Paul George came there and I think he gave them everything that they expected. Like if I think here's the thing, I think if you told them this is what you're going to get from Paul George, well,
is he just
If you
saying
told
basketball? Are we just doing basketball or are we doing sports history?
Well, he says sports history, but if we just say
sports history.
basketball, I'd like to point out that the team that won the NBA championship this year did it off the backs of the picks that were owned by the Brooklyn Nets.
Yeah.
With a trade for geriatric players.
That is
That's pretty awful.
This is like going to be mentioned as the worst ones, but to Jeremy's point, the Brooklyn trade, Jason Terry was one of the main pieces of that trade and was off the team by the trade deadline. Garnett and Pierce were off the team within 2 years of being in Brooklyn. So those were aging stars. John just read with Paul George. They went to the first conference finals in franchise history with Paul George there. It's not that they didn't accomplish nothing, just didn't accomplish enough. And Armand, to your point about sports history, 2 words: Babe Ruth.
If we're just keeping an NBA, go look at what Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was traded for. Go look at what Charles Barkley was traded for. Moses Malone before he went to the Sixers.
Not Kawhi.
Yeah.
Oh,
won the title, and they
what's
barely.
Space?
What?
That was
DeMar,
point guard.
Myrtle, and
What?
a pick.
That trade. I wasn't even doing that. I was going the Pacers trade on draft.
That was George Hill. That's a draft night
trade
at least, where you don't actually know what people are going to be.
I mean, shit, Eddie Curry.
Hi,
but I wonder if you told the Clippers not what SGA was going to become, but only what Paul George was going to do over the 5 years, they would have made that trade for those picks 10 times out of 10. It's where you introduce the SGA into it, where it's like, I don't know. But thanks, Armin.
Fred's also in the chat with the better draft night trade that is the worst ever, and that's that Charlotte had drafted Kobe and traded him.
Yeah, it's pretty
Again,
good.
though, that's draft night. There's the unknown of drafting an 18-year-old, regardless of what you project him. When you have the known commodity, it makes it worse. Which Jesse M is adding. Will it go down as the worst of trades in NBA history? I think it's in the top 5. Maybe that's an off-season Patreon pod. It is a disaster as we've emphasized tonight.
I think we have to see what SGA becomes. I mean, if Shai Gilgeous-Alexander leads the Thunder to multiple NBA championships and goes down as one of the 20 or 25 greatest players of all time, then yes, yes.
There is a way out of this though, which is if they move Kawhi for something back. We talk about the Nets.
They want to do that though,
right? But we talk about the Nets making one of the worst trades ever because they that's what they did. We laugh at the 2019 Nets now, but they traded Kevin Durant for a haul. And they traded Kyrie Irving for something good. And now they've traded Mikal Bridges to the Knicks. So they've been able to turn a bad situation into at least an attempt at a better future. Whereas if the Clippers just stick it with Kawhi and Harden for the foreseeable future, then it's we lost the piece that really would put us over the top, and we're doubling down by just keeping everything as is. So they need a little bit more time before we'll go to that direction. But it's pretty bad.
Wait, go to what direction, you mean?
I'm saying if they stick with this as is, then they're kind of we lost Paul George and we're sort of half pregnant here. Whereas if they were to try to rip it up at the studs, there's at least an attempt to say, we know this window isn't working, instead of us playing around for another year or two with fake contention. You know whose opinion I'd love to hear about this, and I don't know if we'll be able to get their thoughts. I gotta tell you, Fred Katz,
lifelong Clipper fan.
Yeah, I'd like to hear from Fred Katz if he's available at any point.
I understand in our chat right now, actually.
So, Fred, if you're able to take off your work mode, Fred said, Jeremy says the Nets trade led to the Celtics winning the title. The Clippers trade might for OKC too. It's not even done. They still have unprotected going to OKC, and SGA might get them there. And I agree. The difference I'm trying to make here is that if the Clippers move Kawhi and Harden at any point over the next year, they at least recoup something, whereas it doesn't feel like those Nets with Paul Pierce and Kevin Garnett got anything to supplement their assets.
I see what you're saying. In all situations, a mess was made.
Yes.
But at least the Nets, the 2019 Nets, were able to turn KD into 9 firsts. And maybe if the
Yep.
Clippers execute a sign and trade for Paul George and then blow it up and trade Kawhi and trade Harden and get something back, you've at least got something. Whereas that Nets team, just everybody got fired, and now, some people. Well, Bobby Marks was on that team. Was he in charge of that crew, that front office? That was Billy King.
It was Billy King, and it was Prokhorov ordering the Nets be a contender, or at least an attempt at one. But Bobby Marks was part of that.
Bobby Marks was there. Okay, so then the final line I was gonna say, and now people work for ESPN, which I like Bobby Marks. He's really good at his job, and the emphasis on why that went south is that Prokhorov showed up and said, "City under new management," and then was like, "I give up."
That was a good accent.
I don't like ball no more, and now they became a tanking team.
It's true.
Yeah. Okay. Next up,
shall we? Johnny BK, can we take a moment to celebrate another massive win for the Knicks this summer, not having to be mentioned in the same sentence with Zach LaVine ever again? Hopefully not famous last words. No, I don't think that's the LaVine stuff. I got to tell you, reading the reports that the Bulls can't get rid of him even by attaching a first-round pick make me think it's not the Knicks, but there's some team out there who should go get Zach LaVine, because that dude's not a bad basketball player. It's just there's the injury concerns on the money. And I know we keep going back to talking about the apron or the CBA and the whole thing. Tell me there's not one team out there who's like, you know what? Zach LaVine, maybe he can help us. I don't know. Maybe not.
Pass.
Let's just do. I feel like iHeart is coming back now. Why? Why do you feel that way? I want to know.
I want to feel what you're feeling, Hush Sue. I really do.
Yeah, I don't feel that way at all.
Another one.
Oh, this is Chris Haynes. Sorry. Well, Huzzoo says just the name is Jared Allen a possibility now without trading Julius Randle or some other player that they're just not going to trade.
I mean, he's also got reported that he's going to go back to Brooklyn for 4-100. Oh, no. That's Nick Claxton. I just did that, didn't I? Wrong net. Wrong former Nets center. No.
Same thing.
Yeah. Same contract, too.
The Chris B. Haynes. The Bulls offered Zach LaVine to the Warriors for Andrew Wiggins and Chris Paul. Golden State declined, which again says a lot.
And just released Chris Paul. They were just like, "No, we're good. We'd rather just release Chris Paul."
So they'd basically rather have 3 more years of whatever Andrew Wiggins is right now than 3 years of Zach LaVine. That's it. Maybe it's the injury. Like the injury is too tenuous or too risky. I mean, he obviously missed time this year, so I don't.
It's the contract.
It's the contract.
It's the money. It's the years. It's the player option in year 3.
It's the same years as Wiggins, but it's like 20 more per year. Not 20 more. No, it's actually more like 15 more per year. But again, that to me speaks volumes, because think about this. Andrew Wiggins, is it fair to say he has given the Warriors next to nothing over the last 2 years?
It hasn't been the most positive of value.
Okay. Now, there are reasons for that, which we don't need to get into right now, but like he's had some stuff going on. The point is, as a basketball player, he has not really contributed to anything positive for them and may never contribute much positive again. Zach LaVine makes about $15 million more than him per year for each of the next 3 years. Zach LaVine can do things that are good on a court. Now he also takes some stuff off the court. Here it is. It's interesting to me. I don't think it's just the money. I think it's the combination of the money, and if you're taking him on, you kind of have to ask yourself, is this guy really going to help us get to the finish line that we're trying to get to? And if the answer is no, because it's like, I don't know if we could win it all with Zach LaVine on our team, or even like win multiple playoff rounds depending on Zach LaVine as part of our team. I don't know. But
let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Is there a restaurant chain that you dislike?
That's an interesting question.
Like a fast casual one. Not fast food, but like
fast casual.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it
I'm
could be
sure
sit
they're-
down.
I mean, man, I eat a lot of crappy food. Let's go with Olive Garden.
Olive Garden. Okay. I haven't been to an Olive Garden in a while. I'm sure their unlimited breadsticks are
I
great.
haven't been there in probably 15 years.
And not a huge fan.
I'm never again.
Would you rather pay, say, $25, or would you rather pay $45
At
For
Olive Garden?
at Olive Garden per person? I could
I'd
just
rather pay
it's been a while.
$25.
Right. Like, but it's still going to be a bad meal either way.
I thought you were going a different direction. Like, I'd rather have White Castle than Olive Garden, and White Castle.
No,
costs
it's
$6
why
less.
pay more for like this pretty much a similar caliber meal or expectation when you've just spent all this money fielding a title contender for years. Look how much they paid just for Kelly Oubre Jr. to be there. That was $80+ million just for him
Yeah.
to exist. So if I'm the Warriors, like, you're telling me that Zach LaVine is probably not going to do anything different that Chris Paul leaving and Andrew Wiggins does. Like, just give me the cheaper option at a different position than where I'm at. I don't really see the fit in terms of from the Warriors ownership perspective. Spend less.
It's fair. All right, we have another one.
Steph Bondi also just retweeted something from
flight thing?
Sid Lieb, Lieb. Presti and the crew have departed Eugene and are headed back to OKC. And it's the screenshot of a flight that has departed OKC and is in
So
the
where's the announcement?
departed and is going to OKC. And is leaving Oregon.
Mind you, it was scheduled to leave at 4:30 and it left 40 minutes late. Or it seems it's leaving 40 minutes later.
What's the time zone difference?
It's 3
I can't believe
hours.
we're sitting here talking about fucking planes.
Listen, this is a very infamous plane tracking in 2014 it gave us LeBron going back to Cleveland.
You want to talk about my vasectomy?
As you publicly announced, you got a
Congratulations.
vasectomy.
That's more interesting than this shit.
I would argue other people think it's more interesting, but
I think I beg to differ.
I could lift heavy objects tomorrow though. That's
okay.
Great.
So what is the rehab process on a vasectomy? Like, do you need physical therapy or
no.
God, I hope there's a
No,
do
you just gotta
do
take-
they
you gotta
give
take it
you
easy for a little bit.
exercises to do, or is just ice and painkillers?
Exercises?
I don't know.
You talking about,
I've never
like,
gotten one.
Googles or whatever they call those shit?
Fred, please tweet something, anything. Tweet some sort of news. It could be that you had a sandwich.
Nah,
whatever it
man.
is.
You gotta take it easy.
Okay.
know?
Okay. Fred Katz, by the
That-
way.
oh,
just
no.
Sent in. OMG, please talk John's vasectomy.
Damn it. I was counting on you, Fred.
Oh man.
I mean, what do you want to know?
I want to know from Keith Peckman, excuse me, Peckham. Shout out to your vasectomy.
Keith Pecker. I mean, Peckman.
Yeah.
Peckman,
Mo
that's a
Bamba
good-
as a Peckman. I'm the Peckman. Mo Bamba as a backup plan. Insane Immeasurables 26. Why is no one talking about him? We talked about him earlier.
We did.
No. The fact that no one's talking about Mo Bamba should tell you everything you need to know about
Yeah.
why nobody's talking
Why
about
the
Mo Bamba.
league is no one talking about him. That means we probably shouldn't. I'll pass on Mo Bamba.
Was Mo Bamba on the Lakers last year?
He was on the Suns last year.
Was he really? I didn't even know
I
that.
thought so, wasn't he?
You could
That was
do
Bol Bol. No,
Bol.
that was Bol Bol. My bad.
How dare you?
Yeah.
Different tall
No,
person.
he wasn't Mo Bamba on the Sixers?
The Sixers.
Yeah.
Was he really?
Yes.
He was on the
It should tell you
Philadelphia
even
76ers.
more.
He didn't see the court though.
Peckman. It should tell you even more, Peckman, why no one's talking about Mo Bamba, that I feel like I'm pretty in tune to the league, and I had no idea what team he played for last year.
Why do you keep calling him Peckman? He's
What
got
is
a
he?
first name?
He's the Peckman. Yeah, I'm calling. Listen, everybody calls me
You're just like-
Claudio.
Yeah, but you're going out of your way, like, you know what, Peckman? Here's the thing, Peckman. Like,
I like the name Peckman. Okay, Peckman. Anyway,
I just
next up.
there's a reason that Mo Bamba has been on 3 teams, in fairness. 3 teams in his career. And he's going to be on a 4th one now. Javier Montalvo, how about Duop Rieth as a plan B? We talked about Duop before. I know not everybody's sitting home having watched all 4+ hours of this thing. But yeah, no, I think it's an interesting name just because I think he's boxed out in Portland. But the issue that we keep coming back to is like there has to be a certain caliber of center that you're going to go out if you're going to go out and acquire somebody. There has to be, there's a dependability factor here. And I'm not sure if the Knicks could actually depend on Duop Rieth.
All the super chats are about your vasectomy now.
Well, see, at least we spice things up.
Oh my god.
Isn't that good?
Your wife?
Hold on. Shut up. It's the greatest thing because I'm picturing it. Read this one.
Okay. This is CC Kirby. My dumb ass leaving this stream on as I clean around the house and I hear John loudly yell, "Want to hear about my vasectomy?" from the other room.
I'm picturing someone with like us on the TV and like the speakers up and you're just cleaning and then suddenly you hear, "Want to hear about my vasectomy?"
I said want to talk about it.
Oh, so we want to talk about, not just listen to you talk about it.
The implication is that it's interactive.
It's a give and take. Yeah. Which a
Take,
give and take goes away when you get a vasectomy. Anyway. Also from Fred Katz.
Fred Katz breaking John's seminal vesicles. You know, it was funny during the procedure, the beautiful, wonderful young lady who performed it asked if I wanted to see the thing that she took out.
Mm-hmm.
And I said no.
Can we get her on the pod? Did you not tell her you have a Knicks podcast either?
Actually, it's funny you say that because she was just. I told her I told her I had a podcast.
So you can tell her not CJ McCollum.
JJ Redick. Hi, neighbor.
No.
Random doctor.
But her, I told,
I have
and
a Knicks podcast.
And she said somebody asked her to be on a podcast to talk about her work. That it was like some kind of a sex podcast or something.
Wow,
this is shaping into one, so you might as well.
We are here. Indeed.
Well, I mean, there's no free agency news going on, so what are we doing here? You know,
was your vast deference waived? Is it a signage rate?
Waved like Alec Burks' cap hold.
I believe it was released. Is the correct?
Whatever.
Well,
it wasn't picked up.
I feel like it was cut. Is the actual correct there? All right, let's get to non-vasectomy super chats first, and then we'll get back to them.
Javier Montalvo, we got that.
Oh, this is the one we saw. My bad. Sam Garcia.
Sam, hey, what's up, Sam? Good seeing you the other night. George Paul and Embiid will not be healthy. They might not. And I think anybody playing the Sixers or anybody hoping to compete in the East or the NBA should hope that health gets the better of that team, because if they are all healthy, they're going to be a real bear to deal with. So, yeah. James Epstein, top 3 backup centers for the Knicks to consider. All right, should we do a top 3? I got a Keith's list back up here again. That was a really good list. Plumlee's going to be on my list. I'll tell you right now.
Oh man,
why?
For realistic.
What is realistically good about that?
He's functional.
So he breathes. That's where the bar is. He's tall and he breathes.
I'll go Goga 1, Xavier Tillman 2, Plumlee 3. There we go. That's my list.
Jeremy?
I'm trying to think of what even works. Goga number 1. No, actually, you know what? I'll say. Jeez, I can't say Mr. Robs,
right?
No, not Cat. Definitely not.
Well, wait, hold on. If I'll amend my answer, I'll put Mo Wagner as number. I don't think it's realistic though. I'll put Mo Wagner number 2 after Goga, and then Tillman.
It's tough. It's like I expect it to be free agent signings, and the market's not fantastic. So I'll say Goga. I'll say Isaiah Jackson, but the issue with Isaiah Jackson is a cap.
I thought we were doing just free agents.
Are we doing just free agents?
I'd put Isaiah Jackson over. I don't even remember who the hell I had third. Tillman. I like Isaiah Jackson. I'd sign up for him. I think he's good.
He said backup center, so it doesn't necessarily have to be a free agent.
That's fair.
I'll go with Tillman, but I hate the offense there. Just not a good offensive player. That's my number 2. And then again, if we're just going through free agents, geez, it is not super easy. Not a lot of good options on the free agent market.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Right,
You're gonna come crawling back to Mason Plumlee. Watch.
I will not. But also, again, it was not a free agent question. It was top 3 backup centers, not top 3 free agents who would be available to play backup center. So yeah, I'll go with Isaiah Jackson, but I'm honestly not entirely sure what it would be unless it were stacking salaries at some point and perhaps Fred's dream comes back to life. But no, I'm not settling for Mason Plumlee.
I'll go Goga Batapse, and then 2 names they mentioned. I'm at Goga or bust at this point.
That's
A
kind of
name
what
that-
I'm feeling like.
Yeah.
A name that we haven't mentioned, and I'm not sure. No, I don't know. They would have to be like a Alec Burks sign and trade for a lot of money. Steven Adams is
Oh, I got it. Sorry.
what?
Precious Achua. Let me sign and trade Alec Burks as part of the Bridges trade for the second apron, and just keep Precious in that case. Like if that's the direction we're really going for.
So you'd rather have Precious than Mason Plumlee?
Yes.
Yes, John, I would. I definitely would. Sorry.
I would have to think about that.
Why?
I think Mason Plumlee's good.
How?
At what?
What?
I think he's a solid 2-way guy for 15 minutes a night.
Are the Knicks tanking?
Hold on.
Yeah, I think Mason Plumlee's a decent basketball player. That's all.
I'm looking up if they added other ways because you said 2 ways, and I don't know if the 2 ways that are currently involved in basketball.
Just go to the next super chat.
Hold on. Nope. Still offense and defense. Got it. Next up.
That's good. Hazu thinking we're 3 hours in, and if it's the money, why hasn't he accepted the OKC deal yet? Maybe he's thinking about it. I mean, it's entirely possible. Or the Knicks putting something in his ear. Just my thoughts. I mean, I'm pretty sure that the Knicks made their pitch a long time ago, where they're like, "We're gonna give you everything we could give you, and you know what your role is here. You know how valuable you are to us here. And we'll see if that, I don't know. Are they literally calling him right now, or is he calling someone and being like, I don't know.
My guess is that the Knicks will operate with iHeart similar to how it seemed like they were going to operate with OG, which is go out, field the best offer, and then come back to the table, and we will match it, or we'll do what we can. Of course, the Knicks can't match an offer that is above what they can offer iHeart. There's no way to do it. But perhaps the Knicks didn't talk through ways to kind of do the under the table things that we talked about earlier. And it was just 4 years, $72 million. And then the Thunder went in, made their pitch,
Entirely possible.
depending on what Hartenstein said, gave him an offer. And then Hartenstein goes back to the Knicks and say, all right, this was the meeting that we had. This is where we're at.
Let me say this. The fact that we haven't heard it announced yet that he signed with Oklahoma City, and 3+ hours have passed, and clearly a meeting took place, and we're way past the did you tamper thing. I can't believe I'm going to say this. This will be famous last words. I'm going to say this, and 3 minutes later we're going to get the Woj bomb
don't
that
say it.
he's.
Yeah, so don't say it.
All right, I won't say it. I won't say it.
No, we
That-
were kidding.
No, you
say
can
it.
say it.
Yeah.
No, I mean, you know what I was. I think it's a good. It's a better sign than not. Like,
I agree. There's another part of this that, like, what if Goga Batadze suddenly is announced as signed with another team? It's like, oh, so the Knicks are not. The Knicks might think they still got a shot at iHeart. That another backup
Well,
center
depends
is
what he
off the
signs for.
market. But I'm saying if Goga Batadze is announced as like gone, then it's like, oh, then they haven't been told you're out, and maybe they think they still have a shot. You know.
Yeah.
Next up.
Rich McLeod, pick one: plane tracking or more fake Randall trades from Kevin. Plane tracking.
John's vasectomy.
Plane tracking.
And now we're at this point.
Haitian Ferg. John getting the vasectomy is definitely a sound move given the new CBA rules. I agree. Listen, cap constraints. I already have 2 kids. Kids are fucking expensive.
Mm-hmm.
This avoids the Macri household from going into the 10th apron.
Well done.
It's the second apron. You're capped there.
You're capped. There you go.
I am very happy to be capped at the second apron.
Yeah. Cap
People
or no
who
cap.
have more than 2 kids, I've
Yes.
repeated, they should have their head examined.
Anyway, hi Benji. That's his response every time you say that. He's like, "Oh, great. I guess I need my head examined."
But Benji is like a really good person and everything.
Oh, so you're
so
saying
all-
people who have more than 2 kids are bad people?
That
Is that
aren't
the
Benji. That
Right,
aren't Benji.
aren't Benji.
Yes.
No, if you're a good person and have a lot of love in your heart, that's different.
Which I give John too much shit. So I was like, oh, because you don't have love in your. Got it.
I
Okay.
love my 2 kids that I have. There's no more love to give.
Rich McLeod just said in the
Barely now.
live chat, sack or no sack is the new cap or no cap replacement since the Knicks are now hard caps.
It's definitely not cream.
It's definitely not cream. Yeah. Knicks, do something, please.
Jessica, I hope everything is healing nicely, John. Everything's a-okay.
Next up.
Fred Katz, just like John's inner workings, the NBA news is currently tied up. I didn't get my tubes tied, Fred. That's not. Jonathan Francois, hope you can still feel it in your plums.
Your
Is that a
Mason
reference to
Plum
Plum
leaks?
I don't think so. I think Eastbound and Down, perhaps.
Oh
If
man,
you've seen that clip.
I haven't seen it.
Oh,
I haven't.
I'll
No.
share it. It's Young Gabriel. You'll love it.
Okay. Fred Katz with another. Fred Katz is all over the place. Fred Katz, go break some news, man. Just imagining John as a woman is
No.
I thought you were
comment.
saying just
God.
imagining John as a woman.
Maybe you did get your tubes.
Oh God, this stream.
I'm not gonna make an inappropriate joke. Just imagining John as a woman is snipping his manhood, screaming in his pain. I have a podcast. No, that's the thing. They give you a numbing agent, so you don't feel anything. There was no screaming in pain. I wouldn't call it a pleasant experience, but it's fine.
Let's put up the next super chat.
Jonathan Farrow, between the dark skin and vasectomy, Macri's on a roll. LOL. If iHeart is gone, is it a reasonable likely that we bring Goga in and a new Precious deal? Let's freaking go next. He brought it back. I will say, if we're as confident that the Knicks are going to try to avoid the hard cap at the first apron, as it seems like we both are, I don't really see a whole lot of downside to why they shouldn't bring back Precious on a small deal.
Well, you're saying that the Knicks would, in this case, be a second apron team.
Let's say Precious is not involved in the sign and trade. Let's say they figure out another way to avoid the hard cap at the first apron with the Mikal Bridges trade, right?
So
Alec
it
Burks sign and
it has
trade,
to be
whatever.
Alec Burks, yes.
Fine. Why wouldn't they, assuming he's amenable to coming back on not a big number. Why wouldn't they just bring back Precious, whether it's as a second or a third big or whatever?
Isn't that what I just said when we were asking about the backup centers?
Yeah, but I was under the impression that you were more talking about Precious as like the backup to Mitch. I'm talking about him more as a third big.
I'm fine with him as a third big, but if he's a third big, you're not going to want to pay him more than the minimum salary.
And I guess that's what I'm asking here. Is it worth it to, because of assuming here, because this is now feasible. Let's say Mitch is the starter. They bring in Goga as the backup. And that, would it be worth it to pay Precious 2 years, $4 million, or 2 years, $8 million, sorry, $8 million guaranteed for $4 million a year to be your breaking case of emergency third big man
with
ahead of Jericho Sims? Yeah, with Goga and Mitch.
So the Knicks have a third of their roster are 5 players who can't play with each other because they just drafted Huck Porty.
Oh yeah.
So they're gonna have 5 centers.
Unless
Precious
he
played the 4, but it didn't seem to me like it was ever out of preference. It had everything to do with personnel because Julius Randle was injured.
Yeah, but the fact that he could play the 4, he so basically it wouldn't just be spending more than the veteran minimum to sign your third for your third center. It would be also your probably third option at power forward too.
So I'm just trying to play this out. What
Sure.
happens if that situation arises and Knicks fans, and I won't blame it, a single one of them, is like, why are the Knicks playing Precious Achiuwa ahead of Dadier if there's a dearth of rotation talent? Like, why is it that there's not any?
Because we know Achiuwa could give you decent regular season minutes.
Sure. But also, why are the Knicks paying extra money to a player who's outside of the rotation from the jump?
Because what does it hurt them to do so?
Well, I mean, it financially it could hurt them, and also it hurts them in terms of a development standpoint, and it hurts them from a spacing standpoint.
I don't know. I personally, I'd rather give Precious if there was a scenario where multiple players were injured and we needed to break the glass in case of emergency, I'd rather Precious Achiuwa get those minutes this year than Pacome Dadier. But
I just think having 5 centers on the roster is kind of.
You might be right. I consider it, but anyway, it's probably neither here nor there. Thanks, Jonathan. Bernard Richardson, it's the offseason. Stop respecting your opponent, John. Never. I can't. Andrew, you muted, by the way.
All I said was Knicks in 5.
Okay. KP Medeiros, the only thing to have ties cut quicker than John's Vaz Deferens was the Clippers with Paul George.
Yeah. Literally clipped.
But he was there for 5 years.
Yeah. There was clearly a vast difference in terms of what Paul George wanted and what
That's the
Jeremy. Well done.
That's
well
excellent.
Done.
That's well done.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sam Garcia's dad. So John and I have something else in common. Who knew? Hashtag the well is dry. See, that's because Sam Garcia's dad, Ray, is a smart man.
We are.
I would like to think that this is how Sam finds out.
Yeah. That'd be great if Sam just found out watching
what?
the live stream. Wait. I actually don't know, like, all the different iterations of other Sam Garcia things, if like Sam Garcia's brother and Sam Garcia's sister ever showed up. I don't remember. I remember if Sam's an only child or not.
I think he is.
Yeah, I think so. I've only ever seen Sam. So next up,
Lucas. The longer the iHeart contract talks drag out, are we collectively feeling more or less confident he returns? I really want him back. I'm feeling more. That's me.
It's me too. I'm still. I'd like something else to go out there other than our like. Oh, so the longer it gets dragged out, like I'd love like a reporting that the Knicks are still in it.
I mean, yeah, sorry.
I feel the same as before, which is cautiously optimistic, but understanding other teams will come in with a larger offer.
if there's no news tonight on this, man,
maybe he takes a day, which tells me it's a decision. It's not a foregone conclusion.
Yeah.
You know, the thing we were laughing about, by the way, was the next super chat. Grinding for
good. Insert joke about creation juice here.
While you're grinding for good.
That's the fucking comment of the year. Yeah, I guess my team needs a little bit more creation juice because I'm all out.
Next up,
I'm like the Wizards. Bernard Richardson. That iHeart re-signing notification is going to hit like 80s crack.
definitely not the Bullets.
Maybe he just wants to experience being courted as a good free agent. I think you don't meet with another team unless you're serious about potentially signing with another team. I don't think so, at least. I think he's given this, at the very least, he's considering leaving. That's my read.
Agree.
Fred Katz, one thing John and Mitchell Robinson have in common: neither can shoot right now. Not true. You can. No, you don't need to wait that long until you can engage in those activities again.
Ball
Noted.
handling?
Ball.
I wonder what my wife would say if she knew that this is what the conversation had turned to.
Because you've never discussed anything private or medical on the Knicks Film School podcast or live stream before, right? Shout out to Pinworms.
Oh, that's.
Can't even bust
lives
through
in
a
your
word.
Swear to God, John. Go ahead.
Rich McLeod, Jonathan Sackery. I like that. That's pretty good. Draws off. I feel like I've missed something. I'm not. Go
I don't
back
think you
and.
missed anything.
Yeah, I don't think you've missed anything. Huzzoo. If the Knicks get back iHeart. Okay, here we go. How do we rank this year's offseason compared to others? This might be the top 3. Wasn't around the 90s to know those. Andrew must have just read something.
No, I love Hush so much. We're like going through multiple sheets of super chats about your vasectomy, and he just goes right back to like, if the Knicks can get iHeart back.
I love it.
I love that you're bringing us back.
Well, no, hold on. The best offseason the Knicks have ever had is when they signed Jalen Brunson.
But did we know it at the time? Well, okay, one person did. One person said it for
It was
years
very
ahead
high
of
on
time.
Jalen Brunson.
But
And
the
Harden.
point
I
being,
think
we
we
didn't know that was like, I know we said in the moment, this is one of the biggest signings in Knicks history. It wasn't like, oh, we're a title contender now. There were still a lot of questions about that team because it was followed by, are we trading for Donovan Mitchell? If they get iHeart back, they're right now the second best odds in the East, third best odds in the NBA to win the title. It's only going to improve. So I would be with Hush on this, that it's actually not crazy to make the statement that maybe this is one of the best off seasons, if not the best off season in franchise history.
Unless you're counting drafts, like the offseason they drafted Willis Reed and the offseason they drafted Patrick Ewing. Unless you're counting that, sure, top 3. I think that would be fine. Jessica with another one. PG slipped the clips. John snipped below the hips. Exciting free agency so far. I like the alliteration there. That was very good. PG did slip the clips, but the clips let him slip. They allowed it. They were willing participants.
Poetry, not alliteration.
Poetry. That's what I meant.
Yeah.
I still can't believe the Clippers thing. Mostly the statement, but I just still can't believe the whole thing.
Next up.
Fred Katz. Fred has a little bit too much time on his hands. I think that's what we're.
God, Fred.
After John's operation, he can't.
Dear God, Fred. The name of the Knicks draft pick, Pacome anymore.
Well,
he can't comb anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, Fred's got a good point. It's not like you're gonna. It's not like for the third time you're gonna be a daddy, eh?
Yeah, you go. Well done, Jeremy.
Thank you.
And that's
Thank you.
John's leaving.
Thank God for that.
Oh, that's right. John
Oh!
can no longer be a daddy, eh?
There we go.
Well
Nice,
done.
Fred.
We're cooking with gas now.
That's it. Sorry, that's appropriate. Drazov says, "Congratulations on your loss, John." Thank you. I appreciate it. So I won't say what I was going to say. Sean with a W. LeBron met with us in 2010. Anything is possible. He did meet with us.
He was serious about coming here too, and then one.
And then the meeting happened.
Well, then one fake Sopranos episode later, and the big three no longer wanted to consider it here.
Listen, if we pretend for a second that tampering doesn't exist, and that all that let's assume, for argument's sake, that all Hartenstein knew before 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time was that they were going to have a meeting with Oklahoma City, and that Oklahoma City was going to put a lot of money on the table. But that's all he knew. Didn't know any specifics about role. Didn't know any specifics about playing time. Didn't know any specifics about anything at all. Is it possible that something was said in that meeting that turns them off? Where they who knows? Maybe like Benji had a tweet before I saw that about like, if like, go take the money, but just know that you're not going to be closing games. Like, who knows what they talked about, and I don't know. I got to tell you, every minute this keeps going, I'm to my detriment. Surely I'm giving myself a little hope, because I went into this live stream with like 0% hope. Now I'm at like 10%. Husju, I'm all business. J-Mac, plums are not my business. Oh, my J-Max plums are not my business.
Yeah.
Is that what they're called now? Plums?
We called them plums earlier. We could call them plumleys if that makes you happier.
Please don't. That'd be weird, especially if they got plumley.
Yes, because now that's when it would be weird, John. Next up. Negotiations are getting testes from Darth Dream. What are you reading?
Bagley had a tweet that it was a response to.
Oh, wow. It's an LOL to something.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Thanks, Darth Dream. Richard David. I love how John is getting paid on KFS to talk about his operation. We only need something to happen tonight in free agency way too much. Yes. I completely agree.
Thoughts on Quickly and Obi contracts from Brian L. Thank you for something to talk about, Brian.
P.S. Talk about your penis.
Yeah, P.S. Talk about your vasectomy. John, you first.
I thought both contracts were a little bit much for my liking. I think when it comes to restricted free agency, the thinking maybe, I don't know. I feel like maybe the thinking used to go that like, yeah, what's another extra couple of $1 million? And now those extra couple of $1 million could matter a lot when it comes to your different aprons and whatnot. That said, did the Pacers, like, they didn't beat the non-taxpayer mid-level by that much. The non-taxpayer mid-level is 12.8 with raises, and Obi's getting 15 a year. So you could look at this and you could look at the 4-year extension. And actually, I haven't even done the math, but it's probably about the same as a non-taxpayer MLE with max raises over 4 years. Because I think it's 12.8. So yeah, the Obi contract's fine, and he's a great fit there, and they shouldn't let him go. The Quickly number surprised me. Like, I would have guessed 25 a year. If it had been 30 a year, I would have been like, all right, that's a lot. It's a lot, but I get it. 35, that's a lot of money for. But then again, I'm like famously lower on Emmanuel Quickly's like ceiling than a lot of other people are.
let me speak as someone who wanted the Knicks to offer him 4 for $115. I was also hit with some sticker shock when I saw what the deal was, but he bet on himself and it paid off. So good for him.
Good for him.
And to Obi, let's talk about people we're higher on, Jeremy, than John is. He's in the perfect role in the perfect situation, and I think that's a fine contract for him to stay in the perfect role in the perfect situation. So good for him. Good for both of them.
My biggest question is how high are NBA teams expecting the salary cap to increase next year with the TV deal coming into play? And maybe it doesn't affect them next year, but I'm curious. I don't think either of these contracts is like, whoa, oh my God, that's huge. But I think for each of them, it's a very nice payment. More richer than my blood, but nothing to come down on the teams against. But if you have more breathing room because you expect a jump in the salary cap, I think this year was a little bit under expectations. So curious what next year will truly look like, if these teams have any inside scoop on what their planning might look like. I would presume they do. Because otherwise, fine deals, but they got the bags. Good for them. Really happy for them.
I completely forgot about the TV money coming in. That's gonna be a jump. I know they could only go up like, what is it, 10% each year?
Pretty much, yeah. They'll try to level it.
Yeah. By the way, just a programming note. We're gonna try and I'm assuming no news is happening in the next 20 minutes, but if we will be on here for another 20 minutes, and then we'll wrap up, everybody. And I want to go watch House of the Dragon, so that would be Hot D, as the kids call it. Which
is that what it's
Dolores calls John's package now?
Ah, there we go.
Oh, Hot
That's why
D.
you needed ice for a week. Hot D, House of the Dragon. Hot D.
Yeah. You need ice for a night, definitely. Hospi, I compare the Magic this offseason to the Knicks after Randall's most improved player season. KCP is Fournier. Clay might even be their Kemba. LOL. Agree or disagree? I think KCP is a much better player than Fournier was. He's a much more consistent two-way force, certainly defensively. And I think more importantly, Fournier, we may not have realized that at the time. I didn't realize that at the time. Was just not a great fit with the Knicks ethos. That was still they were still figuring it out at the time, but we already kind of had an idea what it was. KCP there's no reason he shouldn't fit right in with what the Magic do and how they play and all that stuff.
I would agree with that.
He adds, well, we were making this comp all season that the Magic reminded us of the We Hear Knicks, and both teams lost in the first round. But Hopsy also adds, further, Randall is Paolo, RJ is Franz, first round easy exit, lots of cap space, end up overpaying for a 3-and-D guy, get an over-the-hill star, and probs invest in former draft bust. To John's point, I don't think Fournier and KCP are in the same category. I think the Knicks took a swing with Fournier and just like, we will upgrade in their mind Reggie Bullock's shooting to Fournier's shooting, and a year into that contract, they recognized that they needed to lean into an identity that worked in year one, and it's to have your defense be your backbone, and it's why we saw Fournier get benched for Miles McBride for a while, and then eventually Josh Hart, and really Quentin Grimes. But yeah, so two more.
Okay. Chris DiGiorgio. Can we sign Bataze, sign Iahart, and trade Mitch? I mean, they can. I don't know that they'll have the opportunity to do so. It depends what Isaiah Hartenstein does.
But yes, the answer is they could.
They can do all three. They technically can.
Yep. And Drew P, what should be the over-under for wins and all-stars be for us?
Stepping on Claudio Casino, Drew P, but we can talk about it.
The wins I expect.
You want me to do an impromptu line for you guys, and I'll give you an over/under?
Great.
Yeah,
over,
but
under 54.5.
That's going to be higher than the Vegas line. I'm just telling you right now.
Right, because the Vegas line's usually never that high. So, okay, fine. Shout out Robert Cross. Over under 52.5. Like the highest Vegas line I ever saw was the 2017 Warriors. It was 65.5. Something
I'll
like
say
that.
over.
I'll say over also on 52.5.
I'll say over. And then
about-
All Stars, you're gonna set it at 1.5.
1.5. I'll say over.
If the Knicks have a top even 3 record going into the All-Star break, it's easy to see why it would be an over. The issue, of course, is how bunched up all the East teams are. But Knicks got better. A lot of these East teams stagnated, but we'll see what the rest of the free agency does.
I'll go. I'll go under.
Under on All Stars of 1.5. You think it's just Brunson?
The thing I will say in John's defense is if the Sixers are adding Paul George, that's one fewer spot that might be available.
Yeah, it's true.
Well, are they getting 3 though?
Oh, George and
But I'm
Maxey?
saying from a front court standpoint, perhaps Maxey's the one who does not get it, and Paul George is.
Jeremy, you're hinting at it like I'm like the reason Randall, not that it's the only reason Randall made it, but front court was very slim for the All-Star pickings this year, which is why it was like we have a glut of guards, and yet here's Scotty Barnes, Paolo, and Julius Randle making it, you know.
Andrew, check your text.
There are texts I need to check.
That's a good question, Drew, though.
Thank you, Drew P. And we are done with super chats. So
all right. So I'm gonna do a quick recap while Andrew tends to business. So we have had not a ton of official news, but to recap the night so far, it seems like Paul George is going to be headed to Philadelphia to join up with the Sixers, as the Clippers have put out a whole statement explaining why that Paul George will not be back with them. The next most notable signing that has happened today, at least in terms of dollar value, is James Harden signing for 2 years and $35 million a piece, second-year player option with the Clippers, and then Kentavious Caldwell-Pope switching teams, going from Denver to Orlando, 3 years, $66 million. There's, I believe, also a player option on the end of that. After that, in terms of deals that have been announced today, do you want to know, Jeremy, what the third highest is in terms of total value?
Total value.
Total value. I don't think you're going to get this one. That was announced today, to be very clear.
Today.
That was announced today.
Well,
Because Obi was in it. Was Obi announced? Obi was announced.
He was announced
so
today.
It's his fourth.
So it's the fourth. Obi was the third.
So KCP, Obi. We're not counting Cade.
No, I said Harden, KCP,
Right.
Obi. It's the next one after that.
Is it Chris Paul?
No, total value.
Or total value?
Jonas?
Oh, yeah, because
He's fifth. Chris Paul is sixth.
Right.
What deal are you
You're not going to get this.
So hold on. One is who? Number one is who?
Harden, KCP, Obi. They're the top three. 5 is Valanciunas. 6 is Chris Paul. 7 is Andre Drummond. So it's like we haven't gotten a lot of announcements. You're missing one guy.
I'm looking at the teams to see if that jogs my memory. Not the
It's
players,
not.
teams.
It's not going to jog your memory.
don't
Oh,
know.
I had it spoiled in the chat. Go ahead, Jeremy.
I don't
I'll
know.
let you guess. That's Patrick Williams.
No, that was not announced. Was that announced today? I thought that was announced yesterday.
That was announced yesterday.
It was
You're right.
like it was like midnight. I think it was
So
like,
technically today, so I'm right.
technically today.
All right. Max Christie, 4 years, $32
Oh,
million.
yeah.
Del Will, what do John and contaminated pool have in common? No swimmers. Yeah, no disagreement. Thank you, Del Will. I like the jokes. They're good.
Well, they're going to be here for a long time. They're going to keep
hope
coming,
so.
which
I'm
They
not.
keep coming. Yeah.
there you go. I'm going to put this up here. I'm just going to disclose what was I had said to Fred Katz if he'd like to join us, he can at some point, and he was very busy making several phone calls doing his job, and he apparently texted our group chat. I could come on for 15 minutes if you're looking for time to get to 10 o'clock, and then he got called away to his job. So we're just gonna wrap it here and then jump back on if something happens, if that's okay.
I'll let you guys, Jeremy, sign off.
Wish there's more action, but here we are. Not much to do, but we appreciate everyone joining us for 5 hours almost of basketball talk and ball talk. So thank you very much. Andrew, any last words from you?
Talk about more action.
That was the words.
Free agency got a vasectomy. I echo John's sentiment about growing optimism based on tea leaves and dots being connected as far as Hartenstein is concerned. I don't think I'm not. I was at like 95%. I think he's gone when we started this live stream. I'm at like 80%. And that number is continuing to go down. And we'll see if, this plays out a little bit longer. And, the Knicks have a chance at this. So, fingers crossed.
Yeah, I mean, I'm I guess a little bit hopeful still. More hopeful than I was when we started because again, nothing has happened, and the fact that there's no news seems notable to me on the Hartenstein front. The Paul George thing is wild. Truly wild. That statement is, my God, that's something else. And just thanks for everybody for watching and hanging out with us. It was hope you guys had fun. I had a good time. And if anybody, by the way, in the New York area is up after, I'm pretty sure it's midnight. Whenever the NBC Sports Final is on, I will be going on with John Chandler to discuss. I don't know what we're going to be discussing. Maybe nothing that happened today, but we'll be talking Knicks again on NBC. Check your local listings for when the sports final show is. I'm pretty sure it's at midnight, but double check that. All right, that's it. Andrew, Jeremy, thank you, sirs, and thank you everybody for watching. Check back if and when news breaks. We'll be here to react, and we'll talk to you later. Peace out.